I'm sure tons of you are sick and tired of hearing me yap about AI. But I'm going to do it again today, but with a twist. Instead of focusing on the conversations everyone else has been having, as well as the conversation pardon me, a little AI glitched there in the old Charles algorithm. Instead of the big talking points everyone has been discussing, and as opposed to what we've been talking about on stream so much recently, I want to show you a usage of AI that makes me giggle and spit up, sitting in my seat, kicking my legs, having a hoot and a holler. And it's something I talked about a little bit 5 months ago in a video called Moist AI is Out of Control. It was all about those AI videos of me that float around, you know, have you ever smoked a neutron star cigarette? Silly shit like that. And it was pretty clear, not me, but 5 months later, where are we at? The technology here has progressed rapidly. AI is so advanced, I'm shitting my pants. You could probably send some of these videos to my parents and they would be none the wiser, thinking it was me for sure. And I did a little checkup on one of the bigger channels making these AI moist videos, Artificial Shenanigans, AI Shenanigans on YouTube. And the most recent one is fucking incredible, and I just have to share it with you.
Yeah, we're looking at about 10,000. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm not exaggerating when I say that thumbnail had me convinced for a second that there was like a security camera installed up here I didn't know about. Like the NSA pulled a fast one on me and had some fucking CCTV footage that they'd been recording. Like some kind of fucking Planet Earth documentary. Now, obviously, when you actually, like, focus your peepers on the things in the background, it's just nonsensical shapes, like PlayStation 1 graphics back there all jumbled around. But when you just look at it as a whole, the shapes match what you see behind me from a different angle. It's fucking impressive. Because there's not, like, footage up here that the AI can even extrapolate from. So it's pretty crazy, if you ask me.
Thank you.
Pizza's here.
Finally, I have been waiting all day for this.
This is what it would look like if I recorded a video on Jinkum. Now, interestingly enough, that like clapping maneuver that AI Charles was doing there, I fucking practiced that. Like on stream, some of you might remember I was going over how I'd been working on my fast clapping. And I'm trying to get to like 9-10 claps per second also. Just a little update on that. I've discovered a new technique, like a forbidden jutsu. If I put my hands in here, I get like an additional 4 claps and slaps per second. I discovered that last night at an Applebee's. Anyway, you can see that the AI Charles is doing an extraordinary job. It's only a matter of time before it fully replaces me. Flesh and blood is the past. Machine and wires is the future. Also, the future of hygiene is cheeky. Go to usecheeky.com and get some of our soap. People always ask which one's my favorite. It's the Lo-Fi Lavender. That's by far my favorite. Second place goes to the Spope, which is the spa soap. So usecheeky.com, get some soap. Really elevate your hygiene game. That's something right there that AI could never replace. It could never even attempt to emulate the high quality moisturizing bar soap that we have made. Usecheeky.com, baby. Now, I know what a lot of you are thinking. That last person is not Charlie. The AI wasn't able to replicate these facial features when it got up close. Not the case. I'm pretty sure AI Shenanigans is making like an overarching plot to all of the Moist AI videos, because in the couple that I watched, it had like little tiddlywinks of lore and like more surreal tidbits sprinkled throughout the AI silliness. And that guy right there, I don't think is supposed to be me. I think it's part of that storyline that he's like crafting into these videos. But that's just a game theory. This shit is deeper than Five Nights at Freddy's, I'll tell you what, because it had me like actually analyzing it to see if there was any like symbolism or hidden meanings with it beyond just like the obvious wackiness. But anyway, I really wanted to share this, not only because I found it really entertaining, but I also think it's just a fun little progress report, a little checkup on the state of AI-generated videos here. You can see through the newer content from AI Shenanigans a clear improvement in the actual tech behind the AI that's being utilized here. At least that's how I perceive it. This feels like something that they would not have been able to make 5 months ago when we first checked in. So it's just crazy to see how quickly AI is evolving. And of course, looking at me run like a Titan from Attack on Titan's always cool. Watching me do handstand push-ups on my desk or jump and turn into a bunch of fucking water like when, you know, Dumbledore claps and becomes like a fucking blaze when the phoenix flies through. It's cool and it's silly. And yeah, I just thought this would be a fun little change of pace from the normal videos I make when I cover AI. That's really about it. So yeah. Wow. I just learned about the Switzerland ski resort fire last night, and what a devastating tragedy. At a ski resort bar, a fire broke out that claimed the lives of 40 people, and over 100 have been injured. As of me making this video right now, those are the numbers that are reported, and it is just heartbreaking. And what made me want to talk about it is there's a lot of videos floating around of people that were filming the fire instead of prioritizing escaping it. So there's videos of people that were still actively partying while filming this fire. Like there's still music playing and everything and people just not taking it seriously. They're busy filming it for social media. And I can't believe it. Social media has reached the point where it overrides people's basic survival instincts. To see people actively still partying as the entire building is being engulfed in a blazing inferno is unbelievable to me. There's multiple videos like this. So you can see tons of people's phones are out here. So you get like a whole 360-degree video of this fire building until it is completely out of control, which doesn't take long. That's how fire works. And then people panicking, scrambling to escape, but for some it was just way too late. 40 people died in this. It's fucking tragic. And I still just can't believe that people would be like filming and partying while something like this is happening instead of escaping or helping others to escape as well. Like maybe there were people that didn't know this was going on and someone filming could have instead, you know, let them know like, hey, we got to get the fuck out of here or something. It's so weird to me that we've reached a point where people would prioritize social media updates as opposed to their own life. You know what's a lot cooler than a few handful of likes on TikTok? Being alive. I urge anyone watching this to remember that at the end of the day, social media is not the most important thing in your life. Your life is the most important thing in your life. So anytime there's something like a fire going on, don't think of it as like a potential unique content opportunity. I feel like so much of the world has become incredibly geared towards like content brain 100% of the time, when it just shouldn't be that way. You should always be trying to prioritize your actual life as opposed to like your digital footprint and whatever you do online and all that kind of thing. It's just very, very sad to see this.
Celebration in the Swiss Alps shows the chaos as the deadly flames spread at a bar popular with young people and tourists. You can hear the screaming, people scrambling for the exit as the flames rip through the confined spaces of the bar Le Constellation. Swiss authorities say about 40 people were killed and more than 100 injured in the fire that began at 1:30 a.m. The cause of the blaze now under investigation.
It's extremely hard to watch that footage. It's gut-wrenching. Now, in the news segment, they mentioned that the cause of the fire was still under investigation. As of me making this now, it appears they have a lead on it. They believe that sparklers were what caused it. The sparklers appeared to have led to what is referred to as a flashover incident where the fire spread very rapidly. Investigators would assess soundproofing foam used in the ceiling and whether anyone needs to be held criminally liable for the fire. The sparklers they're referring to are champagne bottle sparklers. Now, I've seen this picture floating around, which seems legitimate, but in the age of AI, I can never really be sure anymore. But I've seen this in quite a few different places, including actual publications. But even still, I always take everything with a whiff of uncertainty because, again, it could be, phony baloney AI. But in that picture, the soundproofing, the foam on the ceiling, that does match what appears to be catching on fire in the videos that were filmed. So, regardless, it seems like it was the champagne bottle sparklers that started this incident, and it spread the fire very rapidly. It immediately reminded me of the 2003 Station nightclub fire, which killed 100 people, and the fire started in a very similar fashion where the acoustic foam paneling caught on fire during pyrotechnics. Here, the sparklers caught that foam on fire. Now, I believe the venue should be held liable. Now, of course, I'm not a Switzerland authority, nor am I a fucking fire marshal or anything like that. I am a 5'6" homunculus layman. But I feel like if you are going to be selling champagne with sparklers on top, you probably also shouldn't have exposed, highly flammable foam paneling, where if a sparkler is raised a little too high, it can just cause all of it to ignite. That's clearly a huge problem and a big oversight to be combining these two things. It is a recipe for disaster. Now, I don't know if this was like the first year this bar did the sparklers and champagne thing or not, because if they were doing it previously, I'm surprised it wouldn't have happened sooner if the layout and the materials have stayed exactly the same. Like, that does seem to just be a glaring issue to have that there while also selling sparklers. But anyway, I saw in an article that one of the bar owners said that it's been inspected 3 times in 10 years and it passed the regulations. Again, I am a fucking idiot when it comes to this kind of thing, but that feels like a very little amount of inspection to be conducted over the course of a decade. I feel like, and keep in mind, I'm not the owner of an event space or anything, but I feel like in order to ensure the safety of patrons, you would want that to be inspected a little more often than 3 times in 10 years. A lot can change over the course of that period of time, so I just feel like in order to ensure due diligence and ensure materials are still up to code and everything's still, as it should be, I would have expected that to be a little bit higher. And I've seen people questioning, well, what are the regulations when it comes to this kind of thing there? Like, I haven't seen any reports on if there were, like, sufficient escapes, Like, maybe there weren't enough escape routes for people to exit in case of emergency. I haven't seen anything about that as of me making this video right now, so there's just a lot of question marks in the air. But based on the videos I have seen, it really feels like this venue will likely be held liable, at least in some sense, for the fire, because it doesn't make sense why they would even be doing these sparkling champagne bottles while having known flammable material on the ceiling. And it's not like the ceiling is like 50 feet high where it would never touch it or anything. You can reach it by holding the champagne bottle up a little higher than you normally would. Again, at least based on some of the videos I've seen. So, like there's a video of the guy hitting the roof or the ceiling that has fire breaking out on it, where you can see the paneling. He's hitting it while standing with his shirt. So you can easily reach that. So if you're selling sparklers, which can start fires, and you're surrounded by this not super high ceiling that is full of these flammable materials, that's a problem. So personally, I just can't imagine authorities coming back and being like, oh yeah, the venue's not at fault at all. This is actually, totally normal. because it just doesn't feel like it should be. In that case, maybe we need to update the fire inspection protocol over there, because I don't think you should be mixing flammable foam paneling with fucking champagne sparklers. It's an absolute fucking disaster. And it's so tragic, man. It's just so fucking sad. 40 lives lost, over 100 people injured on what is supposed to be an extremely happy celebratory day. It's so fucking awful, man. Anyway, wishing the best for everyone affected, all families, everyone that survived it as well. Just terrible stuff. Truly awful stuff. That's really about it. So yeah. It happened. Doomsday is upon us. Nostradamus tried to warn us, but we plugged our ears and refused to listen. But now, we have been dragged kicking and screaming into the end times. Pranksters found AI. Or at least one of them did. This one courageous soul bravely peeled himself away from his daily routine of eating glue to use AI to have an overwhelmingly negative impact on strangers' days. Full disclosure though, I don't think every video they've posted doing this prank is real. Because some of them are just so outrageous that I find it hard to believe that he wouldn't have had his ass beaten right then and there for doing it. So I take all of them with a grain of salt, but what he's showcasing is very much something that can be done, and I have seen other videos of others doing to a lesser degree. This guy, however, has made it his entire identity to do these AI pranks. So he's the one that I want to talk about today to show.
Do you know that guy in the blue shirt that was sitting right behind you? He was like going up behind you and like kissing you in the back of the neck. I recorded it. That guy, right? Mm-hmm. Look. He did it with...
That's crazy.
What this guy does isn't really a prank. Fundamentally, what he's doing is he's framing innocent strangers for crimes they didn't commit. He has, I think, 28 of these. It's basically all he does now is these AI pranks. And I don't know how what he's doing isn't a crime in and of itself. Because this is going to lead to an innocent person getting arrested. No doubt in my mind. In this one right here, what he's doing is he's going up to a stranger, claiming that another stranger that was sitting near him was kissing the back of his neck. A sexual assault. And then he shows him a video of it and is convincing the guy that it happened and is goading him to confront that gentleman, who did not do this, by the way. This is all an AI-generated video that he is now trying to fan the flames of an actual fucking fist fight for. So even if this one is fake, which I have a hard time believing this one in particular is, because an employee even gets involved in there, and I feel like they probably wouldn't participate in shit like this. But even if it is fake, what he is showing here is something very real. You can just manipulate videos of innocent people doing crimes, and it's going to be very hard for them to defend themselves, especially because it looks as though he's mainly doing this to elderly people that probably don't know about this kind of technology, so how the fuck could they even possibly argue their innocence?
What you did to me like that?
I kissed him in the back of the neck.
You did?
Yeah. Is that you?
I didn't even get touch this guy.
That was a lie.
Yeah.
Hey, did you see me touch this guy?
Look at that camera.
Oh my God, where'd that come from?
Him.
Damn.
No.
He.
Damn.
No,
He-
no, it didn't.
Yes,
You
sir.
did.
I didn't kiss nobody in the back of the neck.
That's right there.
That's weird.
That's
So they can't really argue against him because he's showing them a video of what happened and convincing everyone else that this is a real video. And eventually it's going to lead to one of these people getting arrested or getting beaten up. Like in this case right here, that guy who felt violated, who's to say he didn't just start swinging on this man after seeing this video? Again, assuming of course this is real and not with like paid actors, which I'm leaning towards it being authentic here. I think there's too many moving parts, as well as like someone who does appear to be an employee coming over. I do think he did this to just random strangers. And if that is the case, then this could have gone severely off the rails, all based on a manipulated video here that's not real. And this corny goofball has the audacity to say that these are harmless pranks and that what he's doing is, you know, basically a righteous effort as an AI social experiment to raise awareness on how AI can be dangerous. But you homunculus, everyone knows that. This is a very legitimate fear a ton of people have, where someone like you could fake a video of them committing a crime to get them in trouble. This isn't some valuable PSA. This is something people already know about and are already worried about. There's absolutely nothing educational about just framing these innocent people as criminals or like sexual degenerates or something, or trying to like have them fight each other like fucking fisticuffs, all based on AI generated videos. That doesn't do anything besides just have an overwhelmingly negative effect on these strangers.
When you guys are like taking forever, he got mad and like went back there. Is he allowed to go back there?
First off, I didn't go back there. Who the fuck are you?
The joke is these people panic thinking that they're about to be punished, maybe even go to jail, all based off a video they know can't be real but can't explain its existence because they don't know about AI tech. So this guy is now being framed for going into the back after getting angry or something, and all he's saying is like, I didn't do that. Who the fuck are you? Little did he know he was in the presence of the alpha goober here who likes to pretend that he's some kind of saint. But what he's actually doing, assuming these are real, which this one definitely feels real, what he's actually doing is just exploiting elderly people, treating them like props in his videos for the sake of making them the punchline of his joke of, haha, they don't know this is AI and I've made them look like criminals and they can't explain it, ha ha ha, they look so stupid. So that way he can get some Instagram clout.
So I got like a couple calls saying there's like a man in here like popping, like stealing stuff out of people's pockets.
Can we see the video?
Yeah.
Yes, my God.
So you didn't have a wallet or anything?
No, it's right here.
I have no problem calling out the damn person that did it. He's in your butt.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Enemy spotted.
Here he's actually going up to store staff about a stranger pickpocketing one of the employees. Again, this is a crime. They even all go together as a group to confront this guy they think stole from this man or was attempting to. Who's to say they wouldn't have just called the police right then and there and this innocent man being taken away in handcuffs? Now, I imagine at that point he probably would have stepped in and said it's an AI-generated video. Maybe, but maybe he wouldn't. Maybe he would be afraid that then he'd be in trouble. So maybe he'd just keep his fucking mouth shut and that guy would then go to jail all based on this AI-generated video. It's terrifying. Not only is he trying to suckle from the titty of clout, but he's also just trying to promote some dog shit website that's probably a scam. It's why he has his watermark plastered all over the place there, and in every single one of these videos he is shamelessly shilling for that site constantly. I imagine it is a fraudulent website based on this guy's behavior and the way that it gets discussed here, which should be further evidence to this guy's true motives not being something positive about AI awareness, but instead to get Instagram followers and money through his affiliate partnership here with that site that he is constantly plugging. Now again, there is a chance that this is all scripted, but I find ones like these hard to believe that he would have the wherewithal to fake it and be able to get this many people on board with it. Because that does appear to be like actual Sprouts staff. Like, they are wearing a uniform. They are coming from the back of the store. This is not a set, it doesn't seem. This Instagram account is not nearly big enough to have some kind of soundstage out there in LA to put together, like, a Sprouts studio look. Like, it's not fucking Pluribus here or anything. Like, it feels like he is actually at Sprouts. Those are actually employees, and they do legitimately go confront that guy. It feels real.
Into a team member's pocket.
I didn't reach into his pocket.
We got a complaint, we received it, and you magically get this on camera and you're reaching into one of the team members' pocket.
I swear that's not me.
The odds of that same shirt, though.
Mm-hmm. What the? I don't know what the hell's going on. I did not go in his pocket. This is not making any sense to me. This is ridiculous. I did not touch his pockets or his pants. So I don't know what the hell this is.
Now, one thing I will say is he shows two different AI-generated videos here for the evidence about what happened. And it feels like it should be obvious that something's very fishy there. Like, surely the employee would have felt something or, something like that. Like, it doesn't make sense. But I also could see a side of things where they have these videos, from a customer who's making this complaint about being, witness to a crime. So they're acting on that information without really like thinking too deeply on it because they have this evidence here. So they confront that customer who seems very confused by it. I do think his reaction is less than I would have expected it to be when so many people kind of like gank him here about like him stealing or attempting to steal from an employee. But overall, I just can't imagine this one being like faked. Like maybe he's in on it, so he's just playing along. But in that case, wouldn't he be worried about facing repercussions? Because those do appear to be real employees. And like I said, if they did alert authorities and authorities showed up, would this guy have piped up and said like, oh no, it's an AI generated video, I made it all up, it's fake? I don't think he would have, because I bet he would have been worried that the cops would turn around and like throw him in cuffs for like falsifying evidence or something, because it is a misleading testimony, it's fake, and all of it is geared towards getting this guy in trouble for the sake of his Instagram prank. Now, while I can't say for 100% certain whether or not all of these are real or not, what is real is pranksters are integrating AI into their dog shit. The ones that I've seen arising on TikTok that I think some of you have probably already seen by now are people that are AI generating like fake IDs of employees to show them and be like, look at this, I found your ID, that kind of thing. And it's like very quick in and out, and they like laugh at them for not knowing how that's possible, which is trash, but it's not to this level. This is the only account I've seen doing AI pranks like this, and if they're real, it's extremely dangerous, and if they're fake, he's still a loser for doing this anyway. What the fuck is the point in faking pranks on something people already know can happen? It's not even entertaining. Like, it's just lame, and it is just preying on the fear of what this technology can do. It's not raising awareness because people already know about it. It is very easy to generate this kind of shit. It is just useless. It is solely here as a vessel for him to promote his Instagram and his affiliate website that he is constantly just throwing out there. Because I'm guessing he makes a few bucks from people that get referred to it. It's trash. Like, even if it's fake, it's still dog shit. But anyway, I wanted to talk about this a little bit. That's really it. So, yeah. This whole Andy Byron affair with Kristen Cabot is probably the most gripping cheating scandal this nation has seen since Tiger Woods boinked like 2 million women. It is crazy how big this story has become. It's up there with like Bill Clinton catching the Blowjoptimus Prime from Monica Lewinsky in the Oval Office. I'm assuming all of you know the Cliff Notes. I already made a video like when it happened, but I am so enthralled in this story. I'm like parasocially following it now at this point.
Yeah. Oh, look at these two. All right, come on. You okay? Oh, what? Either they're having an affair or they're just very shy. I'm not quite sure.
You couldn't have had a more suspicious reaction to being briefly put on the Jumbotron. Andy Byron acts like a fucking Oblivion NPC that just got hit with 10 arrows. He just quickly, like, went limp. And Kristen turned around in shame and then fled. It was very clear that something was awry. The Coldplay singer even calls attention to it like they might be having an affair or they're just very shy. And it was an affair. That is Andy Byron and the chief people officer at his company on a romantic evening at a Coldplay concert. And it turns out that this wasn't just some squeaky clean date. It wasn't just these two attending a hootenanny in good fun and good spirits. No, this was sin. Turns out, big spoilers, Andy Byron was married, will likely not be married going forward now that his wife has found out. He may also not have a job going forward either now that the whole world has found out that he's been doing the old bedroom ham sandwich with his HR head, the empress of chief people officering. Both Andy and Kristen have both been placed on leave at the company, Astronomer. Astronomer has taken action against them since this is all blown up here. At least they'll have more time to spend with each other. Now they can go on a picnic and be unafraid, because Lord knows his wife is probably not going to stick by him. From what I've seen, she's changed her name on Facebook and then deactivated all of her socials. I don't think she's too pleased here. Now, before I stir the pasta a bit further with the follow-up that's happened since this has gone so viral, I would like to briefly talk about what everyone else has been pointing out. of how easily avoidable this was for the two of them here. And I don't mean just the obvious solution of just not going to the Coldplay concert in the first place and just staying at home transplanting farts into each other or whatever. I mean, like, even when they were on the Jumbotron, it still wasn't checkmate. It was their reaction that brought down the house of cards here. Had they just played this off normally, like they just laugh at the Jumbotron and wave, probably no one would have even been, like, tipped off that something was awry. Like, I guess there's a chance, like, one of the astronomer employees might have seen it, but your odds are pretty good that that would have just flown under the radar and they would have continued to get away with it. Now, of course, you shouldn't be cheating on your significant other in the first place, but if you're going to, and you happen to be plastered on the Jumbotron, the worst thing you can do is this, where they acted like there was a fucking bazooka being aimed at them, like there was about to be like a fucking predator missile that hits them. The way that they reacted to that. So immediately everyone could sniff something was very stinky here. Anyway, though, let's take a peek at a little bit more of the follow-up. Also, you should take a peek at GamerSupps. Go to gamersupps.gg and get any of the amazing flavors for sale there using code MOIST to get some money off your order. Or you could just get the best flavor on GamerSupps as well, Goof Juice. I wanted to just mention that real quick because I've been fucking pounding Goof Juice since the cans came out. So, Astronomer made the announcement that they are both being placed on leave for obvious reasons. In the meantime, someone named Pete DeJoy is going to be serving as CEO. They were previously the chief product officer and co-founder of Astronomer, and they put out a statement on LinkedIn that states, "Our leaders are expected to set the standard in both conduct and accountability," and then that the board of directors has initiated a formal investigation into this matter, and we will have additional details to share very shortly. They also then addressed some of the incorrect information that was going around the internet, which was the misidentification of another person in the clip, which was the person that was laughing, the woman next to them that was laughing. They were identified as another Astronomer employee, but the statement from the company is saying that is just not true. That's a load of fish paste. And they also shot down the bogus statement that was spread claiming that it came from Andy Byron himself, but it was not shot out by Andy. That butthole did not squeak out that terrible fart of a statement. It was clearly just a joke, and they are clearing the air on that it's not actually from Andy Byron. I also just learned this, which I found to be an amazing cherry on top of the cake. Apparently, Coldplay's Chris Martin had just warned fans that they might be plastered on the Jumbotron, saying, "Now what we'd like to do is say hello to some of you. The way we're going to do that is using our cameras. You can look at the screens and we can see who's out there and say hello. Let's go looking, please." And then, inevitably, it goes to Andy and Kristen, and the rest is history. But I can't believe that they even got, like, a warning here. Like, they were even given, like, a fucking DEFCON alert, like the air raid sirens were going off on this affair, and they still just disregarded it. Like, they had plenty of time for Andy to slap on, like, the big glasses and the nose and mustache, and just, like, pretend he doesn't know who that woman is. But he was just, like, in love. That man was seeing hearts floating around his head, and he wouldn't let go of Kristen come hell or high water, and then hell arrived. Chris Martin got the cameras on them, and the affair was broadcast to everyone. I'm still eagerly awaiting a statement from either Andy or Kristen. I thought for sure they would have released one by now, just because of how big this is, and they did have high-ranking positions at this company. I thought for sure they would at least put something out, but they haven't yet. So maybe they won't. Maybe they'll stay very tight-lipped on all of it and just quietly go into the background, and that'll be that. But my heart does break for his family. I think that is fucking horrible, and I can only imagine what they're going through right now. That has got to be miserable. So I'm wishing them the best. And yeah, I just want to give you a little follow-up here, because it's pretty fucking crazy. That's really about it. So yeah. I'm making fun of the Starbucks CEO because he recently defended the absurd price tag, the $9 cup of joe, and then talked about how customers are willing to shell out that premium because it's a great experience. It's all about a great seat and making a great connection with your barista. Basically, you're going to fall in love with your barista and it's worth every goddamn penny. Now, the reason why I've just given you that, like, AI synopsis right there on what this video is going to be about is because I don't know how much of the actual interview I can use here because it's the Wall Street Journal, and historically the Wall Street Journal is like a fucking cartel when it comes to anything that it produces. Or even if I've shown you like a clip from something in the Wall Street Journal, I've gotten in trouble in the past for it. Even if it's like a 5 or 10 second clip, they've come at me looking for fucking scalp. They'd be plucking my teeth out of my mouth until I apologized. Like, I do not fuck with the Wall Street Journal. Like, they've done great reporting, I get that, but any time that I've tried to opine on something that's been broken by the Wall Street Journal, I am very prohibited in what I'm allowed to show you, so instead we're going to be looking at, like, a transcript, and maybe I'll jump scare you with, like, split seconds of this CEO talking in the interview and see how that goes. So yesterday, the Starbucks CEO, Brian Buttfuck My Wallet, went on to defend the company's $9 cup of coffee, insisting that the price reflects a premium experience offered to customers. He also was recently granted access to the company jet for personal travel, which is a nice little tiddlywink of information I didn't know about, so thanks to the article here for enlightening me on that, because he definitely deserves it. Brian needs to be traveling luxuriously, and he's doing the Lord's work out there. He's delivering mediocre coffee to every sucker out there willing to fork over all the clams for it. He also said that customers across all income levels are willing and happy to shell out big money for a chance to interact with baristas or score a great seat inside the chain. This article is kind of underselling how he portrays that. If I could show you more of the video, I would. But I'm going to drop that little bit and hope that it's okay. I mean, it's going to be less than 3 seconds. I feel like there's no fucking argument Wall Street Journal could make to take down this video, but I guess we'll see. I think it's important you hear it right from his lips.
That value is to be able to have a great seat, have a great moment of connection with a barista.
Son of a bitch, I tried everything, but I couldn't get it to 3 seconds. It's 4.5, but it's under 5, so I should be safe. I should be protected. I don't think they can roll up with the goddamn Pinkertons for me showing 4 seconds here at the very end of the interview. Well, at least of this segment of the interview. So he's talking about the value you get, about the great seat, which I will slam my fist on the desk and shout, objection. What great seat. It's fucking Starbucks. It's like the most sterile, generic environment you can ever find yourself in. You sit down in a swamp-ass throne and you maybe tinker away on your laptop or something while drinking some mid-ass coffee. What great seat are you talking about here, Brian? And I can't make a lot of promises to you about what you'll encounter in your life, but I can make one promise that I know 100% with certainty will never happen, and that's you forming a special connection with your barista over going to Starbucks and getting yourself a coffee. That doesn't happen. I don't know what he's talking about. Do they have like intimacy coordinators on staff at Starbucks where they try and like get the baristas excited to maybe fall in love with a customer or something after serving a pumpkin spice latte? I doubt it. They are workers looking to just do their job and go about their day. Not be bothered, not be harassed, and not have this expectation that a customer is going to come in there and form some kind of special connection because the CEO said so. That doesn't happen. It will never happen. I don't know what he's talking about. This guy must have just fucking did some ayahuasca or something. This is some baloney. And also, Brian looks AI generated. I know that is low-hanging fruit as a critique, but literally this guy looks AI generated. He has like that blurry-ass zoom background there, and he himself pops like a Pixar character. This shit doesn't look real. Brian looks like a fake human being. Anyway, out of fear, I'm not going to show you any more from the actual interview, but Brian does go on to drop some premium nuggets. What we're seeing is people, they want to have a special experience, and regardless of what your income level is, in some cases, a $9 experience does feel like you're splurging. And then what that means is we have to make it worthwhile, right? And then in other cases, people believe, well, this is really affordable premium experience, because they're saying like, well, it's less than $10 and I get a really premium experience. I don't know what dimension this guy lives in, but it's so detached from reality. Out of touch doesn't even begin to encompass this. This is just like actual mental illness. This is delusional. He needs to be institutionalized. He needs to be medicated. What is Goober even yapping about? What premium experience? Every Starbucks is exactly the same. They're copy and paste. It's a place where joy goes to die. I wonder if you can tell that I'm not the biggest fan of Starbucks. I wonder if that's coming through loud and clear. I have never had a positive experience at one. The food is at best. I'm not a coffee drinker already, so they have nothing to offer me, and every time I've tried coffee from there, it's even worse than other coffees I've tried elsewhere. There's nothing premium about it. That's like saying that the shitter at the AMC movie theater is premium because you're comparing it to a gas station toilet at the local Shell. Like, it's still trash, man. Like, there's nothing premium about it. It is like the most by the numbers, formulaic, nothing new establishment you could ever venture into for your coffee and overpay for. You're paying $9 for a normal experience of just going and getting some mediocre beverage. There's nothing special about it, and there is certainly nothing that Starbucks does to make it worthwhile for $9. That is just expensive. I don't know who he is citing when he's saying, and then people look at it like, well, this is really affordable for a premium experience because it's less than $10. Nobody says that. No, not even an NPC that you programmed would say that. Because it's not. There's no premium experience, and there's nothing affordable about it. It's expensive. And also, it speaks volumes that he can't even justify the $9 price tag on the merit of the beverage itself. Instead, he is relying on these ancillary things like, $9 may feel like splurging, but we have to consider the entire experience of going into the Starbucks. That's what's most important, the ambiance. That's what makes it worth it, the premium experience. He can't even just say with his whole chest that our drinks are so good and so high quality that they warrant a $9 price tag. You're paying for the highest quality coffee on the planet. Because that's not what you're paying for. You're just overpaying for mid-shit. And he knows that. And he knows he wouldn't be able to get away with saying that. So instead he's relying on these like X factor things of a connection with the barista, a great seat, and of course, the premium Starbucks experience of being lucky enough to come inside of a Starbucks. It's a privilege, and you should feel honored every time you walk through those doors. That's what warrants the $9 price tag, not our shit-ass coffee. Anyway, the interview continues. Brian keeps putting his asshole in his mouth. He's talking about how Starbucks is actually doing very well, hasn't been impacted, and then even bragged about how the coffee chain is doing really well with younger generations. Hey Brian, you know what else is doing really well with younger generations? Fucking tongue sahur. Scalping neatos, fighting each other over Pokemon cards at Walmart and Target. That statement is a nothing burger to me. In my eyes, it is a full-blown venti vaporwave nothingness. Starbucks hasn't done anything to improve the quality of its products or improve its brand or anything at all. So I don't think it being successful with the younger generations is a testament to it doing things right. It's a testament to it just being there and existing. And the younger generation has clearly heard of it before, so they're willing to consume the product. That's it. I don't think he's hit some kind of home run here in recent Starbucks changes, because from everything I've seen, there haven't been any. It's just the same old Starbucks, but now just even more expensive than I ever thought possible for its shit. This fucking guy is so cringe. We're doing really well with Gen Z and millennials, and then really had strong performances across all income cohorts. It can start with as little as $3 for a traditional cup of coffee. And then obviously you can build your way into all sorts of customized drinks that people love and that move that ticket up. The way we're going to play the value game is you're gonna feel like it was worth it. Who walks away from Starbucks saying, holy shit, all that money I wasted was worth it? That was a premium experience. Who does that? What kind of actual loser has that kind of parting thoughts? Like, man, $9 down the tubes? But what a fucking experience. Oh my god, I think the barista might want to have sex with me. I think the barista wants to marry me. It just doesn't happen. There's no premium experience. He insists customers value the experience over discounts or flashy one-off promotions. Oh, that's what everyone says. I don't want to save money. I want to make sure when I go to Starbucks, everything is exactly the same and there's a chance of a connection with the barista. Please, don't help me save money with discounts or anything. I want to waste maximum amounts of money here at the same fucking Starbucks as always. Yeehaw. I'm sure, Brian. I'm sure. Anyway, I won't blabber on more about this guy. Just another painfully out-of-touch CEO I had to clown on. That's really about it. So, yep. Good news. Phoenix Wright just lost a client, as I will no longer be requiring his services. The potential lawsuit that I was wrapped up in is no longer being pursued. It is amicably being banished to the Shadow Realm, so it's done and dusted. I even talked to Brad Arnold on the phone a couple of times, who is one of the people listed in the demands letter that was teetering on lawsuit. And he was very friendly and apologetic about the whole thing, and he was kind of filling me in on things with this system that he didn't even know was going on and he didn't agree with. And I think there's actually a lot to talk about in regards to how this even happened in the first place. But first, let me give you the lay of the land here in case you don't know the lore with what's going on. To bring you up to speed, the previously on Dragon Ball Z, if you have no clue what I'm talking about, yesterday I made a video going over how I might be sued, as I had been served some very hefty legal paperwork. It was spearheaded by an IP law firm believing that I was liable for potential copyright infringements and damages in the many tens of thousands of dollars, even into the six figures. In the papers, there was a sense of urgency to comply and respond, and failure to do so would enact even bigger penalties, and that would be when the full lawsuit would come through. What I received was the demands. And when I received this, I was of course pretty skeptical because there are a lot of like fraudulent bad actors out there that are phishing. Who knows, this could have been fucking pages from the Death Note for all I knew. It was representing two YouTubers, Brad Arnold and Reed Timmer. And I didn't immediately recognize who that was. And I don't do like React content or anything, so I was pretty confused. I thought this may have just been, potential phony baloney, suing local Florida man because he pooped when he meant to fart, I thought this could be made in error, especially because the language in the paperwork was very fishy, saying like I used it multiple times, but then it just listed the same YouTube video twice as if they were separate instances. It was a live stream I did during Hurricane Milton. I live in Tampa, so Hurricane Milton came through with the fucking meat. And I was streaming during it, and of course I was checking in on Milton to see what the fuck was going on out there with this hurricane that was in my own backyard here slapping us around. And some of the footage that I showed was from Ryan Hall, y'all, who had footage from Brad Arnold in it, and the other was a bit of Reed Timmer. They were both storm chasing Hurricane Milton at the time, and in total, the footage that was used across both of their work was less than 2 minutes, and it was very, very briefly shown just to stay knowledgeable on what was happening, both for my own safety and just, of course, to show the audience, this is the hurricane that's here. It was not copying it or stealing it or trying to make money off it or anything like that. I reached out to both of them privately just to check, hey, are these real right here? Are we dealing with big naturals, or is this all, fake? What's going on? I just wanted to verify the authenticity, but 2 days went by and I didn't hear back, and since the paperwork did express a very real sense of urgency, I made the assumption that, okay, this must have been something they signed off on, so I got my legal team on it, and then I made that video yesterday bringing everyone up to speed on what's happening. And I also do think it was just an important topic to talk about in general, because it is concerning that if you do show less than a handful of seconds worth of a content during a natural disaster, you could somehow be liable for many thousands of dollars. That is something that most people cannot afford to take that kind of hit, especially when there was no wrongdoing, no malicious copying or stealing of someone else's work, just textbook fair use, staying knowledgeable on a natural disaster and using a couple of brief snippets of footage to stay up to date on what's going on. And getting served paperwork like that with the very serious nature, the very serious amount of money on the line, I imagine is very scary to a lot of people that would receive it. I don't know how many people got this big blast here, that I don't know. It feels like it was a shotgun approach, and boy howdy did they load that birdshot in. And both Reed Timmer and Brad Arnold were quick to respond, and also quick to retract this whole thing, both saying the same thing. They didn't even know this was happening. So I'm just going to clue you in on everything here. The company, Viral DRM, is a company that has actually reached out to Matt before. And from what I can tell, they are now getting into the space of trying to represent creators as a digital rights manager to enforce their copyright, to smack down, bad actors that might be using it for their own personal gains. That way you can come in and take the pie back. And that's kind of the business model. The firm was not Viral DRM. I believe the firm was contracted by Viral DRM. They're an IP law firm. They're a very real firm that does IP law. And it's very clear that none of this was ever walked by Reed Timmer or Brad Arnold. They didn't know. Both of them have said the same thing. They did not know I was named in this. And Brad Arnold went a step further, saying he doesn't know when they even send this out to others that are using it. That has now come to his attention now. That they are not even brought up to speed with who their digital rights manager is even going after and what for. Now, based on the conversations I've had and from what I've gathered here, I believe the process is Viral DRM has this content that they have the rights to protect. They log it into their systems, and then their system will start to flag instances of that content appearing in other works that maybe didn't get a license deal or anything go through. So it will now see that that is flagged internally as a potential problem. Then it feels like they go full Yosemite Sam here, firing from the hip, shoot first, ask questions later, making the assumption that it must be a bad actor doing something, nefarious with this content to try and avoid paying for it, and thus action must be taken. And according to what Reed Timmer and Brad Arnold are saying, they don't even consult them first or anything. They just take matters into their own hands and do it without ever even bringing them up to speed on what's going on or why in regards to that content. Without ever even checking with their clients here, in this case Reed Timmer and Brad Arnold, do you want to pursue this? They're just doing it without even consulting them. And it's something that Brad Arnold mentioned is pretty disturbing to him that needs to change. So he's already trying to get a handle on that so this doesn't happen to other creators or other people going forward, because it is an issue. Yes, it sucks that I got served this paperwork, but imagine all the other people that might have this exact same legal documents, stack of legal documents sitting on their desk right now panicking that it hasn't been retracted because Brad Arnold and Reed Timmer don't even know they got it, because Viral DRM has already just went through all of this without talking to them first. When it takes 2 seconds for Reed Timmer and Brad Arnold to see, in my case, how it was utilized and be like, oh, that's totally fine. What the fuck? What are we doing here in the first place? This is a huge mistake. There's a big misunderstanding. Why are we even this far down the road on it? The reason why they even have someone manage the rights of their content, as I understand it, keep in mind I'm a little new to the whole Storm Chaser ecosystem here and how their content gets exploited and all of that. But the reason why Storm Chasers sign with these agencies and these managers is because apparently there has been a history of organizations media outlets stealing the content for their broadcasts without paying the licensing fee that they charge to license it out, or they'll do it uncredited, and they'll just take it without ever even contacting the Storm Chaser. And Storm Chasers, as I understand it, they pay out of pocket for these missions, really. So they have these managers manage the rights of it, so that way that doesn't happen. So if a media outlet comes in, takes the content without paying them, it now gets flagged internally, so now they can reach out and try and get that money that they are owed for the work. But it is clearly, fucking digivolved into something far different, where now it's extending to the entire internet space, where anyone now that shows even a brief section of the work is on the hook. Which is, I think, very different than how Reed Timmer and Brad Arnold intended for it to be utilized, especially with how Brad Arnold talked about it to me on the phone. He does not agree with how it is being utilized like this. It's just very odd. It almost feels like it's designed to be there for, a settlement, as opposed to going through, the entire process. Because it took Brad and Reed 2 seconds to get caught up to speed with what was going on and why, and say oh, this is a big mistake. This shouldn't be happening. But the Viral DRM has already gone through all of it, and I'm now served these papers. So it feels like they just built the case very quickly, and it feels very weird to me. Because I don't think, if this didn't get retracted, if this went through the entire song and dance, the bells and whistles, I really don't think there's a world in the fucking multiverse that Doctor Strange would peer into where this would win. So the whole thing is just odd to me. I do think that there was probably paperwork signed between Reed Timmer, Brad Arnold, Viral DRM, about how they have full autonomy to manage their rights in whatever way they deem appropriate. But I don't know if Reed Timmer and Brad Arnold were aware of things like this happening. And based on how I was speaking with Brad Arnold and what he was talking about, it seems like he doesn't really like that. He doesn't know what's going on in regards to how his content is managed here in this litigious nature. And it seems like the whole purpose is to stop legitimate bad actors from stealing it and circumventing the licensing fee and that kind of thing, which this was not doing here. And again, I have no idea if this went to a lot of people or just me. I don't know. Anyway, though, I'll stop blabbering here. Like I said, I did talk to Brad Arnold on the phone, and he was a very nice guy and very understanding of, like, how messy all of this was here. So, and like I said in the last video, there's no ill will here from my end towards Reed Timmer or Brad Arnold for this. I appreciate it being handled so quickly here, and I've got my fingers crossed, really hoping that if others do have this, it can be actually looked at from all parties here to see, is it a mistake like it was in this case here? So hopefully all of this can be, you know, more buttoned up and better in the future, so it can actually be used to protect their content from people that are actually trying to steal it, rip them off, and that kind of thing. So wishing both Reed Timmer and Brad Arnold the best here. I know they both have YouTube channels and their own careers. Hopefully this kind of thing is just water under the bridge now, and there'll be no more scary legalese paperwork going to people that don't deserve it. So anyway, that's really about it. See ya. There is a pretty big story that's unfolding in the NFL right now with a very famous reporter named Diana Rossini, formerly of SportsCenter fame. Now she's with The Athletic. And she was seen getting real close and comfy with Mike Vrabel, the Patriots head coach, at a resort. There's quite a few pictures of them together, holding hands, hugging, lounging by the pool in the hot tub, just the two of them. And this is causing quite a stir because Mike Vrabel and Diana Rossini are both married to other people. And the evidence provided here is causing a divide, with some claiming that this is clear evidence of cheating and others saying, no, this isn't scandalous. This is actually just normal business etiquette. She's just there trying to get the scoop, and this is just all above board professionalism. It's some spicy, messy shit here, and I really want to go over it, so I'm going to show you everything. Real quick, though, I want to make a mention of something that people keep bringing up on stream, so I'm just going to talk about it real quick in this video. There is a Spotify page called Penguinz0. There's also one for Moist Critical Gaming, and people have stumbled upon it, and a lot of people believe that this is some bad actor nefariously re-uploading all of my shit over there. I just want to make it clear, it's me. Well, actually, Aaron. Aaron was the one that's just been uploading on Spotify. Now it's another friend of ours that does it, but it is actually us doing that. Because there's no reason not to do that, especially because of that exploit I talked about a while ago, where there were some bad actors that would re-upload people's audio clips to Spotify in order to copyright claim their actual YouTube videos. So about a year ago, we tried to just get ahead of that when that was starting to pop off, and we just started uploading my full videos over there. So don't panic. It's no one doing anything sketchy. It's just us re-uploading all the content over there, just for the sake of safety, and again, there's really no reason not to. So I guess also shouting out to Spotify here, if you have Spotify and prefer to watch or listen to things over there, videos are available there too. Anyway, let's now dive into the spaghetti and the meatballs here. Diana and Mike were spotted at a luxury hotel a couple weekends ago, and they spent quite a bit of time together, so here's a picture of them holding hands, and then here's them hugging on that same, like, rooftop area, looking out at the mountains and all of the beautiful green scenery out there. There's also photos of them in the hot tub together and by the pool together, and it's only ever just the two of them. It looks like your fantasy fairy tale vacation getaway. It honestly looks like they're on their honeymoon right now. And obviously this kind of was a big deal because they are both married to other people. And Diana in particular has been kind of vocal dunking on her husband over the years. She actually got a bit of a reputation for clowning on him and seemingly, like, belittling him publicly in front of the whole world to kind of point and laugh at her husband.
To address this, it happened earlier in our program today. For those of you who weren't watching, Diana Rossini said this.
And I think we all do weird things when we're in love, and we overshare and overpost. And look, he's getting married to a beautiful actress. I'm married to someone average. I don't post a lot about him. If I was married to someone beautiful, I'd overpost too.
Now, this doesn't seem nice. We have put together photos of Diana's husband here for everyone to see so you can make some amends on national television.
We're average together. And you know what the worst part is? He sent me a text during that segment, not watching because he actually works for a living. And he said, good luck today. Be great on Get Up. So the guy's got a heart of gold, and here I am on national TV killing him. Look, we're average together, but he makes me above average because he married me. So I am so sorry. I need to really stop killing my husband on television. I'm going to be divorced by Christmas.
That is heartbreaking to hear. Imagine you sending a text to the love of your life like, hey, good luck. I know you're going to kill it today. And then you come home and see that she's just like, yeah, I'm married to someone average. If it was someone beautiful, I'd overpost too. Bro, even just like picturing that's got me going into like a fugue state. Like I'm traveling through space and time. Like that is brutal. That is awful. And then you can see under the video there, that's just a screenshot someone had taken where, again, she just publicly clowns on her husband, where someone made a comment saying, you need a boyfriend, and she says, yeah, I tell that to my husband all the time. Ooh-wee, jeepers. Like that, I don't know how that just gets played off as like a joke. That's just a terrible thing to say about your life partner, your fucking supposed soulmate that you're married to just publicly being like, yeah, they're average, they're not beautiful or anything. If they were beautiful, I'd probably be posting a lot about them too, but I'm kind of ashamed, so, I throw them into the basement and try and just forget that they exist because they're not beautiful, they're just average. And then like, oh yeah, I really need a boyfriend. I keep telling my husband that, haha. That's fucked up, man. And I feel like if a guy went out there and said like, oh, my wife, she's a real battle axe, she's not really a looker, so I don't like to post about her, it would be perceived far different than Diana Rossini's clowning on her husband has been. I just don't know who hears that and thinks that it's like, ha ha ha, in good fun. I'm sure her husband also really appreciates when he gets insulted on live TV, and not even like playfully insulted, just called average at best. Your wife going out there on TV in front of the whole world, in front of God and anime, and just say like, yeah, my husband's not beautiful, so I don't like to post about him. That's extremely hurtful. Anyway, the point of me showing you this is that in light of these pictures and the story, which we're going to get a little more into the story, it feels believable that she would be unfaithful to her husband because she's made a habit out of publicly belittling him, insulting him, and just point blank saying that she doesn't find him beautiful. It's not like she ever like went back on that. Like, no, actually my husband is beautiful. She's like, no, look, he's average, but I'm average too. We're average together. We're both average in this together. But if he was beautiful, I'd be posting about him a lot. So like, it's all good. Like, it's all fine. Now, in light of this story blowing up, there has been a statement from the Athletic executive editor Steven Ginsburg saying that the photos are misleading and lack essential context. These were public interactions in front of many people. Diana is a premier journalist covering the NFL, and we're proud to have her at the Athletic. Rossini said in her own statement that many reporters in her field interact with sources outside of stadium and work venues, and the photos don't represent the group of 6 people who were hanging out during the day. So basically they're claiming that there were more people there and this is all just professional. This is something normal that, people in her field interact with sources outside of the stadium, which is very true. That does happen a lot. Sometimes you'll even see them like go hang out at a bar or go out to dinner or something. And that is professional. It's also very different than going to a luxury hotel and holding hands with your source, hugging your source, that kind of thing. That's very different. And they're claiming that there was a group of 6 people with them, but none of the alleged eyewitnesses corroborate that theory, that game theory. According to 3 other eyewitnesses, they told Page 6 that they didn't see Vrabel or Rossini with a group of friends or anything. They said, no, he was with a girl. And the sequence of photographs taken at various points during the day show only the 2 of them. Now, according to a source close to Diana, she was staying at the hotel during a hiking trip with 2 female friends, and Vrabel told Page 6 that they and the coach drove up for the day with another pal and then all drove back to their own hotel some 2 hours away after hanging out. But then, I guess, Diana and Vrabel were just still left alone there at the hotel after their friends all came through and partied and enjoyed their time together. Like, I guess that's the story. Probably worth mentioning that hotel they stay at, the Ambiente, prides itself on being a romantic getaway, boasting on its website about the 158 proposals that took place and the thousands of anniversaries and honeymoons that have been celebrated at that hotel. Like, that seems to be its main shtick. That's the big thing about this location. So it is a little peculiar that this was the hotel where everyone decided, let's go party at the Ambiente together, and then we're all going to leave except for Mike and Diana. You guys can hang out here. We're going to all drive 2 hours back to the other hotel. It's perplexing. It is a very interesting explanation here. Now, personally, even if that is true, I still think them holding hands and hugging and shit is not for the sake of the story and trying to get information out of her source or anything. That goes way above and beyond the Call of Duty there. That is not something reporters, I believe, typically choose to do. It just doesn't really check out. So personally, I'm of the belief that this is scandalous, especially due to Diana's very open book policy on dunking on her husband. It feels like this is something that is very out of line. I don't think this is something that should be happening between a reporter and their source. If this is actually normal, it shouldn't be, because this does feel like it's a romantic getaway between the two of them. I do believe that that's what's happening here. I don't really buy the argument that this is all just normal reporting. I just don't. But I'll go ahead and show you a perspective from someone who does believe that. Another big player in this field.
I don't think we really knew what was going on. Like, that's the first thing. We actually don't know. It's a bunch of still photos. We don't know. And people nowadays jump to conclusions so quickly, myself included. First minute I saw it, I was like, oh, what is she doing? Blah, blah. And then I'm like, I don't actually know what was going on. And I talked to a friend of mine, a woman reporter who has been in journalism for a long time. And she said, she's like, I don't want to jump to conclusions either, but it's definitely not smart of her to be in a hot tub at the same time as an NFL coach, so she's covering.
He keeps mentioning the hot tub photos and that it was a bad judgment call to do that. And he's right, that is a bad judgment call to do that. But he also neglects to talk about, like, the much more romantic photos between the two of them, which is the hand holding and the hugging and, like, longingly gazing out at the open scenery out there, that kind of thing, where it looks like they are a couple. So he is focused on, like, the hot tub ones and trying to come up with, like, explanations for how that could be normal for reporting, and I just don't subscribe to that idea at all. He just keeps saying that it wasn't a good idea optics-wise, as opposed to, like, believing something scandalous unfolded.
And I don't disagree. I also think there's a huge double standard. Like, if I were doing a story about Mike Vrabel, let's just say I was assigned a piece by The Athletic, and he's like, yeah, I'm just gonna, why don't you hang out with me at the pool today? You can interview me then. And I'm like, great. And I hang out with him for the day on the pool. And at one point he's like, oh, my back stiffens up. I'm gonna go in the hot tub. You wanna go in the hot tub? And I'll be like, yeah, I have a bad back, sure. Like, nobody would be like, reporter Jeff Pearlman has cozy relationship with Mike Vrabel. It is a woman thing. And it is unfair, but a reality for women reporters that they really have to be, it's unfair, but cautious.
That example completely falls apart, though, when you look at the other photos of them together. Jeff, if there were photos of you and Vrabel hanging out by the pool, fucking drinking brewskis, giggling, whatever, and then going into the hot tub, just hanging out, posting up just two bros being dudes, that's one thing. And you're right, no one's gonna be like, Mike and Jeff here are canoodling. But if there are then also photos of the two of you holding hands and maybe you nuzzling your head onto his chest as he's embracing you tightly with a big hug, like in the photos of him and Diana, then there definitely would be people that are saying, you have a very cozy relationship with Mike. This feels as though it is something more romantic as opposed to professional. 1000%, Jeff. That would absolutely happen. Because there's no way of explaining why you'd be holding hands and hugging each other. What? Did Mike's hands start cramping up so you were massaging them? Is that why they were holding hands? His hands just, they were cold, so they needed some body heat? Or what about, like, the big hug? Was this like an action shot and Mike had stumbled over, he slipped on a banana peel and was falling, so then he grabbed on to Diana and the two just ended up, like, hugging in order to balance out Mike? I doubt it. There's no real explanation for that other than just being cozy, Jeff.
when writing about, in particular, men. And like, if I was doing a Sean McVay profile and Sean McVay was like, why don't we just meet and we'll just go out to dinner and grab a bite? I wouldn't even think twice. I'd be like, sure. But if a woman reporter is seen with Mike Vrabel out at a restaurant, you could easily see, page 6, photos of Mike Vrabel with this reporter. Is this an affair? What is this?
I don't really think that example works all that well because reporters going out to dinner with the person they're interviewing is already normalized for both men and women. And yes, there definitely will be some people that make the assumption like, oh, this celebrity was with this reporter at dinner by candlelight, thus they must be dating, this must be some kind of, big nefarious affair. But that's a much bigger assumption to make. Like, that one is more of a leap because that is something that does actively happen often with both men and women reporters. What doesn't happen often is what we're seeing here with Diana and Mike, with the holding hands, hugging, that kind of thing, at a resort known for, like, honeymoons and getaways and proposals and stuff like that. A romantic resort getaway where it is only the two of them that are seen. The other people, there's no evidence that they were actually there, at least not from everything that's available at this moment, other than people claiming that they were there, like the individuals claiming that they were there. None of the eyewitnesses note that there was anyone besides the two of them. That is much different than just going to dinner with your source.
So it's just such a painful double standard. Another thing is she has a very long, high-quality reputation. And I'm just not willing to jump on there was something nefarious going on here. They're having an affair, they're having a scandal, blah, blah, blah. I'm just not there. Now, maybe I'm wrong, but I'm not taking a bunch of photos and doing what we do in 2026, jumping all over it. If there was video, I guess maybe, if one of them admitted it, if the spouse, blah, blah, blah. I just don't know. Now, all that being said, is it smart of her to go in a hot tub with an NFL coach? I know it's unfair, but no.
Again, he is so fixated on just the hot tub photo. I don't know if that's all he saw is like the pool and hot tub photo and he didn't see the others. I really don't know, but that's not like the most telling one, I would argue. Again, it's very possible they're not having an affair, but this behavior is certainly not professional and it is very weird to be acting this way with your source. Anyway, I'm sure there will be additional information on the relationship between these two, and I'm going to keep paying attention to it because I'm actually pretty interested to see how it all unfolds here. Anyway, that's really about it. So, yep. I've recently been in my oversized, comfy shirt era here, and by oversized, I mean I cranked it all the way up to a large for these purchases. That's why you've been seeing a wide array of different colors of shorts. Shorts as well. I get very quirky with my short selection, but that's why I've been seeing like this wide variety of shirt colors outside of just the standard plain white tee. And there's a couple big reasons for it. One, as I get older, it feels real good just being real breathable here and having all this room for playtime with my appendages, you know what I mean? Without it feeling all tight and stuffy. And two, underneath these pump covers, I have been diligently sculpting a body of steel from this canvas of marble that is my upper body and lower body. And so, like a prized luxury car, I'm keeping the cover on here, so that way when I take it off, it'll be a big reveal, you know what I mean? Maybe. I don't know. It's hard for me to, like, get big. I get stronger, but getting bigger, I get, like, meatball mode. I don't, you'll see. Over the last, 3 months I've gained 10 or so pounds, and I'm getting closer to my strength goals. I'm getting there, but we still have quite a ways to go. But the only reason we've been yapping about this, by the way, is because since I've been getting so serious about this, I've been using YouTube as a resource for a lot of wide variety of things, and as such, YouTube has felt the need to push steroid-based content onto me now. It really wants me to start getting on a nice trin regimen. So I'm getting fed all kinds of lifters who are juiced to the gills, which whatever, as long as you're upfront and honest about the usage of it, I don't really give much of a fuck. You do what you want to do. But it is very crazy to me how normalized it's become in the fitness industry, where it's almost like a mandatory thing for a lot of people just breaking into that industry. It's pretty nuts. But anyway, today, instead of feeding me content that was lifting and steroids, it was just showing me roid rage. And one of them came from Midwest Safety with this goober who is clearly on the tartar sauce, going ballistic after getting his 37th noise complaint.
On September 27, 2023, in Joliet, Illinois, officers were dispatched to a gym for the 36th consecutive noise complaint. This time, they'd had enough.
Go in the gym? Come for now real quick. No? Can I talk to you? No. You don't want to talk to me? No.
Sounded like a fucking Offspring concert in there. That is some loud music blasting in there. And if you look at the time on the recording, it's pretty early in the morning. The early bird is not getting the worm. He's getting a fucking injection into the butt cheek there. Holy. So it is very loud music. But, you know, noise complaints oftentimes are just kind of a nuisance, like a headache. They're not like a super serious thing. This being his 36th consecutive one over a really small period of time is interesting because brother just turned down the music. Why keep doing this song and dance? It's a fucking gym. Most people going there are going to be having their AirPods or whatever in anyway. They're going to listen to their own music, not the house music. I can count on one hand the amount of times I've seen people in a public gym just raw dogging it with no headphones or no, ear devices to listen to their own music. There's just no need to be playing it that loud. The people there don't care, I doubt. Unless that's like part of the culture of the gym he owns there where you can't listen to your own music, you've got to listen to his Spotify playlist. Like, I just don't really see this being worth the tug of war here with the people that are complaining about the noise complaints. Just turn it down. It's just not that important.
I'm in the middle of a workout. Okay, we're getting noise complaints. You're okay with that? Whatever you gotta do, man. You got your ID with you? No. Not gonna give me ID. You're not welcome in here. Not gonna give me ID? Get the f*** out. You wanna do it like this? I wanna do it like this. Okay. I'm in the middle of a workout.
Whoa, gentlemen, hold your horses. He's in the middle of a workout. Did you not know that? That means you gotta pack your bags and go home. You no longer have any authority in this domain here. He is in the middle of a workout. I love the way he says that, like it's Pirates of the Caribbean when parlay gets said. Like everything has to stop, like full halt right now. Also, I was reading an article from a lifter. I already forgot who it was, but it was like 4 or 5 days ago. They made a mention about like being barefoot in public gyms and how like easily it can transmit HPV. I didn't dive deeper into it or like look at the research behind it, but seeing him barefoot in this gym here and then walking outside barefoot, it just immediately made me remember that. And again, I don't know, all of the data behind it, but looking at him with his fucking barefoot stompers out, his fucking tootsies, his little piggies running wild there, that does seem a little gross.
So I would just want to talk to you. What's up? And then push you out? Because nudge me out of I open the door.
I'm getting sued for harassment. This is private property. You do not sit here in front of my motherfucking gym and cause fucking disturbance. No, you. Don't fuck with me. Don't fuck with me today. No, yeah, you are. Yes, you are. You guys are sitting here fucking staring at my shit. These guys don't pay $50 a month, Jim.
Brother, they're not sitting outside your gym for the sole purpose of just looking at the clientele. Them paying $50 a month has nothing to do with your own personal behavior, man. Again, this whole thing could have been avoided by just turning the music down one of 35 other times, 36 times. Like, it's super simple. And now one of the officers showed up. He asked for ID. That was it. He immediately blew a gasket, having a conniption about it. So now they rolled out in force, and now it's escalated to a much bigger deal. It's all his behavior, because he can't control his fucking emotions. He's now in just full tantrum mode here. He is now having roid rage, and it's only going to get worse from here, when it didn't need to. It has nothing to do with how much your members are paying to be at that gym. You're the one that's making it worse for them.
I don't give a fuck. I think she's a fucking... That person is known for fucking have a mental disability. It is in court fucking documented. That's right. So you go it's no, I already did. What the fuck are you gonna do to me? You ain't gonna do shit. What the fuck are you doing rolling 4 deep? Shut the fuck up.
All I was asking for your ID.
You ain't getting shit. You're about to get fucking sued for harassment. You're disrupting my motherfucking...
You are disrupting it. You are causing the scene.
Well, that wasn't a very tough statement. He's using the weapon of the enemy, the Karens that often throw around frivolous lawsuit threats. Come on, man. Though, I'm not gonna lie to you, sports fans, I'd be very curious to see how a harassment lawsuit would have shaken down in this instance here. But he's saying that the person who reported it is known for having a mental disability or something. I don't really know what he thought that would change. Like, what did he expect the officers to do? Just be like, oh shit, we are so sorry, sir. We didn't know she had a mental disability. Sorry to have wasted your time. We're actually going to go arrest her for having that mental disability and, filing this false report here on the noise levels. Like, she is right. It is really loud. Like, is that an annoying thing? Yeah. And it's also a really simple thing to just turn down the music. Like, it's not like she made a false noise complaint. You can hear that this shit is deafening through the body cam. It is loud as fuck. Like, it's not like she was wrong or anything, so I don't know what he thought would change there. He blew this way out of proportion, because again, all he had to do was just, like, slightly turn it down. That's it.
If you give this officer your information...
You're not allowed in here. You're not the allowed in here. You're not allowed in here. Relax. You're not allowed in here. You're ripping my fucking shoulder. You're ripping my fucking shoulder.
Yeah, so it escalates. It ends in a big old scuffle there with the gym owner. He's like a kaiju right now. He's like holding all of them back. He's got one guy pressed against the glass. He does end up getting tased, and then one of the gym patrons here comes up and is giving them an earful, a stern talking to. Don't know who he is or his relation to the gym owner. Maybe he's like the spotter for his nutsack when he's teabagging the members' wallets. Like, I really don't know why he's so personally invested in this guy, because again, he was the one causing the scene. He immediately blew up the second one officer arrived, just like asking him, hey, can we get your ID and, get this solved real quick?
Fuck tasers in.
Okay, hang on.
Look what you guys just did on fucking Wednesday morning at 5 o'clock.
While they're arresting the guy, pretty much all of the gym members come together to insult them, and that one guy, the initial responder there, even gets on the horn with someone to complain about the officers. I'm guessing he tried to get in contact with their manager or something, I don't really know. But yeah, they all come together to start insulting them.
I literally was just gonna ask you for your ID, bro. That's it. We're gonna have to do all this.
Oh man, it's been fucking. I just had to go through court for all this shit again.
I get it, man, but like, when I first got here, I was cool with you. I was just trying to talk to you, and right away you start screaming at me. Okay?
He simmers down a lot in the back of the cop car there. He really takes a chill pill there. The high wore off, and he's coming down from the roid rage. Anyway, though, this just got fed to me by the YouTube algorithm, that enigma, and I just wanted to yap about it a bit. That's it. See ya. Now just breathe. Now big push, push, push. Here I am. There's a little birthing simulation for you for what it would look like if it was me that was popping out. I got a couple things I want to yap about today. And I think it's only appropriate that I start with the topic that I have been glued to for many months now, the degeneracy in the Pokemon card community. There's been another arrest.
Surprise discovery at a Best Buy in Pasadena. A man was found inside that closed store. A group of Pokemon card collectors were camping outside the Best Buy all night. They noticed a large police response and found out a man was still inside the store.
That is a surprisingly large police response there. That shit was looking like it was straight out of Rainbow Six Siege. They had blitz rolling up there. About this individual that was hiding inside of Best Buy, presumably camping the restock.
We heard from witnesses who say they believe that man was hiding in the Best Buy before closing so that he could get to those Pokemon trading cards.
That is peak male performance right there. Just take a peek at that perpetrator right there. That is the face of Team Rocket. Like, this guy, I think we can say with a high level of confidence, was definitely there for the Pokemon cards. But I imagine he was doing it out of his own self-preservation. He's probably seen all of the knuckle sandwiches that are flying at Pokemon restocks, because that is when PvP is enabled and it is just people fighting, and Pokemon cards are secondary. They're trying to beat the goddamn loot out of everyone there like it's GTA, but instead of dropping money, they're dropping Pokemon boxes in the aisles. So this guy probably saw all of that kerfuffle and decided the safest way was to just already be there when the restocks happen so he could grab the product and get out before anyone gets a chance to give him a fucking atomic wedgie and beat his face in.
Pokemon 151. Yeah, we're here for the 151.
I was just here for some Pokemon drop, but I went to the restroom, not even 15 minutes. I come back and there's cops everywhere.
That man, there you see him, was taken into custody.
Admittedly, this is new. I haven't seen any scalpers get arrested for this yet. This guy is a pioneer in the meta for the degeneracy in this community. So he got arrested for being in Best Buy past store closing, camping out there like he's a fucking old school prank YouTuber where they spend 24 hours in Target, how naughty, hiding in the toilet paper aisle, that kind of thing. He tried to pull that off in order to get a leg up on the mad dash for the new restock. And he's getting thrown in the slammer for it seems. And they rolled in deep. They came up to this Best Buy looking like they were about to apprehend fucking Cobra Commander. But anyway, I wanted to yap about that guy's arrest, but now I want to get into a couple of other topics. First, the Call of Duty movie director. This is directed by a specimen named Peter Berg. Let me double check. I actually can't remember. This guy hasn't made anything good, so it's hard for me to remember this name. Peter Berg. It is Peter Berg. Peter Berg is the director that is slated to make the Call of Duty movie. This is an official production. This is a big budget Call of Duty movie. Peter Berg is most known, at least I believe, is most known for one of the most infamous flops that many people might recall. Battleship. The movie with Rihanna. That's some of Peter Berg's finest top-shelf work. And, well, who better to make a Call of Duty movie than a washed-up director like Peter Berg? A crazy fit, but it gets better, because Peter Berg openly hates video games. He even specifically called out Call of Duty like 13 years ago. During an interview, Peter Berg was asked for his take on war video games, and he replied, pathetic. Keyboard courage. Can't stand it. The only people that I give a Call of Duty get out of jail free card to is the military. They're out there serving and they're bored and they want to entertain themselves. Okay, maybe. Kids? Uh-huh. And then he was asked if Navy SEALs play those games. He replied, some of them do, but I tell them I think it's pathetic. I think anyone that sits around playing video games for 4 hours, it's weak. Get out, do something. Yeah, get out, do something. Like, go watch Battleship the movie, directed by Peter Berg. I like how this fucking guy is a movie director, and he thinks that's just very high level, so much more sophisticated than playing games for a few hours, instead going to kill a few hours watching his dog shit films. He's so much better than you gamers. And then even says that he tells the SEALs that play games that they're pathetic. What a douchebag. What an absolute loser. So anyway, this is the director of the Call of Duty movie. He openly despises video games. I don't know if his mind's changed over the years. I doubt it. But it's actually so fascinating to me because this keeps happening. For some reason, the Hollywood humiliation ritual continues where they take huge juggernaut IP and then marry it to a director or a team that fucking hates it. Just openly, outright boasts about how much they don't like it. Most notably, the one I always go to is the Halo television series, where they even just stated proudly that they do not play the games and don't want to. They want to do something entirely different because they know better, that kind of thing. And there's plenty of examples of that happening with tons of IPs being adapted. And for some reason, they keep doing that, even though it always fails and flounders. And there is numerous cases of taking beloved IP and pairing it with someone who also is passionate about the IP, delivering great products. So it doesn't have to be just take IP and give it to someone who hates it. You could take IP and give it to someone who likes it, and you'll get a better product for it. There's plenty of case studies of that happening, yet for some reason they keep doing shit like this, of giving it to someone who just doesn't like it and doesn't want to do it at all. They're just cashing in a paycheck. Blows my fucking mind, but it's Call of Duty. Should really not expect anything else besides just the most lackluster shit ever. Anyway, the last topic I briefly want to touch on is a new comedy that started. Raise your hand if you've heard of Kevin. No hands, huh? Yeah, I'm not surprised. It's something the Jedi wouldn't tell you about. It's like fucking Darth Plagueis. This is a show that's really flown under the radar. I've only heard of it because Matt sent me a review that was made about it. This is an Aubrey Plaza adult animation, and this review is scathing, to say the least. It is a brutal critique of it. And it was so intense that it piqued my curiosity, so I watched the first episode to see if it really is as bad as the review suggested it is. And even though I was only able to stomach one episode, I can comfortably say that it is. If for some reason, so many of these animated adult series now try and just emulate Big Mouth. Big Mouth is my least favorite comedy ever made, by the way. I've said that a lot, and it remains true to this day. I think it is an insufferable, miserable, awful show to sit through, and yet for some reason it started a trend where everything else tries to be Big Mouth. It's like if you saw a pile of dog shit and you got inspired. You're like, oh wow, what a pile of dog shit. I bet I can make some of that shit myself. And then you go take a poop. Like, it blows my mind. But anyway, Kevin has the exact same DNA as Big Mouth, even shares the same style for the most part. So something that initially caught my eye in the review is about this attempt at a gag. So Kevin is a cat who lives in an apartment, and then his human couple breaks up, but he decides he can brave the world on his own. He doesn't need human companions. And a big thing about Kevin is he has a protuberant anus, a fact that is repeated with fervor that suggests the writers believe it to be powerful enough to merit a long-running gag badge. Stop talking about your deformed anus, slurs Kevin's alcoholic goose friend Chuck. It's not deformed, shouts Kevin. It's prolapsed. And lo, the soul begins its inexorable decline. When I first read that, I thought it was exaggeratory, but in the first episode alone, I'm pretty sure there were 4 mentions specifically about his deformed asshole. Kevin, your asshole's so freaky. It's not freaky, it's prolapsed. Cue canned laughter, laugh sound effects. So it is something that they do seem to really like, is the catchphrase, and Kevin explains it that his brother, when they were kittens, was sucking on his asshole, causing it to prolapse, and that's why it looks that way, but it's totally normal. Haha. I really don't get what the obsession is with these adult animated shows needing to focus so specifically on animal assholes and cock. Like, just last year, and I know I yapped about this then, but just as a reminder, last year, there was something that came out called Fixed, from a legendary talent, Genndy Tartakovsky, who has made some masterpiece animated series. And for some reason, he squeaks this out, and everything that was marketed around it was all about dog butthole and dogs fucking, that kind of thing. And Kevin's like the same thing, except with cats now in this one. Why does it have to be that way? Why? It's weird. It's not entertaining. It's just fucking odd. Anyway, back to Kevin though. Another line from the review that really had me interested in seeing if it is this bad was this. Laugh-wise, it's a washout. Punchlines collapse mid-punch. Other jokes make no sense. Here, for example, is Cupcake on why she is called Cupcake. Because if you like what's on the bottom, you are insane. This is not a joke. This is a handful of words in a raincoat. That's actually verbatim how it goes in the show, by the way. When she's explaining the origin of her name Cupcake, that is what she says. Because if you like what's on the bottom, you're insane, and then pushes him in. It's bad. Anyway, I watched that first episode, and I didn't want to feel like it was all for nothing, entirely wasted time, so I just wanted to briefly yap about it. Then I at least tried it after reading the review. I didn't like it. Anyway, yeah, these were just a few topics I wanted to yap about. That's really about it. So yeah. Hey there, chum. It's me, your positive pal Charles, and, well, I gotta tell you, I'm gonna be singing a bit of a different tune today, and I know I'm usually known for my optimism, but I just heard the holly jolly news that one of only 3 RAM manufacturers is bowing out of selling RAM to ordinary average consumers. Instead, Micron wants to shift its focus to AI. Not an exaggeration, by the way. There is only 3 big holy. I'm porky pigging. I'm so upset. There is only 3 big RAM manufacturers out there, and Micron, crucial, they are now just bending over and taking the AI dick in the butt, and is instead just giving the big double middle finger to all ordinary consumers out there, which will obviously drive the price for RAM even higher. In an announcement on Wednesday, Micron says it's winding down its consumer-focused business and will improve supply and support for our larger strategic customers in faster growing segments, aka AI companies. So every Joe Schmo out there, I hope you're ready to start Googling how to download more RAM again like it's 2005, because it's about to get confusing with these prices. It's going to be bad. Now let's take a peek at the doomsday scroll here. Micron will continue crucial consumer product shipments through the consumer channel until the end of the fiscal Q2. Company will work closely with partners and customers through this transition, will provide continued warranty service and support for crucial products. Micron will continue to support the sale of Micron-branded enterprise products to commercial channel customers globally. The AI-driven growth in the data center has led to a surge in demand for memory and storage. Micron has made the difficult decision to exit crucial consumer business in order to improve supply and support for our larger strategic customers in faster-growing segments. Thanks to a passionate community of consumers, the Crucial brand has become synonymous with technical leadership, quality, and reliability of leading-edge memory and storage products. We would like to thank our millions of customers, hundreds of partners, and all of the Micron team members who have supported the Crucial journey for the last 29 years. Also, big fuck you, we're leaving. Thanks for making us all this money and making us a very attractive target for AI companies so we can suckle their fucking titties, and now you can suck our entire asshole. Bye, nerds. That part was ad-lib. That didn't come directly from the chief of business officer at Micron, but that's basically what he's saying. This decision reflects Micron's commitment to its ongoing portfolio transformation and the resulting alignment of its business to secular, profitable growth vectors in memory and storage. By concentrating on core enterprise and commercial segments, Micron aims to improve long-term business performance and create value for strategic got me tripping over my words, for strategic customers as well as stakeholders. Micron intends to reduce impact on team members due to this business decision through redeployment opportunities into existing open positions within the company. Understandably, this news hasn't exactly been a slam dunk here. It hasn't been received very positively from ordinary people because this is them hawking a loogie in your mouth. They are spitting on you. And I have a hunch that they're not exactly shedding tears over it. In fact, if I was to cosplay the upper echelon zombies in suits at the head of Micron, this is probably how they reacted to all of your blabbering about their decision. A whip and a nay-nay on that financial ruin, nerd. It is them just openly stating proudly, yeah, we're exiting the consumer space and instead just going to serve AI. It's more lucrative. Good luck. And that's it. They sail off into the sunset. The numbers I was seeing online, Micron accounted for 26% of this consumer market that they are now exiting. Pretty big shoes to fill. That's an awfully large hole. That's an awfully expensive gap that's going to be left with most likely a lot of pain in there for your average ordinary consumer. And here's something I've been saying for a while that a lot of people like to bite my ass for about being too doom and gloom, but it's only going to get worse. I have said this for a while, and people love to celebrate AI when it's replacing people's jobs that they don't like or they don't respect. Like recently, I saw a lot of people celebrating the AI dubbing from Amazon because it replaced voice actors they didn't like, so they were laughing, ha ha ha, you got replaced by AI, ha ha ha, won't happen to me, ha ha ha. No matter who you are, no matter what your job is, even if you don't have a job, even if you exist as a fucking slug man creature with shit-stained britches every day and night just cruising the internet, AI is indeed affecting you because this is not going to be the only company to make this decision, by the way, but even this company making this decision immediately fucking affects you, goofball, because you are now going to be paying more for your experience of if you build a PC or if you're even buying a PC or something. All of these things are getting more expensive as companies continue to bow down and swallow as much meat as possible to the AI overlords and forsake the ordinary consumers in the pursuit of this fucking nebulous idea of the future. And I've said since the very beginning, there is a lot of positives that can come from AI when it's utilized in sectors that make sense, such as in the medical field or for bulk data collection, stuff like that. There's a lot that we can benefit from as human beings, but it seems like the gold rush and where tons and tons of unfathomable amounts of money, oodles of cash is being poured into, are into the creative sector, where it's looking to replace humans for cheaper, where it's looking to get rid of humans in general because it's cheaper for companies to rely on AI once the technology is there. And what you're seeing here is an example of, in this pursuit, companies are going to start latching on because they can find more money by selling directly to these AI brands that are pursuing this, as opposed to even worrying about normal consumers. It's bad for everybody. I don't know why some people are struggling to come to terms with that or like plugging their ears to it. No matter who you are, no matter what you do or what you don't do, you are being affected mostly negatively by AI right now too, Buster. And like I said, I can't imagine this being the only company to make this decision. I'm not saying the other two RAM manufacturers are going to follow suit. Maybe they do, maybe they don't. I have no way of knowing that. I just feel like this is the first domino to fall in what will likely be quite a few other big brands choosing AI over ordinary consumers. I think this is just the tip of the iceberg. We are just getting started here with this fucking disaster. This shit is poop, man. It is so stinky. And it's like I said, only getting worse. Now, I don't even know why I feel the need to bring this up, but I'm going to anyway. I have, of course, seen cope with people defending this, saying that it is short-term pain for long-term gain, where they believe at some unspecified date into the future, this will actually be so good for consumers. We just have to grit our teeth and bear this for a little while, and it's going to be green pastures and sunshine and rainbows very soon. We'll be living in a utopia thanks to all of this. Yeah, Micron abandoning us may hurt now, but we have to look at it from their eyes. They can make a lot more money now, which means in the future, we can get things better. It'll be cheaper in the future. Somehow, once all these data centers are built and they're going to start caring about ordinary people then, and that's when it's great for us. We just have to wait until then. Okay, I'll believe it when I see it. Would love that to be the case. Don't see that happening at all. This feels like it's short-term gain, long-term gain. Fuck you to the flesh and blood. AI is the future. Like, that feels like that is the entirety of this plan. Anyway, this is a joyous start to the impending RAM crisis. Big thanks to Micron. You guys really knocked it out of the park with this one. You nailed it. This is some good stuff. So, looks like 2026, we have our start date for the big problem in the consumer PC space. Get ready to start forking over huge clams in the near future. Really fucking terrible stuff. Anyway, I'll stop blabbering about it. That's about it. See ya. You ever experience a Winter Soldier moment, son? Well, you're about to. I'm going to trigger one for you. Campbell's Chicken Noodle Possibilities. You remember that? Well, what if those possibilities were that you're consuming terrible 3D printed bioengineered meat? That right now is the big story around Campbell's, whom I'm sure all of you are familiar with Campbell's food products. I think a lot of us here have grown up with it. There was a recording that just got released that was filmed in secret by an employee that was, I guess, listening to a goddamn podcast from the VP of information at Campbell's, who was ranting and raving about how terrible the quality of their food is and why he'd never buy it, how it's food for poor people, calling it bioengineered, 3D printed, basically just saying it's all like a bunch of shit you feed to piggies, not people. Then he also started like insulting Indians during this. It was like an hour and a half long recording, allegedly. It was recorded by a former employee named Robert Garza, who's filing a lawsuit about basically being wrongfully terminated because he tried to like complain about this kind of behavior. And the person apparently that has been recorded is Campbell's VP of Information Technology, Martin Bawley. I learned about this eye-opening revelation on stream, so I'm going to show you those clips, which also has like the pertinent audio section about like the bioengineered meat. Because that is a pretty big claim to say that it's like not real, low-quality, bioengineered meat from a 3D printer. 3D printed meat, that's like fucking SpongeBob canned bread moment right there. I didn't think we were at that point, and I still don't think we are. I'm pretty sure this guy was just a bit off his gourd during this rant, and it seems like it was a rant he was delivering straight from the soul. To be able to yap for an hour and a half, apparently uninterrupted, just raving about the company you are a VP at, like that's a lot. So I feel like he kind of got a little lost in the sauce. I would be very surprised to learn that it's actually 3D printed meat. I think what he was just trying to express is that it's so beneath him he would never eat this poor people food that his company makes. That seems to be the what he was trying to express. You hear about the Campbell's soup drama right now? Security analysts secretly recorded the executive VP for the company saying the soup is made with bioengineered meat that they make for poor people. What? Yeah, I just read a comment, and I just looked it up. There's a bunch of articles. Campbell's Soup at risk of being shut down in Florida because there was secret audio that was recorded with the VP saying that their meat is bioengineered, like slop, basically, quote, made for poor people.
Oh yeah, bioengineered meat, chicken from 3D printer. Campbell's Soup VP mocks poor people who buy its food.
I have got to check this shit out later. What
the fuck?
3D printed meat.
Yeah, what the fuck? These stories always blow my mind because how many people have to know and not say anything.
Yeah, like this is just one of those things where there are so many people in this pipeline, and this is the first I've ever heard of that. We have shit for fucking poor people. I don't buy fucking Campbell's products now that I know. Oh my god. This is crazy.
I'm attorney Mark Bernstein.
Oh, Jesus.
Now that I know what the fuck's in it.
How is that? Like, I didn't even think we had that technology yet to, like, print meat.
So we do, but it's currently more expensive. It's super interesting because this guy also just sounds stupid.
Is taking legal action against
bioengineered meat. If I'm not mistaken, is really expensive right now because they can't do it in bulk.
It's got to be something, right? They have to found some way of doing it cheap.
Explosive allegations about one of its top executives.
I guess the other thing is, I can almost guarantee Campbell's probably comes out and goes, "Hey, we don't print our chicken."
Well, but apparently it's an audio recording of the VP saying that. I want to hear the audio. Where is it?
Of Monroe.
Yeah, that's my thought, though, is like the higher-ups are going to come out and be like, what the fuck is this guy talking about?
Yeah, but it's the VP. Okay, here, hold on. Here's the audio.
So in a company like Campbell's, there's probably like 1,000 VPs.
You think so? I guess that's true.
Yeah, here,
Each
I
branch.
can look on LinkedIn.
Robert Garza
VP is like the
Monroe.
lowest end of the impressive sounding title, basically.
Okay.
I don't buy Campbell's products barely anymore. So healthy. Now that I know what the in it.
Campbell's
Even
Soup
in can of
Company.
soup, I
I'm
look
gonna
at it,
look them up on LinkedIn. Let's see.
Bioengineered meat. I don't want to eat a piece of chicken that came from a 3D printer. You?
The recording.
Okay, hearing the recording, it sounds like he's exaggerating. It sounds like the 3D printer is something he made up. But he's basically saying, like, this is actual trash food I would never eat. I don't want to eat meat that came from a 3D printer, do you? It sounds like he's the one that's, like, pulling that out, not saying that it actually comes from that.
Yeah, it's like hyperbolic a little bit.
Yeah.
Interesting.
But even still, just putting that out there is just an immediate, like, bomb to the company.
Yeah, like, I have to imagine their stock has dropped.
Man, that's so fucking
alleges Campbell's Soup VP made racist comments and says its food is made for poor people. Yeah, it seems like this guy lost his noggin.
It's a 15... Well, the recording lasted longer than an hour and 15 minutes.
I just saw that.
Holy shit. What, was he just, like, uninterrupted monologuing at the office here while this guy recorded it?
A guy just went, over and over as he recorded on his phone.
Oh, yeah, I know exactly.
Sir.
They couldn't think for the I'm like, you dumb
Just pure disgust.
And when he complained,
The response to Robert sticking up for other people is he gets fired.
I'm so curious what even spawned this rant from him. Like, did he just come in randomly like, all right, everyone gather around, I got a campfire story to tell you. Fuck Campbell's, this is shit for poor people, listen to me, listen well. Like, I wonder what got him down this road in the first place. Just like this snowball turning into an avalanche of a rant against the company where he is like a higher level position at. Like, maybe it was something as simple as Robert being like, hey man, what's going on today? He's like, well, let me fucking tell you what's going on today. It's crazy. And so he did record this. It feels cut and dry here that this is that guy saying these things. And in retaliation, after complaining, he was fired. He was sticking up for his fellow employees and got fired for it. Big Campbell's themselves have responded saying, if the comments heard on the audio recording were in fact made by Mr. Bali, they are unacceptable. Such language does not reflect our values and the culture of our company. We do not tolerate this kind of language under any circumstances. So, criticizing his use of sentence enhancers. He's got a bit of a sailor's mouth on him, and Campbell's is condemning that. He's been temporarily put on leave while they conduct their own investigation. They noted his role in IT, which has nothing to do with how Campbell's makes its food, which is true. When I first was reading this story, it wasn't exactly clear to me what his role is, but after looking it up, he is not in, the production of its food, so it would be information he wouldn't be privy to in the first place, which is why I said during the stream it sounds like he's just exaggerating about, 3D printed meat. He views it as just, this lesser food because he's a fucking executive or something at Campbell's, so he wouldn't touch the shit. I don't think he's actually claiming it's 3D printed, and I would be very surprised if it was, because that would be extremely fucking expensive. More expensive than just sourcing cheaper chicken somewhere. But they responded to this saying, we are proud of the food we make, the people who make it, and the high quality ingredients we use to provide consumers with good food at a good value. We know that millions of people use Campbell's products, and we're honored by the trust they put in us. The comments heard on the recording about our food are not only inaccurate, they are patently absurd. Campbell's then said that the chicken meat in its soup comes from long-trusted USDA-approved U.S. suppliers with high-quality standards. So basically their response is, this is a load of hooey, this guy's a fucking wacko, and everything he said is a bunch of horseradish. Which, yeah, that makes sense as a response here. He does sound off his rocker during the recording, just bouncing from one complaint to another. And like I said, I really doubt that they actually 3D print their chicken at Campbell's. I've liked Campbell's my whole life. I've never had a problem with it. Is it the highest quality gourmet food you can eat? No. And it's not supposed to be. I don't see what there is to be so incredibly angry about, where you're just shitting on it entirely, saying it's strictly for poor people, it's bioengineered 3D printed meat, it would never touch my refined palate. Absolutely not. It's fucking absurd, man. Campbell's is for anyone that wants a cheap, quick little meal that's decent. That's always been where Campbell's lives, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that. But it is so fucking weird to hear him go on this rant. I do think this will do legitimate damage to the company, given his position and his fiery words here. And it's also terrible what happened to Robert, where you get punished for trying to do the right thing. So hopefully he wins that lawsuit here. Because it sounds like this guy just went fucking rogue. It doesn't sound like Campbell's is going to be backing him up, at least not right now. It doesn't seem to be like that. But I guess we'll have to see. Maybe it turns out this recording is, a bunch of horse hockey. It's not real or something, but I doubt it. Seems like it probably is. Anyway, though, just found this to be interesting, wanted to share it. That's about it. See ya. I was going to turn on the desk light here to illuminate it a bit better, so it doesn't look like I'm telling scary ghost stories, but I decided I kind of like this vibe for the topic, because this is a scary topic. Too many people are sleeping on an incredible show. I'm not seeing enough glaze. I'm not seeing enough movement, I'm going to be honest. There is a show that I just finally finished, that only just recently ended, that I am just not seeing get proper nut care. I'm not seeing enough people fondling those balls. It's To Be Hero X. So far, it is my favorite anime of 2025. I do still have a couple others to catch up on, but I can't really imagine any of them somehow surpassing this in my eyes. I think the show is extraordinary. The first, 3 or 4 episodes had me under a very different impression for what kind of show this was going to be. Immediately, it's pretty clear that the animation is beautiful, and it's a show that uses multiple styles. So, it'll flip-flop between, an arcane vibe and then a traditional 2D anime style. And it does it with the snap of a finger. The best hero, the strongest character, X, you will sometimes hear snap his finger, and that's when it flips from arcane to some of the most breathtaking 2D animation you'll find in a show. Like, it's not to, Demon Slayer Infinity Castle level, but it's really not far behind either. It excels in its visuals. So, it is majority 2D, but for the first arc, like the first character you follow, Nice, it's mainly arcane-ish. And I think it is so cool when it flips back and forth. It is so creative. It doesn't feel like a gimmick or anything, because it doesn't need to rely on it. Like I said, it's mostly 2D, but it does go between them occasionally. And it is so unbelievably pretty. Now, don't worry, Puppet Pals, I am going to Gushing Grannies further on its visuals, but before that, I want to tell you what the show's about. So, this is a world where there are heroes and powers, and those powers are directly tied to how much others believe in them. It's trust value. So if people have faith in somebody, that trust value goes up and it makes them stronger, or if they don't have any powers, gives them some based on people's perception of that person. For example, there is a character, a hero named Firm Man, whom always stands tall, standing up straight, firm, and basically nothing can crush him or move him or anything, because when he was a firefighter, he caught some debris that was about to fall and kill a child, saving her life. So when that story broke, people started to believe in him with that perception of being immovable, firm. So it gave him those powers. It's a creative spin in the genre. I actually really appreciated it. But there's also another force out there that's starting to take hold, and it's fear. Fear also grants people some extraordinary abilities, and of course these two forces clash. That's kind of the big point of To Be Hero X, but it also has a really interesting format where instead of following one character in a story across a season, it follows multiple heroes. And when I say multiple, I'm not talking one or two, I'm talking 6 or 7. So they'll dedicate 2 or 3 episodes to a hero giving you their backstory, as well as setting them up as a domino in an event that has happened. And now these dominoes are falling over, so everything starts to collide and everything plays together. And what sounds like it could be really messy and convoluted, or even annoying, jumping from so many characters in so many different positions, it's not. It flows so well. In the last 5 episodes of this season, I could not turn it off. I literally could not pull myself away from watching it. It was so gripping. I think it is just a really, really well done story. And the first handful of episodes had me believe this show was going to be something that it's not, because it felt very slice of lifey, and it felt like it didn't take itself super seriously, and it was more about maybe comedic aspects or something like that. It's not. There's nothing childish about it or slice of lifey or anything. It's a really well done deep story that gives a lot of emotional depth to its characters, and it's not afraid to kill people off as well. It was very refreshing. It does feel very different from pretty much all other superhero anime. Now, in this world, there's also a ranking tournament that goes on where the strongest heroes will fight each other in order to establish their trust values, because everyone's going to watch and they'll see who's the strongest, what's going on, and the strongest character gets crowned X. And typically when someone gets crowned X, the strongest, they only hold that title for a very brief period of time because everyone else is able to catch up and surpass them in the next tournament. But the new X is someone we don't know a whole lot about, but he defeats people in an instant with a snap of his fingers. He's just victorious at all times. And this guy aura farms like a motherfucker. He is super cool. He is such a cool character. He has very, very, very little screen time, but every time he is in an episode, he's the highlight of it. And it just gets you glued to it. I really, I cannot praise this show enough. It's not just carried by outstanding visuals. It is the complete package. But anyway, since I did mention the visuals again, I can't stress enough just how good looking this show is. I think this has the best fights of the year as well. Pretty much every single episode has a huge battle, a big fight between characters. And they do not cut any corners. Holy shit. It is so well animated and well choreographed. They are like drawn out long fight sequences, just full throttle. And they are outstanding. Especially like Queen vs. Boa, I think is the best example. That whole episode is basically that fight. And it is so fucking great looking. Like, I highly encourage you to just like watch that clip of Queen vs. Boa. We are talking like Ufotable level animation to its action. It's so fucking good. Like, I really think that what they've done here is something special. And I am shocked more people aren't talking about it. Another thing about the show, it has really good music. It has boner jams. Like, I'm telling you, they use the music in some very hype moments and it elevates it to a new level. There is one thing though about this show that I really wish they didn't do as much of. Since they are telling so many different character stories, it's more of like an anthology than anything. Which, again, I actually really like the way they do it here. But there is one thing they do a lot that kind of got annoying towards the end of the show, where they will reuse the exact same scene that you've seen before and then sprinkle in like the new spin on it from the character's perspective. So for example, when they're about to go investigate an alien ship, this is a pivotal moment and you'll see it from one character's perspective, like when he was recruited to it, and then another. But instead of just showing you that character's perspective when they get introduced to it, they will reintroduce the entire scene to you. So they will repeat literally whole scenes sometimes because, again, they revisit it but from a different angle. But instead of just showing you that new angle, they show you the whole scene again and then add the new angle. So there was a lot of times where I was like, oh fuck, I've already seen this before, and I contemplated just like fast forwarding through it because, again, it's the exact same scene with no alterations until the character comes into the fold there for it. So I think they did that a little too much. Maybe that was for budget reasons. I would think that's probably why, because obviously they've already animated that, it's already finished, so if they reuse it, well, they save some money there having to do something a little different. I think that might be the reason, but it did get kind of annoying. Overall, I highly recommend the show, obviously. I do think it is underrated right now. I think this is flying way too under the radar. This is a show that I really would expect more people to be hyping up because there are so many, like, notable fight sequences. At the very least, I thought this would be something that people would be sharing, like, a lot of clips of from some of the bigger fights. So I'm really surprised to see that's not the case. So I really think this one, like, for me personally, is my anime of the year, and I really think a lot of people would really enjoy it. They maybe just haven't heard of it. So I'd say check it out. 2B Hero X slaps. That's really about it. See ya. I recognize this isn't a new phenomenon with grown adults stealing items from children at sporting events, but I would make the argument that it's becoming more and more common now. Maybe all those 5G towers really did take a toll on some people's brains here, because it is crazy how often I am seeing footage of these grown-ass adults just stealing candy from babies, like literally at these sporting events. I just learned about another one from last week at a Chiefs game where Patrick Mahomes was giving his headband to a 10-year-old who was actually there celebrating his birthday, apparently. And as Patrick Mahomes is giving the headband to the kid, this woman comes over, snatches it out of his hands, and then runs away, gets called out on it, and then makes the dumbest fucking TikTok video about it I've ever seen. But first, let me show you the evidence here that she stole it.
Yo, she just stole that from me!
I think that's pretty obvious. There's other angles that show it even more clearly. I don't think it's necessary. I think that's pretty cut and dry there. But she then made a TikTok video after people were giving her shit for it.
To make something straight, I did not steal a headband from a little kid.
Yes, an excellent job cropping this photo to try and prove your innocence here. This would fool even the most seasoned of forensic experts, I would say. Irrefutable proof that she was the intended target, which you can tell because she's nowhere to be seen. In her own evidence here, you can see that she is reaching out in front of the child to take it from him. Like, come on, this is unreal. Also, she was dressed in Giants accoutrements. She was a Giants fan. I don't think Patrick Mahomes was intending to give you the headband. He didn't even register your presence there. This is so ridiculous. Oh my god, my voice is cracking. It's so absurd.
I just need to explain myself because everyone's having heart failure over this. You just need to understand, I'm at a football game. Last 2 minutes of the game, I allowed many people to come and sit down next to me or stand up or whatever you want to say. But I paid for my damn tickets. I paid. Well, Michael paid. All the same money. We paid for our tickets. It was 2 rows back. I went all the way in the front. People were coming from all over, probably the nosebleeds.
This is a masterclass in how to become even more unlikable in a situation I thought it was impossible to be more hated. People already don't like her because she clearly steals from a child, and now in her response she gives people even more things to dislike her for. She's talking about how she allowed people into her area after she paid for those tickets to be there. Well, Michael paid, but it's her money too, obviously. In fact, it's mostly her money, really, I would argue. Lady, the game is over. That is now moot. You can go wherever you want in that area. You don't own it. But she's talking about it as if it's her fucking stadium. And being the benevolent saint she is, the angel, she allowed them with her grace to be in this vicinity with her. That's crazy. That is actually crazy, the delusion. And she even says she was 2 rows back, so she also went up. But then she's like, talking about how, like, these people came from everywhere, probably the fucking nosebleeds or something. Those plebeians, these heathens, invaded my space.
I don't know if that kid was from the nosebleeds. I don't know if those were his seats or whatever. But people were saying, could we come and sit over there, stand over there? I was saying, yeah, sure, whatever. Last 2 minutes of the game, they were all KC fans because the Giants lost, so all the Giants fans left. But I wanted to stay there and see if anyone's going to come down. Michael stood 2 rows behind me. Couldn't have even seen me because so many people were around standing up.
Who gives a fuck? It doesn't matter here in what happened. The game was over. You can now move around freely. If you were letting people in around you, that's so nice. What a superstar you are. Oh my goodness, that's the sweetest thing I've ever heard. But it also has nothing to do with you stealing the headband intended for a 10-year-old.
At the ending of the game, the KC players was coming. Not gonna lie, what's his face? McDuff, I think his name is, came right to me to give me his gloves. But I was looking behind him and was looking at Mahomes, and I was screaming, Mahomes, Mahomes. He like sort of got upset, looked at me and said, I'm not Mahomes. So he gave the gloves to the next door little girl next to me. She started crying. I felt bad for her and I was rubbing her back. I said, are you okay? Don't worry about it, baby girl. They're just people. Don't cry.
I don't even know what that means. What kind of yappuccino are you serving up here? What the fuck? Jiminy Christmas? What? What the hell is even that? What are you even... Huh? What are you blabbering about? So, there are pieces to this puzzle I don't think are going to fit together. Like, following the breadcrumbs that she's sprinkling out here, she's farting out a poop that I just don't understand. So she's saying she was screaming, Mahomes, Mahomes. Turns out it wasn't Mahomes, it was McDuff. I think she means McDuffie, would be my guess. She can't even bother to get the player's name right. Also, side note, she's a Giants fan. Why does she even want Chiefs gear? I imagine she just wants to resell it. That'd be my hunch. But anyway, so apparently McDuffie got upset, like, I'm not Mahomes, and then gave his gloves to a little girl next to her who started crying. So then she started to console the little girl, reassuring her that it's okay. They're just people. Yes, of course. Now it's all starting to make sense. A confounding mystery, but it's becoming more and more clear. It's coming into focus now that I say it out loud. This must be how it feels to, like, do whippets. Like, listening to her speak actually makes me stupider.
I am not a thief. That little boy, when Mahomes came, if you look at the video, both of our hands was on it. He was right to the left of me. I didn't look in Mahomes' eyes to see where is he looking. I just seen he's handing out something. I put in my hand. Both of our hands was on it. I took it.
Yeah, but you definitely knew. The kid even said the lady just stole that from me. Like, you definitely did know. You reached out to put your hand on it. He didn't just, like, set it in both of your hands and say, like, good luck. It wasn't like the Dark Knight with the Joker doing an initiation. Like, he was clearly giving it to the kid. You reached out to grab it and put your hands on it and then take it from the kid. Like, that is clear in the video that you keep urging people to watch.
If he was 20 years old, would it have mattered? If he was a 20-year-old man and both of our hands was on it, and if he would have took it away from me, would have been like, oh, you should have gave it to the woman. So if it was a guy and I'm a girl, then he should have gave it to the girl. But because he's a 10-year-old little boy or 8-year-old or whatever, how old he is, I should have gave it to him. But I didn't even know.
Good news, I just went and bludgeoned myself with a sledgehammer and I understand her perfectly now. This is a bulletproof defense. She's got us all in a checkmate. So, I think what she's trying to say here, very convoluted, is that if it was a 20-year-old man that she stole it from, would people still be upset? And the answer is, people would still think you're an asshole. And then she flips it saying, what if a guy took it from me? Would anyone care? And in that case, yeah, people would think he's an asshole. Like, stealing an item that was intended for somebody else and everyone sees it, they're gonna think the person who stole it is an asshole. The fact you steal it from a child does make it significantly worse. 100%, yeah. This isn't the gotcha you think it is.
Why didn't they stop me and say, hey, yo, bitch, give it to my son or my brother? But no one didn't say nothing to me. I turned around, I walked away. I seen Mahomes. That's who I wanted to see. Why no one didn't say anything to me? But now you are posting it 1 week later?
It's your fault. I stole it and nobody stopped me. Thus, you have only yourself to blame. She's now trying this angle. Also, people did mention it, by the way. The kid even called it out that she stole it from him. And I'm pretty sure in one of the other videos I saw, someone else also mentioned it. She just ignored it and walked away. So, like, they did. But now she's, like, trying to say that, you know, the father or whatever should have reached out privately to tell her that it was intended for his son or whatever. So it's his fault.
Mahomes tried to give it to my son or my brother or whoever the hell he is to you. Look at this video. Look at, you put your hands on top of my son's hands and then you took it. You're older, you're stronger. You could have grabbed it more than he could have. Maybe I would have felt bad.
She literally talks like a 10-year-old. She sounds like a toddler. All you had to do was DM me and say that you put your hands on top of my son's hands and you're older, which means you're stronger, so you could have grabbed it more than he have. Holy shit. This is a grown woman, by the way. I don't know Michael, but listening to her speak, I feel bad for Michael. A conversation with her must be miserable. Dude probably has to leave milk and cookies out every year at Christmas. She probably still fucking stuck thinking Santa Claus is coming through.
But now you're trying to embarrass me. I don't think so. It is what it is. Make your son a tough man, because we're trying to make everyone a little too weak in this world today in 2025.
Oh, when that line hit when I first watched this, I knew it was something special I was bearing witness to. So now she's saying the 10-year-old is too weak. I guess she was expecting the 10-year-old to just like fucking judo chop her or like throw her over his shoulder or something and body slam her. And because that didn't happen, now she's saying that the 10-year-old is too weak and that the father's like failed because raising a weak kid because a grown woman stole from him out of nowhere. What a great lesson. Yeah, you're raising a weak kid because he didn't attack a grown woman at a football stadium. Right. This is unreal. It's fucking unhinged.
It is what it is. You don't get everything you life happens. Do you know how many times I took my sons to baseball games when they were young? They would have catched the ball and then men would have came and took it out of their hands.
Well, I don't know, crazy lady. It almost sounds to me like you're raising some weak sons. You're telling me that at the ball game someone came and took the ball out of their hand and they didn't beat their ass? Based on what you just said here about that 10-year-old, almost sounds like to me you've got yourself a little bit of weakness in your own household, huh, now, doesn't it? Interesting. Very interesting indeed. I'll drop the sarcasm for a moment. I actually feel really bad for the kids. having their mom go on TikTok and just make a complete fucking fool of herself. Like, she tries to claim that everyone's trying to embarrass her, but it is her. It is her embarrassing herself. That's gotta be awful. That has really gotta be bad. And I really do feel awful for them.
Guys, I just want to talk to you guys for 1 minute from my heart. At the game, with all the noise and all the excitement, I honestly thought that Pat Mahomes was giving me the headline. I reached for it without thinking. Later, I found out that it was meant for that little boy for his 10-year-old birthday. When I found out, I felt horrible because I don't want to ruin anyone's little time at the game and ruin their little birthday. To the young boy, I'm sorry that I ruined your moment. You should have had your moment for your birthday.
She takes her foot off the gas in a follow-up video where she releases this apology here. Very different tune she's singing this time around. I guess the first one didn't really go over the way she had hoped it did. Well, her excuses don't really work anymore, though, because she already made it clear in her last one that she didn't feel horrible at all, even calling the kid weak. So this kind of falls flat on its fucking face here. And she also can no longer make the claim about being confused, which would have been like a legitimate thing, because there is the potential that she was confused and thought maybe it was intended for her. But she already made it clear that was not the case in the last video. So yeah, while it's a valiant attempt at trying to seem more sympathetic this time around, like, oh, this is a sincere apology, you should have had your special birthday, and I'm sorry, it was such a mix-up, a very unfortunate set of circumstances. It doesn't work anymore.
Got an update on Joey. I want you guys to watch this.
They signed it. We signed it. No, we didn't. They signed it. Oh my God. What's in there? Oh. The real deal.
I just wanted to tell you that I meant no harm done, but it all worked out in the best, and you got so much more. You got an autographed jersey.
And this is her latest video on it. So the Chiefs sent Joey a lot of gear that is signed, a lot of autographed gear, and she's talking about how happy she is that he got all of that. Yep. And that's that. Anyway, I just wanted to yap about this a bit. It had me laughing really hard watching her first response video. That's really about it. So yeah. I've made quite a few videos on those really expensive alpha male classes. They're not classes, they're like retreats where it teaches you how to be an alpha male. The one I've covered most extensively is the Modern Day Night Project, where it's $18,000 and you spend 3 days getting a hose sprayed in your face, and that's basically it, while getting yelled at by some goobers. These pathetic urinal cake scammers prey upon desperate losers and then turn them into broke, desperate losers. That's basically the entire thing. They tell you how weak you are and how it needs to change, and the only way it's going to change is by giving them thousands and thousands of dollars, and that'll unlock your third eye. These goobers will give you the super soldier serum, turn you into fucking Steve Rogers here, and the $18,000 you paid up front is an investment because they're going to give you all the tools to make millions of dollars, and it's going to make you a real strong, masculine testosterone titan. But then you actually go to the retreat and you spend like a few days in a Lowe's parking lot getting a hose sprayed in your face, and that's about the extent of it. Well, I just learned that there's something similar for fathers and sons called the Squire program. It's a $2,000 day where you spend $2,000 to go with your son to throw sand in each other's faces and take an ice bath, and it's supposed to turn your son into a man and strengthen the bond between father and son.
Your experience was, we have a second chance at a father and son relationship, and this time it's when we are the fathers.
In their own sizzler reel here for the Squire program, they drop that little nugget. No matter what your experience was, you get a second chance, except we're the fathers. You're my new dad? Like, what? What do you mean you're the father now? This was supposed to be a father and son experience, but now you're the dad. So now you've now taken the role of the papa. Can you imagine being this much of a loser where you're like, man, my son doesn't respect me. I'm kind of a goofball myself. I'll pay $2,000 so these guys can go spit in my face, only to show up and they're like, no, I'm the dad now. Get away. This is now my son. It is unhinged.
A man has the duty and obligation to raise a son who is capable and confident so that he may be an asset to society and not a liability.
You're going to experience pain today. There's nothing wrong with it. Pain is a powerful tool. It's a powerful motivator. I think it's one of the most compelling forces for good.
You can see where that $2,000 goes. Straight to the production team. Look at this trailer. It's like a new Marvel movie they're announcing here. Because I can promise you that money's not going into the actual retreat, because you pay $2,000 only to jog around a parking lot, crawl around in some dirt, take an ice bath, and learn basic headlocks. All of that you can do yourself for free. You don't need $2,000 to pay some guy to yell at you, LARPing as the boot camp instructor. You, as the father, could easily go up to your son and be like, hey, look, sport, why don't we go for a run? Why don't we get a little more serious about, like, our physical activity out there? You know, maybe we take classes on, you know, jujitsu or something, or let's get a gym membership. We'll start lifting. You know, you can do those things without paying $2,000 to some weirdos that are just scamming you out of that money. Like, it's so ridiculous.
So the Squire program is a 15-hour immersive course where we're literally going to take these young men through trials and tribulations of what it means to be a man. All right. 1, go! Breathe, come on. Breathe. Look at me, come on. Don't stop breathing, come on. Man, stay hard. Look at me.
Yeah, this is what it means to be a man. Paying $2,000 to some greasy slime ball to say stay hard while you take an ice bath with your dad. If I only had a nickel for every time in my adult life being a man I've had to take an ice bath with Pops. Jeez, right? Man, there's nothing I wouldn't be able to afford. This is stupid. This is not taking you through trials and tribulations of what it means to be a man. This is just them doing, like, cosplay, basically, where this is what a man needs to be. And it's literally jumping jacks in dirt and then taking an ice bath. You can do that for free if you want to. You don't need to pay this kind of money for it. And, spoiler alert, it's not going to make you more of a man. Spending 15 hours one day doing something physically demanding isn't going to change your life. It is going to change your bank account, though, because of how expensive it is. I guess the idea that almost makes sense if you're a brain-dead troglodyte is that by spending 15 hours a day outside of the comfort of your smartphones and your video games and your V-Bucks, Robux, all of that, it'll turn your son into a man because we had him do some push-ups and jumping jacks and some burpees. Like, you don't need to pay for that. If you want, just tell your son, like, hey, let's stop spending so much time playing those games. Let's do more physically active shit. And that would be a great thing. And it's a lot cheaper. And it's not just a one-time thing. Instead of spending one day doing something, like, challenging, make it a habit. Make it a routine. And I think it could be a great tool for connecting more with your son, daughter, family, friends. Like, hey, let's do this together. Let's start getting more physically active. You'd save a lot more money, and it would be a lot more beneficial because then you would do it more often than just this one time for $2,000. It's just silly. I do think there is a ton of value in doing things that are uncomfortable. Getting out of your comfort zone and doing something challenging and tough. I do think that's good. This is just the worst way of doing it and the most like caveman approach to it. Like, oh, in order to make Grok strong, Grok must throw sand in my dad's face. I'm not just pulling that example out of my ass either. Like, here's a clip of them just throwing sand on each other. I don't know how this makes you more of a man. This seems like you're going backwards. This is like a child throwing a temper tantrum on the beach when his parents said he can't have another can of Coke. Their pitch on this program is so cringe, too. How will your son know when he's a man? For most boys, there's no defining moment or experience that tells him he's become a man. In fact, most boys today grow up and never truly feel like a man. That's another thing. On their website, there are so many grammatical errors. I guess becoming a man also means becoming illiterate. Most boys simply grow older, but don't really know what it takes to be a man in today's world. That's such a silly mistake. What a stupid douchebag. Don't really know what it takes to be a man in today's world. Did nobody proofread this? Do they just view proofreading as beta shit or something so they don't indulge in it? This is a huge problem, and it's also the reason why so many men today are lost, confused, anxious, lonely, and without purpose. That's why for centuries, tribes and nations have had a rite of passage ritual for their boys as they come of age to become a man. It was the father and the men he trusted who took that boy through an experience which taught him, tested him, challenged him, and showed him what it takes to be a formidable man. The type of man who can lead, love, protect, provide, and be both savage and a servant. A servant? Does that not contradict all of the other shit you want? You want your son to grow up to be a servant. A servant to who? You guys? One of your little pay piggies? So they can grow up and give you money and keep this cycle going? In times past, this is how boys were shown that it's time to step up and to step into their masculinity and claim their seat at the table with the other men in the tribe. But in our modern culture, this rite of passage experience no longer takes place, and it's why we now have grown men who lack leadership, mental toughness, emotional discipline, and have no definitive purpose in life. But according to you, that purpose in life is to be both savage and also a servant. So the purpose is to give you money. That is the purpose for the men that you guys are trying to train.
Fucking kidding me? All right, let's try this from the push-up position. Maybe this will work better. Let's all drop into the push-up position. Maybe then we'll focus a little more. Three of us understood that command. That is excellent. If you get this wrong, I'm going to come by and kick everyone in the fucking ribs. You're going to have your head up so you see who I'm pointing at. Go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Wow, what a tough guy. Threatening to kick children in the ribs. This guy means business, holy. You don't want to tussle with the muscle. This guy's not afraid to threaten children.
3. Okay, good. Now you're going to take a right side step.
How much?
Just like you did the left side step, do a right side step. Yeah. Okay, one more. Good. Take a little 6-inch right step forward.
Masculinity is walking blindfolded behind a Lowe's trying to avoid barbed wire and planks of wood with nails sticking out, while your dad tries to guide you around it. That is absolutely just a recipe for disaster, by the way, because if the kid, misheard a direction there and just steps on the nail, it's going right through his shoe and through his fucking foot. Well, potentially, I'm sure they would, go in and, move the kid out of the way. But that is still just so stupid. It doesn't even teach you anything. What is even the lesson there? How is that masculinity at all? Listening to your dad, I guess? But is that the best way of teaching it? Here, put this blindfold on. We're gonna walk through some landmines. I'll try and keep you alive. It's just the dumbest way of trying to do this lesson of, listen to your dad. It's so embarrassing. For the father here, too. And also, look at the setup here. It's just some pieces of wood with nails and some barbed wire literally behind whatever business this is. You paid $2,000 for that. If you really wanted to walk this obstacle course, you could have set it up in your backyard for $5 with items you could find at Home Depot. It's just a dumb exercise in the first place, though. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention this. Another part of their website has a section about how moms turn babies into boys and dads who turn boys into men. What an incredible section this is. Ugh, moms are bitches, am I right? As fathers, it's our responsibility to guide, mentor, and prepare our sons to take their rightful seat as future leaders. Oh, and servants also. You mentioned servants a minute ago. It's up to us to help make them confident, capable, and courageous. Every young man needs a defining experience that ushers him into manhood, and they look up to you, their dads, to teach them the ways of men and to create that rite of passage. That's exactly why the Squire program was created. Historically, knights had squires to help them prepare their armor, horse, and weapons for war, and the squires had the knights as examples of healthy masculinity, teaching them how to be chivalrous, warriors, protectors, providers, and servant leaders. Your son deserves to be confident and successful, a man of service and compassion, a purpose-driven leader, not like that baby boy your mom is trying to raise him to be. Your wife, she is a harlot that is setting your son up for failure, which is why you need to go behind her back, give us $2,000 so we can send them through the Squire program for 15 hours. Anyway, it's basically the same shit they were doing with the modern day Knight Project, but now it's catered towards fathers and sons, and it's still just as cringe. That's really about it. So yeah. Dave Baszucki. You know him as the CEO of Roblox. I know him as a weird urinal cake I can't help but pee on from time to time because everything that he has done as CEO is just so odd. He is the guy that has been fighting tooth and nail, making it what seems to be his life's mission to bring dating to Roblox. Having a entire section of the Roblox business model carved out for dating. And initially, it was supposed to be for 17-plus-year-olds. Dave, that's underage, which was a lesson he refused to learn. He had to eventually be dragged kicking and screaming into reality that 17-year-olds are minors. And despite everyone on the planet telling him how weird it was that he wanted adult content accessible to 17 plus instead of locking it behind 18 plus, which he was adamant about. He refused to budge an inch on that. He was just lat spreading, just saying no, until eventually, I guess, someone was able to break through his noodle up there to, get the message through his thick skull. But everyone has also been saying how weird it is just conceptually to try and add adult content on Roblox to begin with. It is a platform used predominantly by children. Why do you want a dating service element of it? Why do you want adult content to even have a home on Roblox to begin with? Especially considering the reputation of Roblox as like a safe haven for predators at this point, where there are just so many issues with the way Roblox handles their predator problem. It's just a recipe for disaster, and everything Dave has done as CEO of Roblox is just fucking odd to me. And I think he himself is just creepy. I just watched a brand new interview with him that just kind of goes tits up here. He's unhinged. Like, he is actually off his gourd in the interview. I can't show you any clips from it, and just to set expectations, if you do watch it, which I recommend you do because it's fascinating, he's not like blowing a gasket or having a conniption, but he is like combative, defensive, and it seems like very upset about the interview, even though, according to this, Roblox was the one that pitched them on interviewing Dave Baszucki about child safety. Like, they didn't ambush him or anything, yet during the interview, it seems like he was fucking caught between a rock and a hard place. He was deer in the headlights for a lot of the questions they were asking. I don't know what he was expecting. Maybe he thought he'd go into the interview and both of them would be on their hands and knees just sucking his dick and fondling his balls, putting a finger in his ass for the G-spot tickling. Like, I don't know why he would be getting so mad when they were even the ones that were pushing for this interview in the first place. It's shocking. Let's take a peek at this moment here, which is transcribed. It's from the interview. It's probably the most heated moment from the interview. The interviewer is talking about manual safety versus an automated review process. And Dave Baszucki has a full-blown temper tantrum here. He gets red in the face, and then he starts trying to like talk over the interviewer who is trying to give his perspective. So he answers the question initially about like how he'd actually lean in harder, the shift would be constantly moving to higher quality, more accurate, more diligent systems. Can we review more? Can we do better? And then eventually just says, let's say we figure it out, and the way to do that is with better and better AI models. Would you pick that? The interviewer says, yeah. And Dave Baszucki says, good, so you're aligning with what we did. High five. The interviewer then tries to give more to his perspective on things, saying, but I've also been covering social networks, and Dave Baszucki chimes in instantly to try and shut it down by talking over him, saying, thank you for supporting our Roblox decision matrix. Again, the interviewer tries to squeak out more thoughts. Dave Baszucki is not having that. He is going to try and absorb all of the fucking air in this room to try and bury the interviewer's topic. He tries again, but I also remember 15 years ago when, and here's Dave Baszucki with the fucking sledgehammer from the top turnbuckle. He interrupts, I'm so glad you guys are aligned with the way we run Roblox. High five. This is literally the behavior of a child putting his fingers in his ear going, la 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 la, I can't hear you, I can't hear you. That is what Dave Baszucki is doing here. And once again, the interviewer tries again. Right, I also remember 15 years ago when Mark Zuckerberg was saying, and then Dave Baszucki, once again with the fucking RKO, is this a stealth interview where actually you love everything we're doing and you're here to stealthily support it? Watching this segment of the interview was extraordinarily uncomfortable. It was so awkward. It had me kind of squirming in my seat a little bit, listening to this imbecile start to get combative here and try and bully the interviewer into submission to try and like force camaraderie or something. Oh, so like high five, you support us. Hi, stop, shut the fuck up. High five, you support us. You like stealthily love everything we're doing, am I right? Fist bump, put her here. You want me to sign you up for the Roblox dating service? I know. Alright, I'll give you an account. It's fucking weird. This guy sucks. He is so creepy. And if you want further evidence of that, just look at the way that the interview starts. Dave Baszucki immediately just kind of goes mask off here when asked what he thinks about the problem of predators on Roblox. His response was, we think of it not necessarily just as a problem, but an opportunity as well. How do we allow young people to build, communicate, and hang out together? How do we build the future of communication at the same time? You couldn't script a worse answer. When asked about his perspective on the predator problem with his platform, he said he doesn't view it just as a problem, but an opportunity. What? Pardon? Say that again for the people in the back on the bleachers. What did you just say about the predators preying on children on your platform? You view it as an opportunity? What a remarkably stupid thing to say, but maybe he's being very honest. I have always got the impression, and many others, that Roblox doesn't take the predator problem very seriously. There has been nothing in Roblox's history that leads me to believe that they do as much as they possibly can to keep children safe on that platform. So maybe this is Dave Baszucki just going full goatsy here and letting us take a peek at the foul insides. That he just doesn't really care that much, and really, it's not just a problem to him, but a real opportunity. I think, and this is being very charitable, but I think, based on the way he continued in the interview right after that, what he was trying to get at is that he's viewing this as a big conundrum that they're trying to solve of how do you grow all of these tools with one of the biggest platforms on the planet while also trying to like moderate it. So then he was going into like the state-of-the-art tools they're working on, like the age estimation features and the AI moderation tools and stuff like that. So it seems like he's trying to say like he's viewing it as an opportunity to grow their safety measures, kind of. I'm kind of making a big, generous leap based on how he was saying things, but the way he paints it as like an opportunity is crazy to me, because this is a huge issue that has been festering in his platform for many, many years, with who knows how many countless victims, how many countless children have been preyed upon by predators on his platform, and they have just simply not done enough to keep them safe, and even at times actively made it harder for those predators to be held accountable. And instead of like recognizing just how big of a problem that is and how bad it's gotten, he instead says that it's not just necessarily a problem, but an opportunity. That is so fucking tone deaf and just a really weird sentiment to even try and be expressing here when asked that question. And the interviewers do continue to talk about this subject, and it really seems like Dave Baszucki was completely caught off guard with his fucking pants down here. So the interviewer goes on, yeah, I mean, you mentioned sort of kids leaving the platform, and it does become clear in those lawsuits that Roblox is kind of, where predators go to find kids, but then they do try to, and Baszucki once again cuts in. Well, I would say in the lawsuit or press, yes, I would categorically reject the actual description of what you're saying, but yes, what you might read in the news would portray it in that way, but then the interviewer interjects, you don't think you have a problem with predators on the platform? To which Baszucki says, I think we're doing an incredible job at innovating relative to the number of people on our platform and the hours, and really leaning into the future of how this is going to work. Now, I get being the CEO of this multi-billion-dollar corporation, you can't just go out in there and say, yep, tons of pedophiles, predators running rampant on the streets of Roblox. I know, it's gotten bad, but don't worry, we're doing our best to put out the fires. I know he can't just say that up front, but he's just kind of like outright denying the existence of how big this problem is. And if I was a parent of a child who played Roblox and I saw this interview, I am deleting their account this same afternoon. Like, this is a CEO that I have no faith in keeping children safe on the platform from these bad actors that are preying upon them on Roblox. This interview, like, it is such a disaster. I don't know how he or anyone on the Roblox team thought that this would be a good idea for them if he is this unprepared to handle real questions about a very legitimate problem with his platform. And what's crazy is he is just like comically delusional and creepy and scummy. Like, not even just in the way he handles the questions about child safety on the platform, but one of the hosts here asked him a joke question about should there be a poly market for kids inside of Roblox, which is clearly in jest. Would you ever put a prediction market inside Roblox, like let kids bet with their Robux and say, I bet he's going to steal a tung sahur? I know I've reached unk status at 31 years old. I have no fucking idea what that means. And then the other host chimes in, or I bet he's not going to dress to impress. And Baszucki, upon hearing what is clearly to most sane people a joke of a question, actually talks about why he thinks that's a very good idea. I think we would have to do that once again. I'll share some of the complexity. Every single country in the world has different legislation around loot boxes and kid gambling, and so we would have to be, it sounds very fun and obvious, like I love that. That is his perspective on kid gambling, by the way. It sounds very fun and obvious. And then the interviewer chimes in saying, oh, to be clear, I think this is a horrible idea. And then there's laughter. I was just interested if you were thinking about it. And Bazuki says, well, I actually think it's a brilliant idea if it can be done in an educational way that's legal. And so imagine no free Robux, no free prizes, just a game called the Dress to Impress Predictor, where it's not like trying to get kids money or anything like that. I would be a big fan of it. And then the interviewers, interesting. Yes, start them young. That's what I always say when it comes to gambling. You're never too young. This slimy worm is unironically actually trying to preach the pros of enabling kid gambling on Roblox. He's trying to say, well, no free Robux, no free prizes or anything, but what if it's educational? Educational gambling, of course, Dave Bazuki. How did I not think about that with educational gambling on Roblox? Absolutely, yeah, that won't open the door to anything bad. Oh my goodness, yeah, of course. That makes so much sense, David. He doesn't even try and, like, spruce it up a little bit, clean it up, tidy up the rough edges there of, like, children gambling. He himself literally says the word kid gambling. So he is just fully open, like, yeah, kid gambling, like, maybe that is a brilliant idea we should consider. Like, he's not even trying to, like, skirt around the loopholes like mystery boxes of Labubu or something like that, or like a Pokemon card product, like TCG boxes or something. Like, he is just saying, oh no, kid gambling. Yeah, no, actually, that's a brilliant idea. We'd have to find a way to do it legally, of course. I'm sure there's a way, but it could be great education. Wild. Actually wild. Like I said, I highly recommend you check out the actual interview. It is unbelievable that not only did he agree to do this interview, but that it was their idea to do this interview in the first place. He wanted to be interviewed, apparently. Unreal. I just had to yap about this once I watched it. That's really about it. So yeah. The Mummy is my favorite movie of all time. The Mummy Returns is my second favorite movie ever. And one thing I've learned is that the real Mummy's curse is the fact that they just can't seem to make any other good mummy movies. Tomb of the Dragon Emperor was weak, but not terrible. Tom Cruise The Mummy was terrible. And now, Lee Cronin's The Mummy is just eh. First and foremost, this has nothing to do with the Mummy franchise at all. There's not even a single tiddlywink of an Easter egg. Not that I need to glup shitto out at the screen going, oh, I get that reference, or anything. I just want to make it known that this is completely separate from any Mummy movies. This is a totally standalone film, and it bears no resemblance to anything in the Mummy franchise. What it does bear resemblance to, though, is Evil Dead Rise. I would even say that this is Evil Dead Rise with a new skin. Lee Cronin made Evil Dead Rise. I really like that movie. This steals its flow bar for bar, beat for beat. And a lot of people are praising that, like, oh, this was very Evil Dead Rise-esque. For me, I like Evil Dead Rise. I don't want to just see it done again with a new coat of paint. And I'm not just being harsh and exaggeratory. There are identical scenes in here that were present in Evil Dead Rise. For instance, I don't want to get too deep into spoilers off rip, so here's like a little spoiler warning. When they're going over the mummy's origin and like what's going on here, they even play a tape that I'm pretty confident is even the same voice actor they used in Evil Dead Rise when they play the recording about the book and what all of that means. It's the exact same lore dump moment, basically 1-to-1. And there's multiple scenes just like that, including the same exact scares that were in Evil Dead Rise. Even identical, gross out, yucky moments. Oh, whoa. Pretty much exactly the same here as it was in Evil Dead Rise. So I don't think this movie is bad, but it really is a been there, done that, because we literally saw Lee Cronin go there and do it a couple years back with Evil Dead Rise. This feels like a cash grab. It felt like he just wanted to go into, his bag of comfort and deliver something very standard and generic. So it's just a little disappointing. Now I want to get into some bigger spoilers, so here's your larger spoiler warning. So the entire film revolves around a family, and the daughter of this family gets kidnapped by a creepy woman who's using some kind of a spell, and then fast forward 8 years, they couldn't find her, but then a sarcophagus turns up after a plane crash, and in that sarcophagus is their daughter. Except something's very wrong with her daughter. She is really out of it, and a lot of very creepy, scary things start to happen when they bring her home. Spoiler alert, she's possessed by the spirit of a demon, basically, and in order to keep the demon from going hog wild on the world, they had to mummify it, and they needed a new host, and that's what their daughter was. But all hell breaks loose when that plane crash happens, and she gets freed from the tomb. There's also another character that's introduced as kind of like a side quest, who is a detective that really wants to help, and she's never been able to actually find anyone alive. Katie is the first person that they found alive, and it means a lot to her, but something has clearly gone cattywampus, and so the family, well, the husband, Charlie, is communicating with her and letting her know something's wrong, and we need to figure out, like, what happened to her, like, what did she go through? We have to know, solve the mystery. So then the side plot happens where she's solving the mystery of that mummy, that demon, and then it leads to finding this group that imprisons this demon in human vessels and has been doing so 82 times now. It's not really like a bad story per se, but it's a very standard one that isn't the most unique or anything like that. And it's unfortunately riddled with the biggest horror movie trope of just characters being dumb. Charlie is quick to recognize shit's all awry. Like, this is not right, something's going on, and he's trying to figure out the mystery. And he even suggests, like, hey, we need to maybe get her somewhere where she can get specialized treatment after she fucking headbutts the grandmother and starts peeling off her own skin and, beating up the whole family and that kind of thing. But the mom is like, no, I'm not doing that. We need to actually protect her this time around since we failed last time, which I can understand that. I definitely do get that. I don't think that's bad writing or anything. I think that's totally fine. But when the bad decisions start happening is once the demon starts to free itself slightly, it literally starts possessing the other members of the family, the kids. So, like, the other daughter and the brother, she possesses them. And there's even a funeral where they live at their grandmother's house. The demon kills the grandmother, throws her out of the window. Coyotes then eat her body. This all happens in front of Charlie and the son, and the other daughter is already possessed, so she is laughing, watching her grandmother get eaten to death by coyotes in gory, brutal fashion. And then it fast forwards to them having a funeral in the same house with Katie and everyone still there, the daughter's still possessed, and that's, get this, things go wrong. Then Katie goes to the corpse of the grandmother, bites it. The guests are throwing up and vomiting. The other daughter is pulling her teeth out, bloody, bruised, and biting someone else, ripping his ear off. And then it fast forwards again, and they're still in that house. Like, they still just don't leave, and they don't do anything to solve it. They just sit there and wait. What the fuck? They're just like, man, that was weird. That's not how those are supposed to go. That was odd. All right, let's calm down. Let's clean everything up here. And they just leave, like, the coffin turned over on the grandmother, and they stay there and just do nothing. There's just so many bad decisions is the point I'm making with that. But anyway, like I said, it's very similar to Evil Dead Rise down to what the demon can do with possessing the other kids. So the other kids start, ripping their teeth out, attacking the parents with a baseball bat. And then the grandmother gets possessed, like her body dancing around like a puppet. It is all very Evil Dead Rise, and it has my least favorite, like, nails on a chalkboard cringe horror possession shit where the demon starts talking shit. But, like, it's really, like, I'm talking middle schooler on Xbox Live type of shit talking. So, like, the daughter's possessed, and at school she calls the teacher a bad word, and then she's just always like, fuck you, doing that while possessed, and then the demon's doing, like, deep voice stuff. You're a bitch! A bitch! And then, like, when the grandmother is possessed by the demon, then it's like, oh, you wanna fuck me? Well, come fuck me. Ha 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 ha. It's just, I hate it. It's so that cliche is so cringe. I can't believe it still gets used unironically. Oh, and then it does another massive cliche where it shows how powerful the demon is, actually force blasting the grandmother out of the window and summoning coyotes to eat her. And then when it's the final showdown, all the demon can do is very slowly crawl. And this is after the demon has fully freed itself from its bindings. It's fully unleashed, and the best it can do is just crawl and talk shit. You're a bitch. You're not getting your daughter back. Ha 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 ha. And then, when it actually like gets in position to attack, all it can do is slap. Like actually slap box, like a cat swatting. But it's not even drawing blood or anything. So like the husband, the father, Charlie, is like gripping as the investigator who's learned about like the curse and everything and learned the words that they use to bind. Somehow she memorized all of the words. Then she starts reciting the words as the daughter's being held and just slapping. Instead of using any of the powers, the demon just sits there slapping, going, no. And then they bind the spirit to Charlie. And then I actually do like this ending. I like what they did at the very end. When you think it's over, and it's like a somewhat happy ending, but bittersweet because they do still have the demon bound to their father, well, they then end up binding that demon to the woman who started all of this by kidnapping Katie. They go to her and put the demon onto her in order to free Charlie from it, so the family's all about to get back together, and the lady who inflicted this curse upon them is now the one that has to bear it. I actually liked the ending. I thought that was... I didn't expect that. I actually thought that was kind of clever. But overall, like I said, I don't think the movie's bad. It's definitely not boring. That's the best compliment I can give it. I wasn't bored. It is constantly trying to unnerve you with gross and gory imagery, and there's always something happening with like a jump scare or something going on. So like it's entertaining. Like I don't regret going to see it. I had higher expectations though. Like I would hope for like an evolution of like, you know, crafting it further as opposed to just being content doing like the same thing again that he did with Evil Dead Rise. But I don't think this was like a terrible movie or anything like that. Though if you have seen Evil Dead Rise, you've seen like 50% of this movie already. Because like I said, it recycles a lot from that one. In imagery, in scenes, even in story moments as well, kind of. It uses some of the same shit. It's just, I don't know. I would have expected more here, so I'm disappointed with it. I think a lot of people are probably going to be satisfied because it is just constantly gory and constantly something trying to disturb you. And maybe that's all it needs to do in order to be successful. I don't know. I just would have liked to see something more than that. Anyway, that's really about it. So, yeah. I have made so many videos over the last few months covering Pokemon card-related crime. Card shops are being robbed more frequently than gas stations, and there is more violent crime happening from Pokemon card scalpers than there was in Gotham City. Like, I think even Batman would be having his work cut out for him trying to put the kibosh on these degenerate loser scumbags. Before diving into the meat and potatoes of the latest Pokemon crime I want to cover in this video, I want to give you some good news at the top here. I'll give you the dessert before force-feeding you the vegetables. The alleged wheelman in that $116,000 Pokemon card heist I covered about a month ago has been arrested. That's the armed robbery. Yeah, about a month ago, at a place called Pokecourt, there was a group of dudes who went in there with guns, and Team Rocket was just waving them around, threatening people, and breaking glass to steal all of the card product, as well as taking money from the register. They caught the driver. His name is Julio Colina. He's 27 years old, loveless, dickless, a virgin. I was trying to find his mugshot, but I couldn't find it, so I'm making up my own fan fiction. I believe he probably stands at 4'6", smells like shit, and loves pee. On the day of the armed Pokemon robbery, he dropped the suspects off and then waited 7 minutes. 7 minutes is all he could spare, like fucking Albert Wesker here. And then drove off with them. He said he was willing to chauffeur them because they'd promised him gifts if they could pack their bags while riding in his van. Those gifts must have been intoxicating. He was addicted to them. Maybe they were just giving him smooches or something for his lonely ass, because he was apparently like a really reliable driver for them for their crimes. He also served as the driver for the same group of goobers on January 9th when they stole Pokemon merchandise worth around $11,000 from a different shop. So this guy really did enjoy driving them around. Those gifts must have been amazing, but he claimed he didn't know what the trio was doing when they left his van, which investigators aren't really buying. They believe it's just a pitiful attempt at him trying to save his own ass, which it obviously it is. I have no doubt he's stupid. I guarantee he's a lobotomite, but he's not dumb enough to just be like, oh, dude, I just dropped these guys off, like, thinking that they were just gonna go do some, like, normal business and stuff, and I was gonna sit there and wait, and they always came back with, like, treats and candy and stuff. I had no idea they were doing anything bad or naughty. I'm as shocked as you guys are. I'm a victim, too. I was driving people that I thought were my friends. So hopefully that defense never works for him and he spends a long time in the slammer and squeals on his friends. I really hope he rolls over belly up and gives up the two dudes that had the guns. I know Pokemon card crime isn't taken seriously by the authorities in any way, shape, or form, unfortunately, even though it is an out-of-control epidemic showing no signs of slowing down. But I have to imagine armed robbery, waving guns at people, threatening people with fucking guns over Pokemon cards is probably something that they should take a little more seriously. So hopefully this entire group here ends up in prison. I'll keep my fingers crossed. But now I'd like to go over the most recent Pokemon robbery that I just saw a video of. It happened to House of Cards in Vancouver, and they unfortunately got ganked by the Goof Troop here. It has become almost routine for the biggest group of losers to come together and decide, like, hey boys, let's go rob a card shop. I'm not exaggerating. Almost every single day, there is a card shop being broken into and having their shit stolen. Pretty much every hour, you can bet your sweet bippy somewhere in the world, a card shop just got hit by a sledgehammer, the windows busted in, and the greasiest loser you've ever seen stumbles through and breaks glass, grabbing a handful of Pokemon cards and waddles their way out to try and resell it and scalp, and it's just, oh, it's so fucking pathetic. And I feel so bad for the card shop owners because it's not like this is, you know, the most lucrative business in the world. These aren't stores owned by like billionaires and huge corporations. They're mom and pop shops. Like, these are just card shops from ordinary people that want to try and make a career out of engaging in a community and a hobby that they love. And they are just getting brutalized by the fucking biggest slimeball pigs imaginable that have deluded themselves into thinking that they can make a lot of money off scalping stolen products. I hate these people, man. I swear. I genuinely wish the worst for them. The way the big guy at the end was moving like Frankenstein's monster, I thought that chunky douchebag was about to eat shit while trying to get through the window and just cut himself all on that glass. But he made it through seemingly injury-free, and then these assholes just start storming the store and basically grabbing everything they can find. In total, they spent roughly 3 minutes for this whole operation, and from the time that the window broke and the alarm sounded, police arrived 4 minutes later, according to House of Cards in the comment section. So the police response was pretty quick. A lot of people in the comments were like, what the fuck is the police response time? 2 to 3 business days? But according to House of Cards, it was actually very fast. And it's not like fucking GTA where the police can just spawn in on top of them the second that the, third star gets activated here. So 4 minutes was pretty quick. They were just faster, so the police did not get there in time. And I don't think that's because these are criminal masterminds or anything, galaxy brain geniuses who plotted out to the very second the amount of time they need to spend in the store before police arrived. I think they just got extremely lucky that they were out like a minute before the police got there. I truly don't think that had anything to do with their planning at all. Their plan was very simple. Rent a car, steal a plate, hit glass with a hammer, put a hook in it, and rip it off. Yeehaw. Dukes a Hazzard. Yippee. Like, there is nothing here that screams highly organized, smart criminals. They just got lucky. This is definitely a group of people that were probably regulars at this shop, so they knew the product that they wanted to target, so that way they could do it quickly and leave quickly. And they just got very lucky that it was fast enough that police couldn't catch them in time. Every day I pray that human beings find the strength within them to resist purchasing scalped products. The only fucking reason these crimes happen so often, so frequently, is because people are buying them. And by buying this scalped and stolen shit, it only enables this behavior even more from other people out there. And thus, we are seeing this catastrophic state of the hobby, where not only is like the market itself all fucked up because of complete scumbag losers out there that are exploiting it directly, but now even card shops and just people aren't safe at these card shops because now criminals have infested it and are now just going in there blatantly and brazenly stealing and committing crimes, violent crimes, all to get their hands on Pokemon cards to sell on the secondary market because people are buying them. It's so fucking tragic. It's disgusting. And I really hope authorities will start to look at this more seriously. It's out of control. It's completely out of control. Like, it feels like they don't really pursue it all that hard. Like, if they don't actually catch them in the act, then they probably don't catch them at all, except in the case of the wheelman from the armed robbery. They did follow up on that, and I hope that becomes more commonplace of them trying to follow through on these investigations to catch these people. Because again, I have no doubt these 3 guys that went in there and stole all that shit have been in that store numerous times and have probably been caught on camera scoping it out. I hope they will pursue it thoroughly, so that way maybe they can arrest them, throw the book at them, and have this act as a deterrent to finally send a message to other people that maybe think about stealing from other card shops and committing violent crimes over fucking shiny cardboard to think twice on it. I hope it ruins their life. I really hope they get caught. I hope it ruins their life. According to House of Cards, the car that they used was a rented vehicle, and the license plate was a stolen plate off of another vehicle. So they can't track the car overly well or anything. Complete pieces of shit, useless, worthless worms. It's also kind of adorable, though, how one of them, the tiny guy, couldn't find black gloves for the crime, so instead he borrowed his mother's mittens and threw those green things on his hand there. I just really hope they get caught. I really, really, really hope they get arrested. It's such a sad state of affairs here for the fucking TCG community, specifically Pokemon cards, because of shit like this, obviously, but it's showing no signs of slowing down, and I just can't fucking stand this garbage. So, wanted to yap about it again, that's about it. So, yep. I haven't been able to stop shaking. It happened again. There I go. Killing again. Yesterday, there was a sweet, innocent man just looking to enjoy his birthday, celebrating his 40th birthday. And I murdered him. In cold blood. I didn't mean to. It was like Pegasus stealing Yugi's grandfather's soul. It was brutal. It was inhumane. There's a streamer named Onipixel. You've probably heard of him. He's a massive streamer. And yesterday, it was his birthday. And through a divine act of God, a sign that he deserved to be smited, I don't know, but through catastrophic circumstances, it led to him meeting me in the top lane of a League of Legends tournament. And the rest is history. Oh, if I get on Imiru Jinxie Dante's squad, I'm fucking happy. That's a banger team.
I'm gonna have to go with Voice Critical. Give me.
Fuck! Damn it! Shit!
Ron, that's a very solid pick. That's a very.
Damn it!
Thank you, brother.
Fuck! Alright, we'll make it work. If Bradley Martin is an actual ADC main diamond level player, we're good. We could be good. Pobelter's a fucking monster. We still got a really good chance. We had a really good chance. I genuinely have no idea if Bradley Martin was just trolling saying that he's diamond ADC. That's the thing. That's the wild card.
Leslie, I think we need you to step up to the plate and play jungle. I don't think we can have Ron playing jungle. This guy doesn't seem like he can read. I think he's gonna die to the jungle mobs. Like, I'm pretty sure we need you to jungle. You can clear camps, right?
Hey, everyone.
Oh god.
Hey,
hello. How are you doing, man?
Yo, wait. So I've noticed here. Moist Critical said no when I picked him. Bradley Martin said no when I picked him. Foosball was crying, and then Cobblestone. I didn't get to see a reaction, but I don't understand what's going on.
It was excitement. I was like, no, this isn't fair. Fuck, we ruined the tournament. We're gonna steamroll.
Oh.
Yeah, it was tears of happiness, Ron.
Okay, yeah. Okay, I just want to make sure, because Brad said he's going to slap the shit out of me if I miss or we fuck up.
If we lose, yeah.
Because we're expected to win. That's the thing. We shouldn't lose.
Okay. Eric, it's Leona Jungle. You can cook.
What the fuck?
Chat, I'm going full try hard. I may even... What do you mean? Ak, you can close your cam on Discord, bro. More FPS.
Real quick, before you see the slaughter, I want to make it known that I went into this with the understanding that Onipixel was plat but washed. That's what he was advertised as. So I was expecting a real, Clash of the Titans up there, a kaiju fight. He is very out of practice, it seems.
Okay, so practice. Bang. So I just
Bradley, you have a single fucking dagger. Can you go back and buy another dagger at least? Hey, everyone! Hey, come back, guys. Let's learn how to shop.
Wait.
Okay. Ron, I need you to buy. You see the shop here?
About the fucking
yeah.
Buy a D-ring.
Buy a Doran's ring start.
Doran's ring and 2 pots, and go out to mid. Flash on him, Fuzzy. Guys, Bradley.
I stunned you. Oh my god.
Kill him. Nice. Fight. Focus Sivir. Focus Arky.
I got the top.
I mean, anybody, you're doing good, Arky. Keep it up.
I may die.
I have no abilities. I wasted them. I'm sorry, guys.
You good? Are we good?
Nice, good shit down there.
We're good.
I'm sorry, y'all. I didn't understand it. Remember,
we did it.
I only know like the abilities. I don't know how to like play against them. Like,
you were doing great.
No, you did great. You did great from everything that I saw in the kill feed, Ron. You're the fucking superstar.
Thank you, brother. Oh my god, I'm feeling good now. Bet. Oh, I like this. I'm actually having fun. Hold on now.
Poppy's gonna be top soon. Are you winning?
Yeah, I'm winning.
Nice.
Wanna kill him out or no?
You need to run. You need to run.
No, you're good. You're good.
What is argue?
He's gonna die. He's just get mortal. You're not good. You need to run.
Listen to fucking me! Nobody else!
Sorry, Tyler. Fuck.
Oh, he's coming. Come down then. If he comes.
Oh.
You need to run. You need to run. You need to
No,
run.
you're good.
What is argue?
Oh, he's gonna die. He's just get mortal. You're not good. You need to run.
Listen to fucking me! Nobody else!
Leslie, if you want, you can come top, waves pushing to me. If you gank top, we'll probably make him uninstall the game, I think.
Okay, I'm gonna get the Gromp, and then I'm gonna base grab my item, and then I'm gonna come top.
Okay, cool.
I'm gonna come top.
I think I already killed him.
Yo, I'm up on him. I'm not gonna lie. Yo, I'm up on him.
Here, you can kill him, you can kill him. He
Not
doesn't
sure
have
where
flash,
Poppy
he doesn't
is.
have flash, he doesn't have flash. I got him.
I think they're setting a bot. Hey, if Sona hits 6, get ready to flash for ult, Bradley.
I got him.
Yep.
Are you able to do that?
Okay, Oni, you need to just not ever walk up again. You cannot die again, bro.
I know. I'm not. Oh.
Think beyond one.
Fuck me in the ass.
Alright, I have ult.
Tell I'm getting
mana, though.
fucked.
I'm gonna try to gank you mid.
Yeah, Eric, if you come through here, if you go long, come through here.
Chad, I'm getting gapped. I feel terrible right now.
I have no mana.
You got
What
an
can
auto
I
attack.
do?
Yeah, you don't.
I just need to
Eric,
farm,
want me to
right?
speed up?
Yeah, I got
6. I think Poppy's down here. Actually, we can.
Good gank, Leslie! Good gank.
Okay.
That was good shit.
Hey, Ron, they're on you. Run.
Oh no, that's not good, is it? Ooh, that needs to be calm. That needed to be calmed.
Hey, yeah, that's my bad, bro. I'm sorry.
Should I be looking at my mini map a lot more?
Yeah. Or if you, if you see them approaching you on the minimap, it's a good signal to back
Got
off.
it. Got it. So what's the best place I should go if they're pushing me? Should I just go back to our spawn area?
Yeah, towards your turret generally.
Oh, I'm fucked.
Alright, Arky, go at him. Run at him, Arky.
Okay.
Good job.
He flash ulted. What?
His teammate's coming.
Keep hitting.
Oh, never mind. That's fucking E-Rob.
Big Eric.
Nice. Let's go.
Alright, push his
Eric,
way.
you're
Arky,
the
great
absolute
job. Boss, you have to stop. Oni, you need to stop dying.
Flash ulted me! Sorry.
You have to get CS. It doesn't. You shouldn't even be in range.
Okay.
His teammate's coming. Oh, never mind. That's fucking
Big
E-Rob.
Eric.
Nice. Let's go.
Push his wave. Arky, great
Eric,
job.
you're the absolute god.
Boss, you have to stop. Oni, you need to stop dying.
Flash ulted me!
You have
Sorry.
to get CS. You shouldn't even be in range.
Okay.
Hit the tower one time.
No, you're not.
I got fucked.
No, you're not.
3 of
Should
them.
I come bot?
Oh, 3 of them. Yeah. No.
Careful, guys. This brother duo is very strong.
Okay.
I'm gonna tell you something. They are down a player. I am tooting inside of Pixel right now.
Yes, Moist.
Yeah, I want to play around Moist if we can.
Dude, I'm feeling good.
Walk up.
Yep, easy, got you. Look at that.
Okay, he's here. Just push.
Go back. You gotta specify who you're talking to, bro. You gotta remember I'm stupid.
Oh yeah. Okay. Hey. Okay. Yeah. My bad, bro.
Well, if he's not near you, he's probably not talking to you.
Hey,
Yeah, but
back
I don't
off
know who's near me.
Ron, careful. Hey, walk up, Bradley. Look.
I'm coming.
Yo. Should I use my R ability?
Help on Poppy.
Yes.
Use your R.
I'm trying.
R. Okay.
It's nice. Do not move. Nice.
Bang!
Nice.
Good shit, Ron.
That was sick.
Yeah.
Nice.
Mord can take.
Yeah, I've got this.
Charlie, go, Charlie, go.
Am I too annoying, Moist, or am I good?
No, you're fucking perfect. You're beautiful. You're a beautiful man.
That was
Fuck on
amazing.
Los! Fuck on Los, he's dog shit!
So you can go here. When you run, that's Mal's hard TP. Try and kill her and get out.
Who cares? Malzahar got it. It's fine.
This guy's too good for this, actually. Malzahar got it. It's not bad. You got gold too. That's good. I got Mordekaiser ulted.
This Mordekaiser is gonna be too heavy. I don't. That's gonna be impossible.
I know.
That's my bad, guys. That's my bad.
Yeah, it's completely your fault.
I know. I'll make up for it.
Yeah, I think he's just. Yeah, it's over. GG.
Hey! What is that? Chill, guys. That's not GG, please.
To like newbie. You can't actually.
Eric, believe.
Fuck me.
One shot down.
Walk
We're
up
back
there
even.
and
Bang.
go to the tower.
Okay.
Someone should cover top.
Guys, where should I go?
Just stay bot with us. Fuck it. Just keep pushing. It's chill.
Yo, I like this, guys.
Have Mavericks on mid.
This is good. This is good.
Keep pushing together.
Oh my god, we're fucking on them. It's over for them. Oh god, it's over.
That was actually one of the saddest things I've ever seen a human being do in a video game.
Oh my god, it's over!
I don't know if that guy's lucid. Has anyone checked if Los is awake right now on stream? That was crazy.
Oh my.
Back out run. Back out run. This is okay. Can still fight.
It's fine. It's fine. Just keep fighting. Keep fighting. Keep fighting. Keep fighting. Oh. I'm just gonna TP for shield. I'm coming in behind them.
Yes. TP. We can fight this.
Oh my god.
Keep going forward now.
Oh my god. Alright, I'm just gonna take this for a kill.
Okay, we're.
Okay, Nocturne, he's inting.
Nice,
Mord go.
Oh my god,
nice,
huge.
E. Keep going, Charlie. We fucked them. We fucked them.
That's game. That's GG. GG, we end. We end. We can end. Hindsight's 20/20, but that is actually so upsetting because it could have been a Penta if I positioned myself better because my passive was up and Sivir was really low. I didn't see how low Sivir was, so I was focusing on like the stronger players there, so Eric and Tyler. But I also could have killed Sivir for the Penta if I had just spaced myself a little bit better near turret. I could have just gone a little more down and I would have just got the freest Penta ever, and I'm kind of upset that I missed it.
He'll kill at least over something. We'll heal up a lot faster. Oh, knock her back up.
Not that. How is an F not that? I don't think I did terrible, or I don't know. We just have no damage shot.
It is top cap. Oni, you can.
Yes, say it. Say it, please. Oh my god. Oh, I'm sorry.
What the fuck is happening?
I fucked up, Los.
They're just taking over the game.
What the fuck is happening?
I fucked up, Los.
Game.
Tell me it's not over.
I mean, it's over. Yeah. I mean, we cannot win. You three are. Well, it's just me and Eric. You and Arky don't play the game. It's not your fault.
I mean, tell me what you want me to do. I'll try.
I know.
There's nothing you can do, bro. There's nothing you can do.
Yeah, there's nothing you can do. You pressed R correctly. That's about all you can do, actually, and you did really well.
It's on me. It's on me. I
it's just Oni. But he solo lost the game.
There's
nothing else we can do.
I played fucking ass.
Yeah.
Yeah, just.
Oh my god, we did it, yo!
Oh my god!
Wait, hang on. Just take turrets. Let's see. Maybe we can.
It's gonna be very close, I think.
Let's not end.
Yeah, I think you're right. I got excited.
Oh. Go take Dragon right now. Don't care about the end. Go take Drake.
Okay, go into drag.
Yep, drag.
Bro, how do y'all learn
We need to
this?
make sure they don't rush Baron here.
There's so much mechanics here. Oh my god.
I played this game for 16 years of my fucking life, Ron. My entire life. Slaving away in this game. Okay? That's what it takes.
Ron, I was afraid I was going to have to smack you again, bro. I don't think so.
Hey, Pope, next item. Pope, next item, what should I grab? Spirit or what?
You should go Pen. I think you should go
Exploit.
Void, probably, actually, because Poppy is a billion MR.
Okay.
16 years of clicking around, bro.
I've spent more time on the Summoner's Rift than I have in reality, Ron. That's what it's I really don't want to pull Baron.
Okay. Yo, we don't have smite. We don't have smite. You're right.
Just walk forward.
Yo, Los' bum ass is right there, bro.
You can look Leona.
Yep.
You can look Leona.
If you can hit anyone with an ult, it's good.
I got E-Rob. Oh.
I don't even know where I am on the map.
Press space.
Okay, Charlie's winning in there. Go, go, go,
Yep,
go.
I got it.
Anivia. Don't dive into their Nexus stuff. Chill a bit. Oh, Poppy maybe.
Nice.
He's tanky. We can try for a bit. I don't know if we can end. Just hitting.
No, it's gonna be tough. Oh no, we can get this. No, back. I think
What should we do?
I think
I'm
back.
feeling weird about this.
Yeah,
let's just back.
Okay.
Okay, just back.
Oh my god, I'm actually goated. I just flashed the fuck out of them.
It's exhilarating, isn't it? Huh? It's like a drug.
I love this.
Mm-hmm.
I love this game.
Ron, back, man.
Oh yes, sir. I'm a fucking peon. See, you gotta talk to me like that. Sometimes you gotta just.
Slap you. Come on. Sorry. My bad.
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
Ready to fight?
I'm just gonna grab Poppy. You guys can fight without that.
We win. Play with more. Oh, kite
Oh,
out.
I got
kite out.
Poppy.
We got Poppy
Ooh.
ulted.
No,
Okay,
I'm back.
we
I'm
can
back.
still
I'm
fight.
back. Oh.
They might try to steal. Ah, he's too pussy! Little soy boy's afraid to go for his swipe fight. That's
He's
crazy.
too pussy for us. Oh my
That's
god.
crazy.
We are legends. Sorry. I'm just trying to hit some voice lines. Maybe it'll like hit eventually.
I thought that hit great. I could see that. I could see
Where are
that.
you getting these lines
Thank you,
from,
thank
bro?
you. I'm just trying like I don't know.
Is this shit AI?
No, that's
I'm
a
just trying.
certified
I'm trying
big
to do
LCS moment right there.
Yeah. I'm just trying to get like that moment. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I dig it.
Oh boy.
I have heals, don't worry. We can push. They use many cooldowns. Okay, pushing. Okay. Just kill these noobs. Nice flash.
Oh, big ult. Nice.
I got it.
Nice.
He
Good
just
shit.
ended the game.
They're ulting me. I got 2 ults on me.
It's gone.
More on me, more. In it.
Hey, G, their top's too good.
These guys are crazy. Tyler, I'm sorry. This guy knows the strats. He ulted me to kill the Nexus.
Yeah, there was probably more cooks.
More on me, more. In it.
Hey, G, their top's too good.
These guys are crazy. Tyler, I'm sorry. This guy knows the strats. He ulted me to kill the Nexus.
Yeah, there was probably more cooks before that. Yeah,
I sold, guys. I'm sorry. This is all on me. All.
I fucked up the draft. That's my fault.
No.
I forgot you're on 100 ping actually, so you don't have a fucking chance.
111 ping. It was
Yeah,
kind
that's
of
really bad.
SCSing,
That's
but still,
impossible to
team
play
fights.
on.
No, I could have still done way more.
I was fucked up.
Bro.
I just. Yeah, I just.
You're goated. You're actually goated. You actually did.
You did it, Ron. You led us to the dub. You led us to the dub, Ron. That was all you. It was all Ron.
Oh my god, boys! Oh my god, I'm a fucking legend!
Good shit, boys and girls. That was good.
Everybody.
We did it.
Oh my god!
Ron, we broke your curse, man.
Mhm.
I broke my curse, dude! This is my first second round!
Oh god.
Oh my god, wait, I was 1-7. What?
But that was an impactful 1-7.
13-0? Holy aura!
Bro, you're leading in kills and deaths and assists.
Oh my god. 1-10, not bad.
Do we
But
know
I have
who we're
pretty
up
good gold. I'm pretty good at earning gold.
You were good. You're a national.
You did great. Like, literally, for never touching this game, unironically, you played super fine. Like, you did exactly what we needed you to do. Legit.
Thank you, bro. Thank
Yeah, that
you,
was
bro.
awesome. Thank you, Ron.
Oh my god. No, thank you guys, y'all. This is where legends are made, y'all.
Mm-hmm.
You want that line to hit so bad, huh?
It's gonna hit, bro. It's gonna hit one of these times. Oh my god. Wait, so they're out of the tournament completely?
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure
yes.
Pixel's never going to touch the game again. He had the worst time of his life up there.
I don't know if League is my game, bro. How to uninstall League, bro? How to uninstall this fucking game, bro? Nah, bro.
Oh, also tell Oni happy birthday from me. let him know. Wishing him a great birthday. That's super sweet. That was fun. That was a lot of fun.
Let us.
You altered my birthday, brother. No, but like I said, man, it's just the birthday spankings. It's something we do over here, and we have a good time. We giggle about it. Haha, we have fun.
Yeah, I have like a really good dude.
You go, ooh, ow, ooh.
He's been pushing me.
It's only up from here. Ooh,
so maybe
that kind of thing.
1 month.
They're good bot lane though. We killed bot lane.
Hey, wait, yo, Tyler, but we could go duo queue.
I'll never play with you again in my life. I don't know why you guys send this fucking waste everybody's time.
Yo, listen, Tyler, if you ever want to play 2K, bro, I'll teach you the ways.
Not playing 2K.
Oh my gosh.
See, this doesn't mean anything to you guys, but this is a big deal to me. People are
I wanted
this
to
for
win.
months, by the way. For you guys, it's just like a Monday.
Bro,
I hate
so
much.
Bro.
I hate it so much.
What a fun tournament. We lost in the second round, but it doesn't matter. We had that glorious game 1. We were the people's champions. And being honest, Tyler was fucking spitting there when he was talking about how much he hates to lose. I get that mentality completely. When it comes to competition, I get sweaty. I hate losing. Our esports teams, I'm devastated when we drop a game or lose a series. And even in like low stakes tournaments like this, I fucking want to win. Like, that's extremely fun. It really does not feel good to lose, even in something as silly as this. So I get it, and god damn it, this will probably be the only time I ever beat Tyler 1 at anything. Although this is an indirect W over him, I'll fucking take it. So yeah, anyway, I wanted to yap about this and show some of it from yesterday. That's really about it. So yeah. Yeah, it's good. Pluribus is the latest from Vince Gilligan, and he proves, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that he just can't miss. He is just him. It's incredible how everything he's made, I like. More like Vince gurgling, because I am gargling and swallowing everything he puts out with a smile on my face. This man just knows how to tickle me. He is able to put out things that I just really, really enjoy. The only thing he's made that I can even think of where I had, like, multiple complaints was El Camino, and that really did feel like it was kind of more of a paycheck as opposed to a passion project that he wanted to see through. But even that wasn't bad or anything. Anyway, though, enough Gilligan glaze here. Let's talk about Pluribus. I think it is such a fascinating concept that is explored beautifully. In a nutshell, I'll avoid spoilers for now, but of course, I get into spoilers, so I'll give you a warning when we get there. The show is basically about an invasion, but not in the traditional sense that you're thinking of, where tiny green aliens come down, probe our butts, and suck our tits and everything. This is an invasion in the sense where everyone's mind on the planet all of a sudden joins together into a huge hive mind. After a mysterious discovery at the beginning of episode 1, and a set of circumstances that lead to a spread of some sort, everyone joins into this giant collective. And there is no longer any I, there is only we. And everyone on the planet, save for 13 survivors, are now part of that collective. And they're basically omniscient since they have the collective knowledge of all, 7 billion people except for these 13. And since they're spread out all over the planet and information hits all of them instantaneously, they can basically do and get anything like that, like magic. And the 13 survivors now inhabit this world with this not human entity that has taken over the humans, but it's like really nice. It's like super fucking polite. And we follow Carol Sturka, who is one of the 13, and she... now we're going to get into spoilers. Now it's spoilers time. Spoiler warning. She lost someone very dear to her. And she hates what's happened here because it is the death of individuality. These are not really people anymore. It's now a thing. And she doesn't like that, and she's fearful of when they eventually force her to join as well, she would lose herself. It's a really, really interesting concept, and Carol Sturka is played by Ray Seahorn, who's extremely talented. I'm sure if you've seen Better Call Saul, you already know that, but she crushes it in this role. She is alone. She is miserable. She's been through so much, and she continues to try and fight against this entity, and even tries to team up with the other survivors whom just aren't interested in it. They like this because this entity that has now joined the consciousness of all the humans on the planet is so fucking nice, so sweet. Granted, it's a big old dweeb, like it's a huge twerp, basically like talking to a Redditor 24/7, but like it genuinely wants to make the 13 survivors happy. It will do anything they ask. It can't lie to them. It cannot hurt them. It will actually go out of its way, sacrificing people to help these survivors be happy. And even in one of the episodes, Carol's like pushing them to their limits, like, what if I asked for an atom bomb? Would you give me that? And they're like, well, we wouldn't be happy about it, but we would. And it's just so interesting because it's understandable why the other survivors wouldn't really view this as like a negative thing, because it is world peace. Nobody's getting hurt anymore. There's no dying. There's no conflict. It's complete tranquility and just infinite, sunshine and rainbows. But it's not real people anymore. It's now just this thing that has their minds and their souls. They're basically puppets, but they're very nice puppets. And the show is just so well written, which I've come to expect from Vince Gilligan's work. It is always impressive just how like tight the writing is with its characters, and especially the narrative here, where even when there is something like dark, like a big reveal that Carol Sturka unveils about this entity, it's then able to be argued from their perspective, like, well, this is why we do that. We do that because X, Y, and Z. And when you hear their side of it, it's like, shit, that's pretty understandable. It's still hard to view them as like evil bad guys, even though like they are. They non-consensually did take over the entire planet's consciousness to join it together, because that's how it spreads, that's how it survives, and it believes it's a blessing. It believes it's doing everyone a favor because everyone that joins is apparently extremely happy about it. So they're viewing it as this gift, but like there are things about it that are weird and sketchy and like even downright unforgivable. And when those get unveiled and Carol brings it up to the other survivors or to the hive mind, they have really strong arguments for like why they have to do that to survive, because not only can they not hurt the survivors, they can't hurt any living creature. They won't step on an ant. They won't swat a mosquito. They won't pick a fucking apple. So like it's so fascinating watching them explore this concept, because it is a bad thing. All the people on the planet no longer have their own agency. So like if one of the survivors, like one of them we see, asks them like, hey, I want you, all fucking 20 of you women, I want you all to come over here so we can fuck. They can't say no. They have to say yes, and they willingly do so because they love the survivors so much. They say that many times, no matter what gets done to them. Like even Carol does some really like, bad things to them that you would think they'd want to like strike back or like stop her from doing. They don't. They still love her. And even when they like, separate, it's not on bad terms, and they still will do anything to provide for her and make her happy. It's just so, I can't express enough just how interesting it is. And of course, you're constantly wondering, is there a way to fix it? And as the episodes progress, there are some breadcrumbs about like, oh, maybe there is a way to fix this. And how are they going to figure out how to do that? There's only 13 of them on the planet, and no one wants to cooperate with Carol, except for a character that finally enters the fold that we've been introduced to earlier, named Menusos, who is a great fucking character. This guy is like, from the second this happened, he's immediately, nose in the books trying to figure out how to stop it. He isolates from the hive mind, the others. He doesn't talk to them, doesn't interact with them. He is just constantly trying to figure out what he can do to fix this and save the world. Eventually, he gets some tapes from Carol, and now, at the season's conclusion, they are going to team up to try and figure out how to stop this, how to fix this, and bring everybody back. Because it seems like an impossible task. Yet, there were little glimmers of hope that there is a way, and Menusos got very creative with exploring and understanding how this joining worked in the first place. And I'm so curious to see where that goes in season 2, which I just read isn't exactly right around the corner, which is a little disappointing. But anyway, I have very few complaints about this show. As you can tell, I really did enjoy it a lot. It's not a show I think everyone's going to like. It is a slow burn. a lot of this is very much spending time with Carol Sturka, processing everything and grieving what she's lost and trying to come to terms and trying to figure out how to live in this new world while also trying to fight back against them. And then also the confusion that comes with it because they are extremely nice. And none of the other survivors seem to think it's a bad thing. They view it as like the best thing that ever happened to them and the planet as a whole. So like, then it gets confusing with, well, maybe she's in the wrong. And even you as the viewer, since you keep seeing how nice they are and how they're able to explain things that would ordinarily be like inexplicable, you start to wonder, well, are they even really that evil in the first place? Like, it is just really well done. I think they have crushed it. And I really like Manuso's character as well. I know I'm highlighting Carol because she is the main character, but Manusos is great. Like, I think he has been such an interesting contrast to Carol's journey, where Carol from the very beginning immediately was like cooperating with them, not because she liked them or anything, but because she was trying to understand more about them directly and try and figure out how to fight them. Manusos, completely on his own, fucking pulled himself up by his own bootstraps, dusted off his shoulder, just got to business, and anytime they even tried to interact with him, he told them to fuck right off. He would even threaten to, like, kill them. He wants nothing to do with them, and he tries his best to avoid taking things from other people, even though the people aren't there anymore. So he chooses not to. So instead of flying from Paraguay all the way to Carol, which he could do with the others, even offering it to him, saying like, hey, we can get you there in a couple of hours. He's like, nope, you can go kick rocks, eat dirt. I'm going to make this long journey and hike through extremely dangerous conditions here to do it myself. It's very cool. I like the show a lot. Like I said, it's not going to be for everybody, and I know that. Now, all this being said, I do have a pretty big complaint. Since there are so few survivors in the show, there's not a lot of opportunity for characters to be interacting with one another. Now, of course, there's a lot of individuals from the hive mind, but that's all the same character. That is one character, even though it's got a bunch of different faces. So even though Carol spends a lot of time with, Zosha from the hive mind, and interacts with other characters from the hive mind, she's still interacting with just that same character. Same with all the other survivors we see interacting with the hive mind. That is still just one character. So I feel like we miss out on a lot of character interactions because it's mainly Carol and the hive mind and nobody else until Manusos gets there, and then we get to see Manusos interact with the hive mind. But again, the hive mind is one character. So instead of in Breaking Bad or something where there's a, big cast of characters that you see interact pretty often, here, not so much. And even from the survivor side, outside of Manusos and Carol, there's really only one other survivor that we see a handful of times, and he's just basically the pervert, this is great, I get to fuck all the time, and I get to live in Las Vegas, and everything's at my disposal, like Air Force One, yippee. Other than that, the only other survivor we see is one that is very energetic, enthusiastic about joining the hive mind, and that's it. And they don't interact. We don't see a whole lot of interaction. So that was just something that kind of left me feeling a little underwhelmed with how little we see characters themselves talk to each other. But that's also kind of the point. Carol is alone. And even with the hive mind being around, that's not really a person there. You're still alone. It's kind of like using ChatGPT as your best friend. It's there to just make you feel good and just do what it can to keep you hooked on it. That's kind of like interacting with the hive mind in Pluribus. It is literally there to just always be your yes man and nothing else to make you try and feel good. And that's it. So you don't get real character interactions, so it does feel very isolating, which I think is a good thing, but also from a viewer's perspective, I just would have liked to seen more with characters interacting. And now that Manusos and Carol are teaming up, I'm sure we will. And the little bits and pieces we got of that at the end of the season were good. I'm just hoping for more going forward. That's all. That's my only complaint about season 1 of Pluribus. Overall, I think it was just a great series. I highly recommend it, but I don't think everyone's going to like it. It is slow. But for me, that's not a big deal, so Pluribus I thought slapped. That's about it. So yep. There are only two certainties in life: death and Charlie being wrong with one of his predictions. You have to ask yourself, it's another day. Does that mean Charles was wrong about something else today? The answer is usually yes. Does a bear shit in the woods? So, for a while I've been very excited about Hollow Knight Silksong. I am a huge fan of Hollow Knight, but I have been a bit of a Scrooge when it comes to hopium in regards to Hollow Knight Silksong. I have said many times it probably won't be coming for quite a while, because there just hasn't been a peep in so long, except for like a couple of like tiny little tidbits, these little tiddlywinks that they drop occasionally over the years, but never anything substantial enough to convince me it would release. And we even had that song and dance with Phil Spencer a couple of years ago, showing Hollow Knight Silksong at one of the Xbox conferences and saying that it would be out within a year. Well, a year went by and it didn't come out. It just petered out once again, never arrived. This year, there was more hype and a lot of hoopla about Hollow Knight Silksong coming out in 2025, and I just didn't put a lot of stock in it. I just didn't believe in it. I'd been hurt before. We've already been through this song and dance when it comes to Silksong, so I kept saying, probably not, and don't get your hopes up. Well, turns out I was wrong. It is definitively confirmed to come out this year. Team Cherry even has a tweet announcing a special presentation on Thursday for it, which I am beyond excited for. And today at Gamescom, Jeff Keighley confidently stated that it will be out this year and even showed an extended teaser. It is apparently even playable at Gamescom, so it is a real game that exists and will actually come out this year.
For 6 years, Team Cherry has been crafting Hollow Knight Silksong. It is highly anticipated and Steam's most wish-listed game. Well, tonight, I can finally definitively tell you that Silksong is 100% actually launching this year. And behind me, you're seeing some brand new Silksong gameplay, the first extended look since the last trailer in 2022. And starting tomorrow, you guys here at Gamescom can play a demo at the Nintendo and Xbox booths. There you go. Silksong is real.
Now, when it comes to my gaming predictions, I'm usually really happy to be proven wrong about them, because it typically means a game I'm looking forward to is coming out, which is, you know, yeehaw, big whoopee moment for me. So I'm happy that I was wrong about Silksong not releasing this year. Though, admittedly, it's not in my hands yet. Shit's not here yet. So, who knows? It could go tits up all of a sudden at the finish line. It's not 100% in the books yet. I guess we'll see. But barring a catastrophic, unforeseen circumstance, the game will release this year, which is extraordinary. Now, I don't want to just yap solely about Hollow Knight Silksong, albeit I definitely could, because I really am pumped for it. I'm going to need to replay Hollow Knight again soon here for the gaming channel. I want to blabber about a couple of other topics I've been getting asked about a lot recently. But before diving into that spaghetti and meatballs, I would like to also talk about something that I've been getting asked about a lot over the last few hours. So earlier today, I posted that video announcing that Queso is an owner of Cheeky with us. It's our soap company. We're extremely excited to have Queso on board, and a lot of people learned about Cheeky for the first time. So some people that were really interested in trying Cheeky went to order it, only to notice that international shipping is astronomical pricing. And I want to just talk about that briefly here. We do not set the international shipping rate. All of our soap is made here in America. We make it in Montana. We also make some of it here ourselves in Tampa when we're testing it. But it is manufactured in America, in Montana, thus it ships from here. So we are subject to really expensive international shipping rates for this product. That is out of our hands, and initially, when we launched, and for the first few months, we didn't even have international shipping turned on because it is so expensive. You literally pay more for the shipping of our soap than you do the actual product. But we turned it on by popular demand for people saying they don't care, they just really want to try the soap, doesn't matter the shipping cost. So we turned it on as an option for them. But we recognize how crazy the price is. That is not us. We are not trying to hose you down with international shipping rates for our benefit. Trust me, if we could, we would get it much lower. And hopefully in the future, as Cheeky grows, we'll be able to have warehouses internationally that we can ship inventory to, so it'll ship from there to you. Thus, it wouldn't have that huge international shipping price attached to it. But I wanted to mention that because I know a lot of people were really shocked by that and a little confused on why that's the case. Trust us, we know it's frustrating for us as well, and we'd love to get that down in the future, but at our current size, it's just not feasible for us to open up warehouses overseas, but hopefully in the future. So now, the next thing I wanted to talk about is a movie review I didn't do. I have still been seeing a lot of movies that I haven't been reviewing, and one of them was Nobody 2. I haven't heard a lot of buzz about the film in general, but on stream I've been getting asked a few times about well, why am I not reviewing Nobody 2? Because I've talked about seeing it and I said it was fine, I liked it. And people were like, well, what the fuck? Why didn't you review it? This is ridiculous. Sometimes there's movies I'll see that I just really don't feel like reviewing, and Nobody 2 is one of them. I really like the first Nobody movie, and the sequel here is fine. It's very clearly a cash grab off of Nobody. Like, that was a movie that kind of, I don't know, I wouldn't say it was like a huge breakout success that everybody talks about, everyone knows about. It wasn't like John Wick where it just blew up and spawned a whole franchise. But Nobody is a film that a lot of people are familiar with, really appreciated. So now they came back around here looking for what I consider would be an easy payday of just making a sequel. It doesn't really have a whole lot that it wants to say. It does kind of jump the shark a bit as well, but it is fun. Like, it's a silly, fun action movie. Bob Odenkirk back in the saddle again, going on vacation with his family to Plummerville, and they end up uncovering a huge drug operation, and he ends up killing a bunch of people. His family kills some people too. Like, it's a good time, but it's nothing special. It's like the most popcorn flick, and then when you leave the theater, you'll think about it maybe a couple times, and then it'll just kind of fade out. It's not as good as the first one. It doesn't really even try to be. It's content just being like a fun ride for like an hour and a half. I just don't have a whole lot to say about it. That's it. Like, that's the only reason I didn't review it. But like, if you just want to see an action movie, you probably won't be disappointed. Moving on to the next thing, Resident Evil. So I've been doing a Resident Evil marathon for like a month and a half now, playing all 30 Resident Evil games, and a lot of people have been asking, am I going to be doing a tier list or a ranking when I'm all done, and also how many do I have left? I've been getting asked this a lot. So yes, I will be doing a ranking of every Resident Evil game from worst to best, like the definitively most dog shit to the absolute goated Resident Evil game. I have currently done 24 Resident Evil games, so I'm almost finished. Tonight I'll be finishing Resident Evil 5 on stream with Matt. Then it's Revelations 2, then 6, then 7, then 8, then Mercenaries 3D, and then finally Degeneration. But Degeneration I am having the hardest time setting up because it's an Engage game, if you remember the fucking Engage from back in the day. The emulator is such a bitch to get going. I cannot get that to work, so I think I'm just going to skip it. This is me making an announcement that I'm probably just skipping Degeneration. It is a throwaway title anyway. I tried. I even reached out to Bakba Soup about it, and when he tried to get it working on his end again because he had it working at one point, it no longer works now. It is a huge headache to set up. It is really not worth the struggle, so I'm probably just going to cut that one. So yeah, I wanted to let you know that right now. But to answer the main question, yes, I will be ranking them all. And I'm very excited to do that. I've been having an extreme amount of fun playing through every Resident Evil game, and I plan on doing more of these marathons for other franchises going forward. I don't know if there's any other franchises like Resident Evil where it'll be this many games, fucking 30 games, but I'm certainly open to it. But Final Fantasy was the other one I was thinking about, but I don't know if those are fun to stream, so I'll probably do Final Fantasy like over a long period of time off stream for the gaming channel. Now the next topic I think I'll just go ahead and close out the video with because it's a very big topic and it's one I've already talked about quite a bit, but it continues to just snowball. Roblox and everything happening with Roblox. I have been keeping up with it. I've been keeping my finger on the pulse of everything in regards to Roblox because there are so many problems with it that Roblox themselves have done a horrible job at addressing. I know Chris Hansen is investigating them. I know there's lawsuits against them. I know that there is like actual politicians involved now in investigating Roblox, and still amidst all of that, Roblox continues to make some bafflingly fucking terrible decisions. And I cannot stress enough how weird it is that Roblox keeps trying to normalize 17 plus when it comes to like dating site and virtual sex games. Like, when all of this was blowing up, Roblox once again made like this wave of bans and whatever, but there were some virtual sex games still on Roblox that they said would only be accessible to 17 plus users. Roblox, 17 is still a minor. It's so weird that they don't get that. It's so weird. And it's also just weird to have sex games in Roblox in the first place. It is a gaming platform used predominantly by children. Like, it's so fucking odd. Like, everything that this company is doing. and I am keeping up with it, but I'm not making a video on every single new development with it. And I just wanted to let you all know that I am still actively following it, and I probably will follow up with another video on Roblox as everything continues to develop with it. This shit is crazy, but I just wanted to make a mention of that briefly. Anyway, that's really about it. So yeah. I have now entered a diabolical pattern of getting one night of sleep and then one all-nighter, so I alternate days where I sleep. I only sleep every other day. I'm a goddamn cryptid when it comes to sleep. And I know you're probably tired of hearing me yap about my insomnia. The reason I'm mentioning it now is because it's 6 a.m. I've obviously been up all night again. But the reason why I keep bringing it up is because it's kind of like Voldemort's name, where you gotta take away its power. So this is me calling out my insomnia, hoping that, you know, if enough time passes, I'll start to make some headway being able to sleep normally again. I'm also trying a bunch of, like, medication now. Not working, huh? It doesn't seem to be panning out all that well. I just spit everywhere. This has nothing to do with the topic, by the way. You've got eyes, and I assume you're literate. You know what the topic is. It's a huge YouTube issue that apparently has just started up and people have learned about. According to a bunch of YouTubers, there has been an abnormal drop in views on all of their channels, allegedly a site-wide decline in views, seemingly out of nowhere, and they've been doing a lot of exploring in the data, and they believe they've found the culprit. A YouTuber named Josh Strife Hayes just posted a video explaining all of it and showing all of the data, which is apparently corroborated by a ton of other channels experiencing very similar circumstances. And I'll go ahead and address the obvious explanation that people are absolutely going to be like Poindextering, pushing up their glasses. Well, actually, this is the reason. They fell off. Like, that's going to be what most people typically default to. Like, there's probably no YouTube issue. These channels are probably just falling off or posting some lackluster content that people aren't interested in. Or you could easily just point to the time of year that it is, you know, back to school and all that. And that's not like some kind of fucking outlandish hypothesis that'll have you, you know, thrown into a padded cell at Arkham Asylum. Like, that sounds reasonable. But if you look at the data here, it's not really supported, because nothing changed in like the type of content and all of that until one day in particular, across the board on every channel, August 10th. That is Judgment Day for YouTube channels, where the views just got fucking smited, and it seems like something changed on the back end that has now led to this net decrease in views for pretty much every channel on the platform.
I want you to specifically look at your views from device type in August, specifically around the August 9th to 12th period, because that is the date range the desktop views specifically fall out of correlation with the other device types and become consistently lower. 12,000 per day drop to 6,000 per day over 4 days and then remain at that. The other channels I've asked to check their analytics also corroborated this same drop. August 10th shows a substantial and sustained reduction in views from desktop source only, while not showing a correlation reduction from other device types.
This is why I said that explanation of, oh, it's just the time of year, or, well, they must have just been posting cringe on main or some shit, just doesn't really work here. Because when you look at the analytics, the views stayed the same on device types, except for one, which doesn't make any sense if the explanation is they were making bad content, shit no one wanted to see. Because if that was the case, you would see a reduction in views on all device types there, not just a single isolated one. He is showing here that all the views maintain the same consistency on all devices except computer post August 10th. So unmasking the Scooby-Doo villain here of less views, we get something pretty fishy where it seems like they must have changed something on the back end when it comes to computer desktop views specifically. Computer views on post August 10th take a drastic decline, and they stay that way. They don't go back into the same pattern, the same correlation that they previously were. Josh Strife Hayes showcases it with his channel, and then he mentions other channels also corroborated that as well. So naturally I wanted to take a peek at mine. I don't typically pay attention to views, so I didn't even realize that this was like a huge thing going on in the first place with like a reduced views out of nowhere. I set up the process exactly how he described, and I got very, very similar results to what he showcased. Let's take a peek under the hood here. I did exactly what Josh said. 90 days, device type, views, and everything follows the same correlation that it usually does. And then August 10th, the next day, bang, bingo, bango, bongo, the computer desktop views get banished to the shadow realm and it's all cattywampus. It goes tits up. But I thought, I never really look at this in the first place, so maybe this is just something where it kind of ebbs and flows, like maybe some stinkers get farted out from me and people don't want to see that, you know, it is what it is. So I decided to go to the last 365 days, and no, it seems like the trend is pretty consistent. Like, these usually do kind of stay in like the same general ranges together until you can see the tail here. August 10th, and now all of a sudden everything's changed. It's a whole new ball game. I don't think that this is a natural thing that just happened where every single channel, every single viewer on YouTube just decided to sell their computers and just watch YouTube exclusively on tablets or TVs. I'd be very surprised to hear about this mass exodus from PCs. Like, you know what? Time to hang up the RGB. I'm getting myself a fucking Kindle and I'm only gonna fucking read books and I'll watch YouTube on it. I don't think that's what's happening here. This really seems like there is some kind of internal change at YouTube that has caused this. I don't think there's been an official word from YouTube on this at all. Like, maybe it goes deeper than this, and maybe it has to do with, like, how bad the platforms become with the inshitifying of, like, the recommended section. Maybe they're changing how they, like, even feed viewers videos in the first place. Though, if that was the case, then you would still see a reduction in views on all device types, not just a single one. So that wouldn't really explain that. I don't know. It is very odd. It definitely smells of some horseradish.
Now I can use specific videos I've released to show this switch again. If your channel is focused on shorts, follow this specific video by video comparison to see the correlation switch for yourself. And I can use videos from both restricted mode and normal mode to show that restricted mode probably has nothing to do with this. The last video before this August 10th switch happens. And my next video, Was It Good? Neverwinter Nights, Hordes of the Underdark, released on August 21st. And that was the first video ever on my channel to have a higher view count from mobile devices than from desktop PCs. Here is the complete graph showing every video I have ever released on the channel. The blue line is desktop views. The green is mobile. Desktop views have been consistently higher than mobile views within correlation, except from August 10th onwards. If we look at the last 90 days again, you can see the desktop view dip.
Which is something you could see on my channel as well. He mentions that he doesn't believe restricted mode has any role to play in this, and the data that he presents here is very interesting. I think Josh Strife-Hayes has done a great job with this investigation here. He has narrowed in on the date and also the culprit, which is desktop views. What changed? Did they change the way they calculate the views, or did they change the way they even feed people videos on desktop? Like, maybe there's a chance if you're a desktop YouTube enthusiast, maybe you do not get the videos from the pages you subscribe to. Maybe YouTube just decides not to push them on desktop users. Who's really to say? But you can see in the data that that is where it is coming from. There is something that happened on August 10th that it seems like every single channel is experiencing. Josh Strife-Hayes does make a mention that it doesn't seem to matter for shorts content, like short form content. That doesn't seem to like play by these rules here. It's only for long form videos. If you're a YouTuber, I encourage you to check your own analytics on this here to see if it's the same story. I imagine it probably will be. It seems very consistent for every channel so far. I would be surprised to see the trend be bucked at this point. It seems like there definitely is something that happened on August 10th at YouTube. But who knows? Maybe this is like a wild coinkydink that so many channels have the exact same thing happen on the exact same day. I guess we'll see. Maybe YouTube will shed some light on this topic. Anyway, just wanted to put this on your radar a little bit. Great work to Josh Strife-Hayes. And yeah, that's really about it. See ya. It's rare that I can't yap up a wacky intro, but learning about this menace has left me stunned. I just saw this video from EWU Body Cams about this guy that would hide cameras in like every bathroom on the planet, it seems like. I wouldn't be surprised if he's got hidden cameras in my own porcelain throne territory there. Like he's infiltrated my domain and is filming me.
I'm calling because we just received an anonymous tip that someone has a camera in our employee bathroom and is uploading videos online.
You still haven't raised my charges. What's our charges? You're not supposed to be judgmental to anybody's crimes, by the way.
What the hell is even that? You're not supposed to be judgmental of crimes? I don't remember hearing that in the Miranda rights. I can't even really imagine that. Like, you show up to a murder scene, you catch the suspect, and you just happen to say, like, hey, buddy, look, I don't mean to be judgmental here, but you strike me as a bit of a jerk for this, you know, taking a lot of human lives here. I know, sue me, I don't mean to judge. I feel like as far as judgment goes, crimes are a pretty solid one for people to form an opinion on, rightfully so. If you are found guilty of secretly recording thousands of people using the restroom, you're a fucking freak, and people will judge you as such.
On July 19th, 2022, the police in Ann Arbor, Michigan responded to the Briarwood shopping mall after receiving this unusual call about video footage from a store bathroom being uploaded online. Horrifically, the resulting investigation into a tech-savvy peeping Tom would spread throughout the city of Ann Arbor. The final number of cameras and victims is enough to make your skin crawl.
It's not exaggerating either. It actually did, by the end of this investigation, have my fucking jaw on the floor with how many cameras and how many videos and how all over the place it was. There wasn't a bathroom in Michigan that was spared his peeping. Like, this guy is like the supervillain of shitters. There was nowhere safe, no porcelain throne left unsullied by his eyes. His near omniscient eyes. He dedicated his whole life, put his soul into his craft of spying on every bathroom in Michigan. He was literally like the architect from The Matrix.
This morning it was my boss who took the phone call. I don't know what time it was this morning from a restricted number. He was like, it's a restricted website, you're not going to find it, but I just wanted to let you know.
The responding officer headed to the bathroom to take a look for herself. Notably, the bathroom was usually reserved for employees.
Like sideways, yeah, on that shelf. But, I mean, I don't know how. I know it can be tiny.
Police would learn soon enough that the employees at Altered State were not the only ones to have their privacy violated. In an unanticipated shocker, the police would find over 200 hidden camera videos from no less than 7 different bathrooms throughout the city over the next month and a half.
So this was the first domino to fall here that led them down this crazy trail. They found so many cameras and videos from this guy. It was like actually hunting Riddler trophies in the Arkham series. It was crazy. He violated so many people's privacy, spied on so many people, and it turns out this is only the tip of the iceberg because he actually has a previous case very similar to this, and had in his possession 7,000 videos of unclothed or partially clothed individuals that he filmed without their consent. 7,000! That's more than, like, all of Markiplier's uploads since he started YouTube. That is an unbelievable amount. And that was in the course of 5 years from 2010 to 2015. We'll get to that here in a little bit, but this guy's entire life has been dedicated to violating people's privacy.
All were filmed without consent between January and July 2022. Horrifically, this included illegal images of children. The depravity didn't stop there. When searching the offender's laptop, the police found he had engaged with online adult websites, where images and personal information of unknowing victims were distributed. Police suspected the culprit intended to participate in such exchanges after they found additional images of the victims taken from social media downloaded to his laptop.
Just when you thought it couldn't get worse. So, it's pretty clear he was also sharing these with other fucking evil creeps out there, and was even distributing personal information of the people that he would identify through these hidden cameras. So, from the sound of things, he would broadcast this onto restricted websites, and additionally, he also had illegal images of children. This guy is legitimate evil.
Even though the anonymous caller believed the video he saw was a live stream, He could have been mistaken. The working theory was that the culprit could have put the camera up at the start of a shift and then taken it home to upload the footage.
So, back to what started this whole trail of breadcrumbs that they followed was an anonymous caller tipped them off that at this altered state in this restroom, there was a live stream of people using that bathroom, of course being non-consensually filmed. And so, officer went to the scene. They searched high and low for a camera, but they couldn't find it. But they did see that a lot had been, adjusted and moved around. So it's not that they completely disregarded this as just some kind of, phony baloney nonsense. It's one of those things where they started speculating, well, maybe it wasn't a live stream. Maybe they had taken the camera home and uploaded the footage to those sites, and the caller was just mistaken, thinking that it was live.
Something else the anonymous caller said prevented the current lack of evidence from stonewalling the investigation. The man fitting the caller's description was 36-year-old Eric Deshaun Morton. This was not his first run-in with police.
But everyone said he was going to the bathroom a lot last night, and they thought that he just, was trying to not work.
It seemed likely that Eric was up to something far more nefarious than just slacking.
Yeah, jacking. This disgusting asshole has an entire history of doing shit like this. The anonymous caller was telling them about someone that could have been behind it, and the person they described fit this man's description. So they looked into him a bit. They were talking about how the previous night he was going to the bathroom a lot. I guess he drank way too much soda, so he just had the big-time pee-pee, a lot of urine in his bladder. But they speculated, this is probably when he was setting up the camera or tending to the camera.
Especially when the manager added that he made a habit of using the ladies' restroom rather than the men's room. When he was previously asked about this, Eric made the excuse that he used the ladies' room because it was stocked with gloves, which he said he liked to wear while he worked.
A bulletproof defense right there. It's watertight. Man rolled a 20 on the charisma check. That was impressive. So he had a habit of using the ladies' room, and his reason for it was, well, they have gloves there. I like gloves. Checkmate. Damn, his story checks out. This guy's good.
After learning that Eric's son was present, the officers decided to uncuff him. They escorted his son outside to play and brought out some snacks to keep the child occupied while the search progressed. A pen camera containing a micro SD card was connected via USB. When going through one of the bedrooms, they found a small black bag containing more hidden cameras, some of which were like the pen camera found in the living room. Computer forensics experts discovered his stash of more than 200 secretly recorded videos of people using the bathroom.
Unsurprisingly, the authorities didn't necessarily buy the excuse he used for the ladies' room being the really nice gloves that they have stocked in there, so they ended up getting a search warrant. They then arrived at his abode. He mentioned his son was there, so they brought his son outside to play while they searched the house. While searching, they found tons of hidden cameras. They even found a pin camera that was actively plugged into a computer. So you had all these Mission Impossible doodads and gadgets, all of which used for surveillance, hidden surveillance. And they confiscated some packages and a lot of this for evidence. And then eventually, the forensics experts found his stash, which was 200 videos of people using the bathroom. Which, maybe there's a perfectly valid explanation. Maybe he was just checking to make sure they weren't doing back-to-front wiping, because, that in and of itself is a sin. Maybe he was just looking out for people's well-being, ensuring proper wiping technique, Maybe there's a perfectly justifiable excuse that he was secretly recording all of these people. Authorities got an arrest warrant. They went to his other job at a hotel and arrested him there, which surprisingly was not his first run-in with the authorities. In fact, in 2015, he was arrested for very similar things.
He'd previously been arrested back in 2015, coincidentally by some of the same officers. In May 2015, Eric was arrested after a woman caught him filming her through a peephole while she used a porta-potty. Further investigation revealed more of Eric's disturbing behavior.
He tried to film a stranger through a porta-potty peephole. I didn't even know porta-potties had peepholes. I'm assuming he custom-built that himself, fucking threw a glory hole in there and used it to film people. Or maybe he, built his own, soundstage that looked like a porta potty so it could film people. I don't know. It's fucking crazy, though. The lunacy knows no bounds. And he would actually proudly post about shit on Twitter, too. So, like, they bring up tweets here. Like, the first one they show about him cleaning out his phone, and then he has the gall to say, "In Jesus' name."
In 2022, Eric was confronted by a coworker who found a camera disguised as a phone charger in the women's restroom. It was plugged in and facing the toilet. Eric insisted it was a regular phone charger and fled with the device. Unsurprisingly, he was fired from his job.
I'm assuming this footage they're showing comes from his Twitter, or maybe like he had a TikTok account where he's doing this loser shit like Naruto running while doing a 360. I have no idea. But it is unbelievable the links he would go to for this depravity. So he had a hidden camera phone charger, like this fucking crazy, like, spy gadget that he plugged into a wall outlet in the bathroom and had faced the toilet. Like, you can't trust any household objects in Michigan while this guy was on the loose. I didn't realize technology reached the point where we could disguise phone chargers as hidden cameras. So good on the astute observer that happened to pick up on that and then confronted him about it, which of course he denied, and then he snatched it away and Naruto ran off into the distance. But like, it's just crazy. Like, there was nothing sacred in bathrooms across Michigan. You think that that's a skid mark in the toilet from a previous poop? Nope. Actually a hidden camera from Eric. You think your parents are actually your parents? Nope. Actually DARPA drones that Eric designed for the sole purpose of trying to convince you to go to the bathroom so they could spy on you for Eric's hard drive. It's unbelievable how many cameras he was setting up in bathrooms across the entire area.
The case escalated to a whole new level when the police found an appalling 7,000 videos of unclothed or partially clothed people in Eric's possession. Some had even been recorded in a private residence. They also found images taken up women's skirts, which suggested he had a camera device attached to his shoe. This particular unpleasant collection dated all the way back to 2010.
7,000 videos, and also turns out he was a notorious upskirt pervert creep. He put a camera on his shoes so he could take those pictures, and I'm guessing by that tweet would even post it on Twitter. Like, he would publicly post the upskirts, it seems, or at least some of them. What? Also, it turns out he was arrested in 2006, but that one had actually been scrubbed from the records. That shit was like the cloning planet from Star Wars. Like, it had just been removed from the archives because of a program to try and help young first-time offenders or something like that. Anyway, he posted his $100,000 bail. He did get picked up again later. Turns out him getting arrested didn't mean shit to him. In fact, through some of what they recovered, they were able to actually figure out the timing of a good chunk of it, and some of it he had recorded after being discharged the same day. So he just kind of viewed getting arrested as like a nuisance. It wasn't actually a deterrent or anything for him. It was just kind of like a bump in the road, like he hit a pothole. So now all of a sudden he would have less videos that day, but he still went right back to it the second he had the ability to. It's fucking nuts. And then, in the back of the police car, this is where that clip in the beginning comes from. He then tries like a bunch of like weird conversational tactics and gotchas to try and like, I don't know, strengthen his case of innocence while in the back. And that eventually leads him to stating that the officer is not supposed to be judgmental of crime. So now he starts to try and lecture the officer on morality.
You're not supposed to be judgmental to anybody's crimes, by the way. I need your badge number, by the way.
I didn't do anything. I don't know what you're talking.
No, when I say I do worse, when you say I do worse stuff when I was getting in the car.
No, when you said
you're not supposed to do that.
Don't fight. And I said, you're right. It's worse.
Yeah, but you're not supposed to do that.
Why am I not?
Because you're not supposed to judge crimes. You're supposed to be.
What are you talking about?
All right, man.
Not exactly Phoenix Wright, but a very interesting tactic to try nonetheless. You judged my crime. I'm going to need your badge number. You're not allowed to do that. And the officer's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Didn't even do that.
In 2024, Eric was convicted of 13 felonies. Eric was sentenced to 8 to 20 years and will not be eligible for parole until 2030. The true number of Eric Morton's victims, along with the identity of the anonymous caller who started the investigation, will likely never be known.
They successfully identified 15 victims, and Eric was convicted on these 13 felonies, so he's facing 8 to 20 years. Ideally, he'll get the full 20 behind bars, but the thing is, even 2 decades in the slammer, I feel like the day he gets released, he's going right back to it. He's hopping right back in the saddle. He has been doing this for over a decade, and no matter how many times he's been taken into custody and arrested, or even been in jail for these crimes, he then gets right back to it. Like, this is, to him, his life's mission. This is why he was put on this earth. To compromise bathrooms. It's fucking sickening. Anyway, though, I wanted to just talk about this a little bit. This story just had me stunned. So yeah, that's really about it. See ya. I think it was like 2 years ago or something like that, I made a video spitting on those degenerate parasites that would go live on TikTok with videos, not actually live streams. They would have pre-recorded videos that they loop that aim to deceive children into giving them money or interacting with the stream, like spam emojis or spam galaxies, or else I'm gonna press this button. It's the boogeyman's cell phone. He's coming right to your house to fuck your mother. Yeah, quick, it's about to be game over. Or even more egregious, they say things like, the first person to donate 5 schmoobles, send me 6 ice creams, is going to get 10 billion V-Bucks, that kind of thing, and it actually works. Not the getting V-Bucks thing, don't get it twisted. The scamming children thing. Deceiving them, misleading them into giving you money because they go grab their parents' credit card like, oh my goodness, what a deal. Punching in those wacky numbers in there. And they don't realize that it's not actually a live stream. They're not actually going to get anything. What happens is they keep looping it for a while, then they take the stream down, then they start it up again a little bit later to get a whole new batch of suckers. And rinse and repeat. That's something that's been going on TikTok for a long time, but it now has infested YouTube as well, which I knew about, but I haven't yapped about it in a while because I got a very doomer attitude about it, how there's nothing you can do because YouTube isn't cracking down on it, even though it's a clear violation of their policies. But now it finally seems like they are. Jax Films just made a video going over this as well. I highly recommend you check out the whole thing. I'm going to show you bits and pieces of it.
You want to hear the most annoying sound in the world? So what you're looking at are 4 YouTube channels live streaming at the same time, except they're not actually live. Here, pay attention to the second video on the left and see if you can spot anything weird. Guys, 2 more seconds. Oh, just cut! Oh, tell me you saw the cut. That's right. These live streams are actually all looped, pre-recorded videos made to trick children into giving them money.
It really is such a shame that insufferable dweebs like this are no longer getting wedgies. Instead, now they get to just go endlessly scam children on these platforms without repercussions.
Press it right now if you want Robux and send me the laughing disco. Anyone does a red super chat, you're gonna get 1,000,000 Robux right now, okay, bro?
Now, according to these gentlemen, this is all above board.
Yo, Jack, you need to stop trying to expose us, bro. Leave us alone.
We're not doing anything wrong, bro. We're not doing anything wrong.
It's fucking pathetic how you can actually hear the stupid in people's voices now. Like, there are people that are just observably stupid, and just in that one little brief clip there, I know for a fact that if you put the 2 of them together, they might not break double-digit IQ. They are just completely rotted. They grew up in this shit, they were molded by it, and they never broke out of it. They are just fucking perpetually stuck with baby brain. It is so sad. Like, I would feel bad for them if they weren't just scamming children. And make no mistake, they're not just harmlessly illiterate. They know what they're doing is wrong. They're just trying to cover their own ass. Now a lot of them have deleted it and tried to scrub it from their pages, probably out of fear of some kind of consequences, because, like I said in the beginning, it looks like they actually are starting to crack down on this. What they're doing is not only a violation of this platform's terms and policies, it is full-blown illegal. It's fraud. You are fraudulently running these fake giveaways. So like that guy who's saying, first one to send a red super chat gets 1,000,000 V-Bucks. That is a crime. That is fraud. And contrary to what generic NPC broccoli hair goober straight off the galaxy gas tries to spit out there about how they're doing nothing wrong, they are doing something wrong. And they should be punished for it. saying shit like, give me this galaxy, which is real money, by the way, and you'll get all these Robux pouring out of every orifice of your body, that kind of thing, and faking these live streams, looping this shit endlessly. That is fraudulent. It's fake giveaways. They don't actually give any of this away. If you do give them money, you don't get anything in return. In fact, you just get flexed on by them.
Guys, we are so sorry, guys.
We all do the crocodile streams.
They actually thought this went hard, by the way. This lame garbage. This only further confirms my theory that there is a government lab out there that's churning out these NPCs as an experiment. They all have the same hairdo. They're basically the exact same copy and paste person here. I'm telling you, there's something fishy. I'm not trying to get conspiratorial, but there's something afoot. They got the damn Manhattan Project going on, shitting out these twerps. Also, why is that Disney Channel extra on the far left of that video half naked? Why does he have his whole chest out rubbing it on the protagonist's chair? What the hell? What in tarnation?
And I noticed he happened to be live at the time. So I checked it out, and this is what it was.
And then I'm gonna click the green call button right now, live on stream, and I'm gonna call 911 right now, chat.
By the way, they never call 911. This is a very common tactic you'll see across a bunch of live streams. And the goal of this is to drive that viewer count up and keep the viewer's attention.
If you're following along with your thinking caps on, paying attention, you will also know that that is not live. It's again just a pre-recorded video. Jax Films shows you the cut. It's blatantly obvious. They're not very good at even making it appear to be live. They don't care because they haven't faced any punishment for it. So it is very sloppy and haphazardly thrown together. So he's got, fucking emo Chucky Finster back there doing moves while pretending to, I'm about to call 911, everyone, I'm about to call 911. So the viewer number's going way up, and then it gets to the next phase of the scam where he tries to squeeze the kids for their lunch money.
I swear, I didn't edit this next part.
Right now, here we go. In 5, 4.
Okay, let's choose another person for some Robux, guys. Who in the chat wants Robux right now? Everyone right now.
All of a sudden, we've taken a hard shift into the next phase of this scam, live stream. So first, he claims he'll give you Robux, the in-game currency for the popular video game Roblox. But then he says this.
Whoever is the first person to click the little gift box at the bottom right-hand corner, right there, and send me the laughing disco. Whoever is the first person to do that, I'm gonna pick you, and you're gonna be next.
You can send them little gifts that cost real-world money. And this laughing disco ball costs just south of $5.
This isn't just some free emoji, like you can put a fist bump in there or anything like that. It does cost just shy of 5 clams. So, if you send him about 5 clams, you get free Robux. That's right, this Whippets addict is gonna send you Robux. How cool is that?
So Joxy is saying that whoever sends him this disco ball thing will in return receive Robux. And look, it's working. These people in the live chat both sent him laughing discos. But then he says this.
Okay, skinny Gordra.
Oh my god, he's such a bumbling, drooling idiot that it is painful. His illiteracy is making me sick. In his own scam, he couldn't even choose a name that he can pronounce, that he can read. He couldn't even fucking say the name in his own scam. And again, this isn't live either. This is looping. He doesn't ever send the Robux to anyone. So those 2 people that sent him the money, they get nothing. They fell victim to his scam.
Then I kept watching.
Guys, hurry up. Tell me your username in the chat right now. Okay, let's choose another person for some Robux.
Uh-oh.
Whoever is the first person to click the little gift box at the bottom right-hand corner, right there, and send me the laughing disco. Whoever is the first person to do that, I'm gonna pick you, and you're gonna be next. You're gonna be next. Okay, skinny Gordra.
Somehow it's always that dastardly skinny Gordra, as he calls them, that keeps winning the Robux. How is he so quick with that emoji? How does he keep getting away with it?
Okay, you're getting Robux, skinny Gordra.
That's right. This loops over and over again. This live stream isn't live at all, but an edited loop meant to trick viewers with this false sense of urgency. Like, hurry, hurry, hurry. And as you can see, it kind of works. $10 here, $20 there. And he does this over and over and over again, multiple times a day, every day.
And wouldn't you know it, somehow, Skinny keeps winning. It's always that damn Skinny Gordra. How does he always win?
Oh, look, this one's live right now. Oh my God, it's the exact same scam we just saw on Joxy's channel. Quite literally the same video.
Whoever is the first person to click the little gift box at the bottom right-hand corner.
And it's not just on this one douchebag's channel. They do this across many. It's an entire network. So that same Joxy video is played on an entirely separate channel. The exact same video, again, trying to farm, trying to mislead children into tuning into the stream and then try and get them to, like, panic send money to try and win the Robux. But it's all just the same looped video. It's a fake live stream that is just, by every possible definition, a scam. And it should be treated as a serious one because they have made a sizable chunk of change from this. Like, even just during Jack's films following of these channels, they made a lot of money that he was able to watch unfold in front of them because it posts a message in the chat when someone does send them the money. And this isn't a donation, by the way. I know that's how they're going to try and loophole it, but it's not a donation because they are outright telling their viewers, if you send us this emoji, this is money, by the way, if you send us this money, you will get this item in return, whether it's Robux or V-Bucks. So they are paying you for that. I think that's how it should be treated. Of course, I'm not a fucking lawyer. I didn't pass the bar, but to me, that no longer constitutes a donation. They are giving you money under the pretense that you are giving them an item in return for that. So, in my little Neanderthal noodle here, to me, that is now wiping your whole bussy with the idea of it being a donation. It is now a transaction for an item that you are not delivering, that you never intended to deliver. Thus, fraud. So, I feel like this is a crime, should be treated as a crime, and they should be seriously punished for it. They have taken a lot of money from a lot of people over the course of however many months they've been running this scam.
If we click the little bio here, it says, this channel is owned by Joxy's management team. Joxy does not have access to the channel. Weird. It kind of reads like a disclaimer meant to distance the personality from the channel.
Man, you know what? I take it all back. These guys are slick. That was very smooth. Maybe they passed the bar. Wow, the way they were able to weasel themselves out of the accountability here. They don't own the channel. You can't hold Joxy responsible. He only makes all of the money from it. But he doesn't log in. This mystery person, the elusive man, logs in there. Fucking Slender Man is the one that actually controls the channel. They're the ones that are nefariously looping these pre-recorded videos that Joxy and all of his douchebag stupid associates make money on.
Well, let's take a look at his most recent video titled, We're So Sorry.
Hi guys.
We're so sorry.
We are so guys, we all do the crocodile streams. Guys, I'm gonna be honest. We might not be truthful with you guys.
Charming.
There are few things as cringe as people trying this hard. They are really doing all they can to look like they just don't care. They're just above it all. You guys are actually beneath us. We don't care. And Jiminy Christmas, someone needs to have an intervention with the pinstripe wearing wiffle ball superstar over there that is going plus ultra on the tryhard. He is biting his lower lip while flexing. The insecurity is so potent I can smell it through the computer screen. This is a DEFCON red alert insecure fucking meatball here. He is unironically doing the beach is that way. Beach is that way. Oh, no. I went back and watched it again and I only just now noticed he doesn't even have a watch on. The others are flexing like some Temu drop-shipped whatever garbage, fucking whatever they got from Wish.com. He doesn't even have that much. He is actually just there with his shirt wide open and trying all that he can to strike muscle poses here. I guess you didn't get the memo. This was supposed to be like a fake I'm sorry, and he's treating it like he's doing a photo shoot for Sports Illustrated swimsuit edition or some shit. He's just constantly posing. Somehow, in this group of pathetic losers, he found a way to be the most cringe amongst all of them.
Predictably, Joxy's stream on the right eventually turned into the Robux grift. But what was really funny was when Bacon's stream did the exact same thing. And I was able to record my reaction live.
I'm gonna choose you to be next. Okay, let's distribute this, guys. Someone in the chat.
Yeah, who wants some Robux, guys?
Yes. Yes. Holy shit. 2 scams. Don't worry, I checked. This footage also loops.
Unsurprisingly, this whole stalling thing to try and get a bunch of viewers in there while looping a stall video that never actually finishes whatever they say they're going to do, like with the crocodile tooth and the 911, usually transitions into them doing the Joxy thing, which is, okay, now we need money. So now give me money and you'll get Robux, V-Bucks, whatever. So in that one, Bacon, buttfuck, whatever it is, I already forgot the guy's name, but his does the exact same thing. So clearly the goal is deceive a bunch of children, get them hooked on like, oh, he's gonna press the crocodile tooth, wow, and then it goes into, okay, now quickly you gotta give me money so you can earn some V-Bucks and Robux, that kind of thing. And it works. They are apparently making actual money from this. In Jack's Films video, if you watch the whole thing, which again I highly recommend you do, you can see a lot of people fall victim to it throughout the course of his video. They are giving them money for it.
Oh, they're doing it at the same time. I love it. Laughing disco, laughing disco. Give us laughing disco, and then we'll give you Robux.
Yo, Jack, you need to stop trying to expose us, bro. Leave us alone.
We're not doing anything wrong, bro. We're not doing anything wrong.
Oh, really?
What are you doing, bro? Come on. You gotta stop.
It's crazy. Quick. Everybody join the stream and say go.
Solid defense, fellas, but I don't think that will hold up in a court of law. Dude, that's so cool.
Oh shit, goofball got him. He rubbed his nipples at him while shirtless. He dunked on Jack there. This kind of behavior is actually baffling to me. Not the fact that they're all douchebags, that's very commonplace, especially with that hairstyle. It's the fact that they keep trying to look cool. And they believe that looking cool is being shirtless at all times. So like this guy standing up shirtless, rubbing his nipples at Jack. That is so embarrassing. Why are you doing that? Especially when you have a body that's built like a bag of milk. It looks like someone tried to draw Hank Hill's torso outline. There's not even the idea of muscle to be found on this guy's upper body. So why are you trying to like flex on him with a nipple rub? Like, what is that, man? I'll stop yapping about it. Again, I recommend going to watch Jack's full coverage of it. They've deleted most of this. They've tried to scrub its existence so that way they can avoid being punished for it, I think, since there has been somewhat of a crackdown on it. But there are still plenty of re-uploads and plenty of evidence to their wrongdoing here. Again, it is a scam. It should be treated as such. I believe there needs to be serious punishment. There needs to be a precedent set. Otherwise, just like all those degenerate pranks, it's going to continue to spiral out of control. More and more people are going to be doing this kind of thing, scamming through these fake live streams, and this shit just super sucks. Anyway, wanted to talk about this. That's about it. See ya. You ever seen a 31-year-old man shake his hair dry like a dog? Have you ever seen a 31? Have you ever wish you would do you so bad you'd do anything? AI is here. Did you know that? You're welcome for keeping you abreast on everything that's happening. I'm here on the cutting edge. I'm going to do something I don't normally do. Talk about AI. I just learned that Amazon has gone whole hog into using AI to dub their anime instead of using voice actors to perform for it. From what I understand, it's been going on for a minute now, but it's mainly been for Spanish dubs of anime, where they're just churning out the most soulless, flat garbage imaginable. Much to the chagrin of pretty much anyone with ears, it is not received overly positive from what I can find. And now I just learned that they are doing it for English dubbing as well. Instead of hiring voice actors, Amazon is electing to instead just have AI do it. And the results are fucking terrible. So they just did this with Banana Fish, and it is actually unwatchable. You are better off just putting it on mute, and I mean that sincerely. It's not a subjective statement. It is provably terrible. Like, actually just genuinely bad. And not even like the biggest, most brainwashed, brain-dead, troglodyte, homunculus, chode-guzzling AI defender would possibly try and cope by saying it's not that bad, because it actually is. It makes the show unwatchable if you're trying to listen to the AI-generated English dub. Just watch it in its original form in that point. They didn't bother to hire voice actors because obviously it was significantly cheaper and faster to just use AI. And I remember they had actually toyed around with this idea back in like March, or maybe it was May, I can't remember, where Amazon was just being very bold about it, saying like, yeah, we want to speed up localization, so we're going to be using AI to start dubbing our anime. As advertised, they were true to their word. It has arrived, and boy howdy does it blow major ass. This shit sucks farts through a crazy straw. It is bad. I would love to show you some clips, but I know that would get the video taken down if I showed you clips. I highly encourage you to not watch it, though. I know hate watching has become like almost a religion at this point for a lot of people. I strongly urge you not to for this, because Amazon did this for so cheap that even like 10 people firing this on is probably net positive for them on their return. Like, it is something that they have very openly stated that they are doing because it is faster, it is cheaper. So they are not hiring any English-speaking voice actors to dub Banana Fish. They're just letting AI do it. Now, I learned about this from a voice actor named Damon Mills, who is a prolific voice actor. You might know him as the voice of Frieza in Dragon Ball Super. He said, anime is more popular than ever. This year alone had 2 of the highest grossing animated movies to date at the box office, both of which are eligible for Oscar noms. Amazon's choice to use AI to dub Banana Fish is a massive insult to us as performers. AI continues to threaten livelihoods of performers in every language, yes, even Japanese performers who are also incredibly vocal on this topic. Voice actors deserve the same level of respect as on-camera performers. Anime already pays talent very little. Dub production costs shouldn't make a dent in these companies' pocketbooks. Using AI for a dub of a show that released nearly 8 years ago and had no rush schedule just spits in our faces, has infuriated the consumer, and completely destroys the art. All they've done is make a shitty product and piss off a lot of people. Obviously, he's 100% correct here. Anime has never been this popular. The new Demon Slayer movie, the new Chainsaw Man movie, both of these films went fucking nuclear in the box office here, blowing the titties off of like everyone's expectations of what an anime movie could do at the box office. And it has shown to a lot of people that were maybe oblivious to it, fucking living under a rock, that anime is a huge, mainstream, successful medium. It is nonsensical, smooth-brained shenanigans to try and capitalize off anime being on fire right now by pulling your britches down and doo-dooing all over it by using AI dubbing for a show as cherished as Banana Fish. This show was extremely popular, and as Damon Mills mentions, it aired 8 years ago. Like, it's been around for a minute. There's no rush for the English dub. It's something fans have wanted for a long time, and what you have provided them with is a carcass. You gave them a rotting corpse of what they were hoping for. With no exaggeration, it does ruin the show. It becomes more of a comedy. Like, it's kind of like Ghost Stories, except at least the Ghost Stories English dub, they were all laughing and having a good time. There is soul and passion in there, even though it is very silly on purpose. It's still real performances from real people enjoying it and putting real work into their craft. This is just a complete affront to God. It is bad. Even if you love AI, if you sat down and tried to watch Banana Fish with the AI English dub, you would probably turn it off in the middle of episode 1. It is unwatchable. It ruins it. And this is very clearly the direction that Amazon wants to push, is AI as like a replacement for voice actors. I know everyone's like, oh, that's never going to happen. Don't be so doom and gloom. That's such an exaggeration every time I mention that. But it's very clear. They are investing so many resources into being able to replace as many people as possible for as cheaply as possible, which is the entire purpose of AI in this field right now. Because it can do this, albeit very poorly. It can do it, and it will get better at it. And it will save them a ton of money. Instead of hiring real English-speaking voice actors, real talent, they can instead just spend 12 hours one day just having AI crank out the dub for it and just fucking send it. That is what they are doing, and this right here is their first real push to make it, like, normal. And I imagine other companies will be following suit, which super sucks because it is a worse product. It is inshitifying things for the sake of saving money. It is literally trying to erase voice actors from this entire business because they're just going to do it as cheaply as possible if Amazon can prove that it's profitable. And then what you're served on the platter is just nothing burgers, just all AI trash. Like, and I know people love to celebrate and wiggle their finger. AI is going to replace all the voice actors, yippee. And I don't understand how we've reached that point. Like, that is such a stupid thing to be fucking celebrating, as if you're going to be safe. Right now it's focused on, like, the creatives because I guess they can save a lot of money on their bottom line pinching pennies by just trying to replace as many people in, like, the voice acting space or, like, the art space as possible. But it's going to come for you too, goober. And in the meantime, before it replaces you, it's going to be giving you worse content. Like, I don't know why you'd be happy about that. Just because other people are miserable, it makes you happy. It's just the saddest, most pathetic fucking existence. This is the cheapest option. This is the laziest option. And now all of a sudden people want to pat companies on the back for it because it hurts some voice actors they don't like. Crazy. It's actual lunacy. Actual baby brain Neanderthal mode. Also, Damon Mills briefly mentioned, like, on-screen actors. And I think this is also going to be going for on-screen actors as well, and it's something I said even like 2 years ago. In its current form, the AI tools at companies' disposal aren't able to fully replace flesh, blood, and cringe on the big screen, like the real human beings performing on camera. It also can't replace voice actors either, but companies have deluded themselves enough to think that it can, and they believe that people are receptive enough to the slop that they just won't care. It'll just be endless consume like fucking zombies in front of their screen, and they'll just swallow the AI dubs with a smile on their face. Hopefully they're wrong, but they're confident enough that they'll use AI in its current form to replace voice actors going forward, I imagine. However, they haven't taken that plunge into on-screen actors yet, but I have no doubt in my mind they will. As they continue to pour endless oodles of cash into this sector, into this technology, I imagine in the next like 5 to 10 years, most on-screen actors will just be AI generated. Just like we're already seeing the subtle shift in the music industry, for example, where there was that like $3 million deal they just signed with some AI weasel, where they just generate a couple of songs, and now they've got a $3 million record deal with a legitimate record label. I think that same phenomenon will be happening in the movie industry as well as TV. Because with AI, they can generate anyone they want and have them do anything they want for significantly cheaper than hiring real human beings to do it. You wouldn't need stunt coordinators, you wouldn't need makeup or anything, you just AI generate it, it would save them millions of dollars, and then you could have new movies and new TV shows dropping starring fucking Marilyn Monroe, Humphrey Bogart, Abraham Lincoln, and King Tut. And companies, they will flock to it. They already are. They're already putting so much money into being able to do this kind of shit because it saves them so much money. And it increases the rate at which they can just fucking spit out slop for people to just turn their brain off in front of and be hypnotized by. So, like, it's awful, but I'm not surprised. Like, this is something I think a lot of people have seen coming, and now it's here. And it fucking sucks, just like everyone expected it to. Amazon is the first company taking the very bold plunge with having a very popular anime, Banana Fish, be AI English dub. But they won't be the only ones. That I am very confident in for a prediction. The sole purpose behind these kind of tools are to replace the actual human workers. It's not good. There's no real positive spin you can put on it. It sucks. It does suck. And I just wanted to yap about this some more because we are watching it spiral, and it continues to only get worse with this kind of shit. That's about it. See ya. I saw a video today of a fedora-tipping gentle sir freaking out, going ballistic, and I thought for sure it was just a skit. It was a staged video. It was fake for the sake of like rage baiting and engagement farming. But now I've seen that same video being picked up by actual journalists, like actual outlets. So maybe it's real. I just find it hard to believe that this is legitimate because everything about it is too perfect. This guy is wearing a Demon Slayer shirt with a pseudo trench coat and calling himself the name of a fictional character who is known for being in a trench coat, and he just actually looks like the quintessential Discord moderator.
Hello?
Hi there, can you open this door, please?
For what?
I just want to make sure that everything's okay. There seems to be something going on.
What do you mean?
I don't know, I just figured I'd check on something.
This saint was just in the neighborhood making sure that there was no ne'er-do-wells up to no good. He has just finished his training with the katana. He often studies the blade, and he thought he would just kindly pay you a visit just to make sure everything's all right over there. He is a master of cringe breathing, and this guy is a force to be reckoned with, so if there was any trouble, he could just slay them on the spot. This fucking guy is like a mystical cryptid. He's like Santa Claus, but for Redditors. How Santa Claus knows who's been naughty or nice, this guy knows who's got too low of karma, and he pays them a visit, but instead of wiggling his big ass down their chimney, he just knocks on their front door and then blows a fucking gasket.
I don't know what you want, man. Get out of my house.
Open this fucking door! Where's your daughter, man? Where's your daughter, man?
What are you talking about?
Where's your daughter? Who's in there with you?
Bro.
I can't believe the door didn't just explode. He should have deatomized that bitch. This is a very strong advertisement for that door. It must be like an adamantium core in there because I don't know how it withstood the power of this man's kicks. Granted, he was nerfed. He was wearing flip-flops, so he couldn't really get the oomph, the elbow grease that he usually would get there, but this is a superhuman we're dealing with. It was so powerful it almost sent him tumbling backwards. He had to regain his balance while, falling back down the stairs there. It was a devastating blow right there. That shit would make Omni-Man tremble. And then he starts asking where his daughter is. Perfectly normal question to be asking a complete stranger. Maybe he'd been talking to some kids on Roblox or something, and now he's trying to track them down. I have no idea. But it immediately gets unhinged. And speaking of unhinged, you're crazy if you don't check out the new Starforge sale going on right now. There's a huge sale on Voyager, Navigator, and Collab PCs, so click the link in the description, best PCs in the universe.
Bro, if you don't
Open this fucking door. Open this door, I'm breaking it fucking down. You understand me?
Leave my house. You don't...
Are you okay? Is everyone in this house okay?
What? Everyone's okay. What do you want?
It's hard to tell because of the quality on the Ring doorbell, but he's actually activating his Sharingan right now. It's about to get serious. They're in a standoff right now, and he is subtly powering up because it's looking like it's gonna be a scrap. And trust me, I know a warrior when I see one. This guy fucks. Like, this is not someone you want to be taking lightly here. His body is a weapon of mass destruction. He looks like if someone wished Millhouse was real.
Can you leave my house, please?
Can you open the door, please?
You have nothing to do with my house. Can you leave my house?
You know what my name is?
I don't know who you are. You don't belong to this neighborhood. That's for sure.
This is my neighborhood, though.
Yeah, I live there. I don't know you.
My name is Harry Dresden, motherfucker. Open the door. This is my neighborhood. Open the fucking door.
Yeah, that's the thing I mentioned at the start. He calls himself Harry Dresden, which is a fictional character from something called the Dresden Files. He's a professional wizard who solves supernatural crime. This is why I'm saying, I find it so hard to believe that this is real. Like, he's the one that just offers that up out of nowhere. It feels like they were trying to really dial up, the amount of cringe, so now he's trying to pretend that he's a professional wizard and investigator and that this is his neighborhood. You're on the property of Harry Dresden. You're breathing my air, Buster, so you better open this door. I gotta go in there and check. Where's your daughter at, huh? Where's she at? And then, throwing these, puny kicks and stuff. And now he's about to get a lot more, wild about it. Like, to me, it just feels fake. Like, it feels like this is all staged. Everything about it is just too perfectly embarrassing and, like, shameful. This guy is what you picture when you think of Reddit mod. Like, hey, I saw that your comment got down-duded a lot. I've decided to ban you for the sake of the r/defending AI art community. To get out of here. That kind of thing.
No, or I will fucking end you. Do you understand me?
Now you better start sweating. He put on the big boy voice. He got low into the baritone, the sultry tones there. And unfortunately, I hate to say it, no more Mr. Nice Guy. Playtime's over. Scary. Aura so powerful I was trembling through the computer screen and it wasn't even my Ring doorbell. Just seeing the way he monk palm strikes it, the way he's grabbing at it, like, oh man. I don't know the aftermath here. I don't know if the homeowner called the police, but if he did, I don't know if the police are strong enough to stop this man on a rampage. That probably was just more bodies left in his warpath. It's terrifying. Having the virgin Viltrumite come up to this guy's door and start asking where his daughter is and whatever. It's what a wild set of circumstances here, and what an interesting freakout. Like I said, I still am not convinced this is real. Everything about it is too perfect to showcase a loser, like a pathetic, unhinged loser. And I feel like this guy had to be in on it for the sake of engagement farming. I feel like he was typecast to play this character in this video. I don't know. I still just have a hard time buying into the authenticity of this. But who knows? Maybe it is completely real. Either way, wanted to yap about it. That's about it. See ya. I just saw an outrageous body cam that I have got to shoot spitballs at and make fun of. It's an officer performing a traffic stop and then conducting the stupidest investigation I have ever seen. And he does it all unapologetically with full confidence. It's actually shocking. You couldn't script a bigger buffoon than this guy. It's like if you played L.A. Noire and just chose all of the wrong options on purpose. He does that accidentally with his questioning. It's like Steve Martin in Pink Panther when he played Inspector Clouseau. But unlike Inspector Clouseau, this guy doesn't stumble into getting anything right. He doesn't even accidentally go down anything sensible for his investigation.
I was at my house, I got some lunch, and then I'm heading back to my house.
Oh, where'd you get lunch?
Burger.
You gonna be late sometime? Go and get breakfast. It's 12:50 in the afternoon. So you came all the way down to Haledon to get some breakfast?
Closest Burger King.
So when he's first talking to the guy, he mentions that he went to get lunch at Burger King. When the officer goes back to his car, his curiosity is piqued. He is getting very suspicious because he thinks the guy said that he went to get breakfast. And he's like, well, it's a little late in the day for breakfast. 12:50? You're getting breakfast? He's lying to me for some reason. What's he hiding? Even though he never said breakfast, he said lunch. The officer himself in the first interaction even repeats lunch back to the guy.
I was at my house, I got some lunch, and then I'm heading back to my house.
Oh, where'd you get lunch?
Burger.
He literally asks, where'd you get lunch? But by the time he walks back to his patrol car, he's like, neuralized himself like the Men in Black or something and rewrote that memory with the word breakfast in his noodle. So now all of a sudden he thinks that this guy is lying to try and cover something up, and he's about to blow this way out of proportion and make a big deal about it for nothing, making him go through like this whole song and dance interrogation all over him misremembering the word he said. Like, he didn't even mishear it, by the way. He literally, like, heard lunch, repeated lunch, but then forgot that when he got back to the car and made something up in his mind.
Would you DoorDash it or something?
No, I picked it up.
Oh, you went through the drive-thru?
Yeah.
Who's like, just went down and went through the drive-thru. I saw you go down. You came back pretty quickly. So you were able to get down to the drive-thru that fast?
Yeah, there's no one in the line.
Gotcha. Is there anything, any kind of narcotics or anything in your vehicle? You said you went down and picked up breakfast.
It's not breakfast, lunch.
You said breakfast to me.
I was at my house, I got some lunch, and then I'm heading back to my house. Don't say breakfast, your lunch. It's a burger.
This officer really thinks he's fucking L from Death Note here or something. This line of questioning is already baffling. Oh, so you came back pretty quick. You were able to get your Burger King that easily? What about all 10,000 people that were lining up to get Burger King today? Today's National Burger King Day. How'd you get through the line that quickly, huh, Buster? Huh? It's fucking Burger King, man. Of course there's not going to really be a long line. No one's really going to Burger King. Like, he was probably the first customer of the day at 12:50. What is he even thinking is happening? Like, what does he think he's cooking with this questioning? It's going nowhere. He didn't lie to the officer or anything. He didn't even use the wrong nomenclature for his meal. He said lunch. Like, he didn't do anything that should even be arousing suspicion in the first place. But now this officer, like, he's smelling blood in the water. He thinks he's onto like a big break here. He's gonna find fucking 2,000 pounds worth of cocaine and fent buried somewhere in the back seat of his cushions, you know, on the headrest or something. Like, it's so wacky. And he doesn't let it go. He keeps pressing it like there's really something deep here. Why did you tell me breakfast? He's now just gaslighting this guy saying, you told me breakfast. And the guy's like, oh, I didn't think I did. Like, I didn't mean to. I meant lunch. If I told you breakfast, I meant lunch. Sorry. Like, it's a pretty small mistake to make, even if that was the mistake that was made. Which it wasn't. There wasn't even a mistake made there in the first place. But even if there was, it's just so trivial.
I mean, a burger can be a breakfast food.
It's 12:50. Narcotics canine.
Okay, so I meant lunch.
Okay, so you had 2 eggs for breakfast, but you said that you had low blood sugar from not eating.
Yeah, it's not a lot.
It takes a long time of not eating to get low blood sugar.
You can see that the guy is getting annoyed here. He's like, I don't know what to tell you, man, because now all of a sudden the officer is cosplaying as a nutritionist. Like, you mentioned you had low blood sugar, yet contradictory to what you said earlier, where you mentioned you had 2 eggs for breakfast. You know it takes a long time of not eating to have low blood sugar, don't you? Is there something you want to tell me? Huh? You scum? You heinous, vile creature, you, lying about breakfast when it is clearly lunchtime? Didn't realize this cop also watched Grey's Anatomy, so now all of a sudden he's an expert on medical diagnoses. Brother, you don't know his medical history. He could very easily have conditions that could lead to, like, low blood sugar and shit. Like, there's just so many things you couldn't possibly make an accurate assumption on that at all, and you shouldn't even be trying. Like, Jesus, man, 2 eggs is not a big breakfast. He probably got hungry again at 12:50. Like, it's super normal. 2 eggs is like 150 calories depending on the size of the egg. I'm assuming a hard-boiled egg. Like, maybe he had 2 scrambled eggs. Even still, it's not a huge meal. He probably had a rumbly tummy and then went to Burger King. There's nothing suspicious about anything this guy has said in regards to getting lunch after eating a small breakfast. I don't know why we are pressing this so hard. If anything, you might as well just question why he went to Burger King. That's like the only somewhat suspicious decision here. Why the fuck would you go to Burger King over any other fast food restaurant? Like, maybe that's the question he should be asking the guy.
But do you see why, like, it's
honestly, no, I don't.
It's just not adding up to me.
That I went to get lunch, and I'm driving back home.
No, you told me you went to get breakfast.
Okay.
It's 12:50 in the afternoon.
I meant lunch.
Okay, if there's nothing going on, you'll be on your way.
I know, I'm pretty confident that's going to be the case. You wanted me to get out of the car because I said breakfast instead of lunch, and you said my hand was shaking.
You can open request the body cam footage, sir.
I'm so glad we have this body camera footage here to capture this beautiful moment. The officer really thinks he has nailed this guy dead to rights, and he is on the cusp of something huge. He thinks he's in like some kind of fucking AMC production here where he's gonna find the blue meth in this guy's car, all because the criminal mastermind slipped up and said breakfast instead of lunch, even though that didn't even happen, by the way. Oh my god, it's absolute fucking cinema.
You should know what's going on in the motor vehicle stop at this time.
Okay, I think I just summed it up. So it sounds
Well, you skipped a lot on your recording. You're missing a lot of information.
All right, so tell me what I skipped.
You're not going to narrate what's going on here.
Right, then
Okay, I have a body camera that's going to do that for everyone. I don't know what time or how long the canine's going to take. So you're right. I'm not going to waste anybody's time. Okay? I'm just going to give you the summons for improper signal, and we're going to be on our way.
So it seems like it was an improper signal which led to this traffic stop and this investigation into the Schrodinger's breakfast meal at Burger King. I think what probably happened here, it's not on body cam, but if I had to take a guess, I think one of his other officers there was like, look, man, we're not going to get the canine out here for this. This is a crazy reach that you're working with right now. Like, I think just maybe send him on his way with the improper signal summons and like call it there. Like, this is kind of dumb. And then the officer's like, okay, well, listen here, bud. I know you haven't been truthful with me, that things aren't adding up, but not going to waste any more time here. And then just ends it like that. The guy started recording from his end and gave like the lore breakdown, and he didn't skip anything from what I can see here. The officer's like, no, you're missing crucial context. Information is absent. You're trying to spin a far-fetched fictional narrative. That's not what happened here at all. This body cam will explain everything. And trust me, it did. Holy shit. What a stupid idea. Like, I don't know, I literally cannot wrap my head around what he thought was going to happen with this line of questioning. Like, I think maybe in his, like, fanfic that he was cooking up in his brain, he would, like, press him on the breakfast statement, which, again, wasn't even made in the first place, but he would press him on the breakfast statement, and all of a sudden the guy would break down and be like, oh my god, you're right! You're fucking right! There's so many drugs in the car, man! Oh my god, I can't believe it! You did it! You were right! Oh my god, you're so smart! Like, I actually just, I can't imagine what he thought would happen by making a huge hoopla out of something that wasn't even said. I just had to talk about this. It was so good. I'm glad that this guy didn't, suffer more of a headache and more of a nuisance with this officer's questioning. I'm glad that at least they did send him on his way and didn't, make it go even more out of control. But man, what a fucking waste of everyone's time this was. That's really about it. So yeah. About 2 weeks ago, a group of thieves made off with over $100 million worth of jewels that they stole from the Louvre. You might have heard of that place before. It's pretty well known, nearly as famous as the Florida Citrus Center. The Louvre houses innumerable, priceless art and jewels. Now, I don't know about all of you, but for me, whenever I hear the Louvre, the first thing that pops into my head is that episode of Courage the Cowardly Dog where all the art starts coming to life. And kind of similar to Courage the Cowardly Dog, the way that they stole these items is actually cartoonish. It's like actual Neanderthal mode thinking here. So what they did is they got this big ladder, this lift, they drove it up, and then extended it to the second floor, broke in through the second floor window, equipped with angle grinders, and then just went to town on the displays. But the displays were pretty resilient, so it wasn't enough. Like, the gadgets they brought weren't enough, so they just threw away the doodads, they disarmed themselves, and apparently started like shoulder bashing it and elbowing it until it finally gave way and they were able to lift the jewels out of there. And security guards did actually arrive, which is why we have this footage here, but they were worried that the thieves could have been armed. So they did arrive at the scene, but it didn't turn into like an action movie moment or anything where they started doing like fucking martial arts on each other trying to stop the thieves. They reported to the scene, called the authorities, but the thieves were in and out in about 7 minutes. So they were able to steal over $100 million worth of jewels through this method. They then took the tools with them, as I understand it, and then they left on this lift, and we have footage of them leaving.
This video filmed by security guards in the Louvre shows two robbers leaving the crime scene. They make their way down with a boom lift stationed outside and escape on two scooters just seconds before the police arrive.
Plans don't get more simple than that, and most people, myself included, are very surprised at how easy that appeared to be. And according to some of the French officials, they're also pretty shocked that security was so lax and pretty outdated. So, a very simple plan, sometimes caveman brain is best brain, where you just go and you hit it with an angle grinder and a little elbow grease, and then they make their way out there with $100 million worth of jewels. Now, there have been 5 arrests, which we're going to talk about in just a moment, but they have not recovered any of the stolen jewels here. And the fear is that they are in the process or already have dismantled them so they can sell them, because you can't really sell them as is. These are extremely recognizable, easily identifiable, famous pieces. Who's going to be buying that for $100 million? Fucking Dr. Evil? Like, you're not going to find someone that's going to buy them as is, because then it would easily lead to their arrest. There's no wiggle room to weasel your way out saying, oh, I didn't know that this treasured French jewel was, stolen. Like, it's clearly never going to be sold like that. You know, it's not like a movie where you could sell the fucking Statue of Liberty and some dude will put it in his backyard, some, like, obscenely rich guy. Like, that's just not how it works. So, what they believe is currently going on is that they are dismantling the jewels carefully to keep everything intact so they can sell the jewels individually as opposed to just like an altogether piece, meaning all of these could be lost, destroyed. And that's maybe why they haven't been able to recover it right now. But they're holding on to hope that they're still all together, but I guess we'll see. They have made 5 arrests, so let's go ahead and quickly go over that.
Turning our attention now to Paris, where 5 additional suspects are now in custody, arrested in connection with that daring heist at the Louvre that stunned the world earlier this month, into custody over the weekend. Despite the arrest, the stolen jewels, worth over $100 million, have yet to be recovered.
So here's where things got a little messy and hard to understand for me. So CNN mentions that there have been 5 people that have been taken into custody, arrested in connection to this. I read something from the BBC that 3 of them have been released without charge. And some sources are saying that, not everyone that's been arrested was, present at the scene. They believe that they could be instrumental in getting more clues about the people that were there. What is confirmed is it was a 4-man team. There were 4 men present. There were the guy who drove the truck, another guy that stood behind, at the truck where they pretended like it was renovations, and then the 2 people that actually went in and got the jewels. So it was a 4-man team. They made 5 arrests. Of those arrests, one of them is a woman who is connected to one of the people that they arrested. They believe she is an accomplice that can be helpful in getting more breadcrumbs for them to follow. And then DNA evidence. This is where it got really, fucking muddy for me, because it seems like at least one of the people that was directly involved in stealing the jewels has been linked to this via DNA evidence. But then I also saw that they used DNA evidence to link other people to it as well, but then that got contradicted by other sources. And I saw the word DNA used so many times here, it made me think that they must have just went here fucking full of cum or something, spreading it all over the Louvre, because it sounds like they had so much DNA out the wazoo, shit must have looked like a porn shoot.
Well, as you say, we do understand that one of these latest 5 arrested is one of those who was here on that day. Of course, those 2 that had been arrested over the weekend, also part of that 4-man team. These 2 had been known to police. It was DNA samples that had matched them to the scene of the crime. This latest arrest of one of those 4 also tied to the scene of the crime, we understand, by DNA. As to the other 4...
Now, I think there might be some kind of translation error sometimes, which would explain the discrepancy and why not all sources are agreeing on the amount of DNA evidence used here. But I'm still going to give you a montage of all of the ones that have DNA evidence cited as how they were linked. The one that seems to be agreed upon across most sources here is that this 37-year-old man had his DNA found inside the basket lift that was used to get to the 2nd floor and also escape after they stole the jewels. He is claiming that he hasn't done it. The Paris prosecutor said he's denying involvement, so he's hitting him with that classic Patrick Star, is this your wallet? No, but it has your name on it? No. So But across most sources I can find, they all agree that his DNA was found inside that basket lift. Another person arrested in connection to this heist was a 34-year-old Algerian national who was arrested while trying to fly to Algeria. Apparently, they had found his DNA matched on a scooter that was used in the getaway. And then finally, the 38-year-old woman who is actually the partner of the 37-year-old man. They have children together, and a small amount of her DNA was found in that basket lift, which could have been possible because, maybe she had, left something or whatever on him, which was then transferred to the lift when he got in it. Now, again, like I said, across a bunch of sources that I was reading, some of which were translated, some of them didn't mention the DNA evidence used in, the 38-year-old woman or the 34-year-old man. The main one that I saw that everyone seems to agree that DNA that has, hard linked them is that 37-year-old in the basket lift. But anyway, it sounds like they had arrested 5 suspects here. Some may have been released, but it looks like they're hot on their tail, but have yet to recover the jewelry. They continue to search for it and try to get all of the items back. I guess we'll see how it goes, but what a crazy fucking heist. Over $100 million worth of this jewelry. I have to imagine that they haven't sold any of it yet, would be my guess. Pretty much every official is saying that this is not a professional, ordeal. This was not carried out by, Ocean's 11 style geniuses, galaxy brain scheme or anything. These are petty criminals that just did a very simple idea that worked. And I think they're right. This does not seem like the work of some highly organized professional crime unit or anything here. This really does seem like a group of goobers got together and said, what if we took a lift to the Louvre to get to the second floor real quick and then take some angle grinders to the displays? Anyone could hatch that idea. That's pretty, low neuron activation scheming. So I think they're right. These probably are petty criminals, which leads me to believe they probably haven't started dismantling any of the jewelry yet, because they're probably still trying to figure out how the fuck to do that. Or maybe they're so brazen that they're trying to find buyers for it as is, which is not going to be super quick. So I think there is a good chance that they do recover the jewelry. It's just a matter of when. It seems like they have narrowed in, at least on some very, likely suspects here that are in connection to this possibly. So I guess we'll see how it all shakes down. But anyway, I wanted to yap about this a bit because it really is one of the craziest jewelry heists in modern day. That is an unbelievable haul to make off with from one of the most famous locations on the planet, full stop, the Louvre. That's crazy. So anyway, just wanted to talk about it a bit. That's it. See ya. Have you ever wanted to be sued? Perhaps. Have you ever wanted to be sued by multiple entities at the same time, filling every orifice with a lawsuit? I would imagine no. That's an awfully hot copied spot. We're talking about Pikmin copying the homework of multiple big titles to an almost comical degree. This would be something that I feel like would be almost satirical from a game development student in college making this as a project piece for class, never actually anticipating selling it or anything because they know that they would get fucking biblically smacked down by the companies that they are heavily borrowing from. And borrowing is doing a lot of heavy lifting there. That is loosey-goosey because it is almost one-to-one carbon copy a clone. That's right, I'm talking about Pikmin. Pikmin is a game that came out of nowhere with a trailer that kind of got a lot of eyebrows raised because it is strikingly similar to Pal World, Pokemon, Zelda, and even a sprinkle, a hint of Overwatch. So Pikmin is being developed by a studio named Pocket Pair, who has a remarkable track record of their first game. Now, the name Pocket Pair might have, made you feel like you'd heard it before, and it's because you're probably getting it confused with the developer of Pal World. Their name is Pocket Game. It seems Pocket Pair was very inspired not only by Pal World itself, but even the studio's name. They wanted to take inspiration from. almost 1-to-1. Not only studio name, they also really liked the description that Palworld uses on their Steam page, because they lifted that bitch almost 1-to-1 as well. Dive into a vast, uncharted continent filled with ancient civilizations and mysterious creatures called Pikmin. In this multiplayer open-world survival crafter, you'll team up with your Pikmin to fight, farm, and build industrial empires while thwarting a shadowy organization's plot. Now let's take a peek at what Palworld describes its game as. Fight, farm, build, and work alongside mysterious creatures called pals in this completely new multiplayer open-world survival and crafting game. That's pretty close. To me, it sounds like Pikmin, the developers, said, "Hey, Grok, can you take this description and add a few more words to it, maybe a little buzzwords about fight, farm, and fuck your way to the top or something with our Pikmin?" It's, pretty close. The DNA is still very much intact. Now, Pikmin is being published by a company called Network Go, whose name, to me, already feels fishy. That sounds like the name of the Wi-Fi at my local coffee shop. Like, everything about Pikmin is just so peculiar, and it's apparently a very real game that they're looking to release. And when you watch this trailer, we watched it on stream, when you look at this, you will immediately see that this isn't some kind of Palworld situation where it's very clearly existing in a very similar genre with similar designs to Pokemon, but completely changing the formula to something unique for its own identity. It is actually taking 1-to-1 elements from these games and then just fucking fisting it into this trailer here haphazardly. It is actually like borderline plagiarizing these properties. It's pretty ridiculous. Have you seen the game Pikmin that's copying Pokemon, Palworld, Breath of the Wild, and somehow Overwatch? I haven't watched the trailer, but I heard about it from a buddy of mine. Let me check it out. Am I on 2x speed? No, that just seemed like it was fucking schmoovin'. Pikmin! I feel like Nintendo's gonna send me a cease and desist just watching this trailer. That's pretty shameless. That is pretty shameless character design there. Who's making this? What studio's making this? Pocket Game. Let's see. They don't even have a website. This is literally just a random Steam dev. This is all they have. A studio with no fear, that's who. True! That's actually just Lucario, isn't it? Am I on the crack pipe? It's just Lucario wearing some work gloves. No, it's clearly not Pikachu. That didn't look like Pikachu at all. He had like a mullet. Wow. Yeah, they really stole directly from Palworld and Pokemon. Huh. That is shameless. And that's just Roadhog. That is just source filmmaker Roadhog. Wow. Wow. I guess the strategy is get sued for marketing, maybe, is the idea. Oh, didn't mean to click that. There's apparently an after credits scene here. It's probably gonna be Luigi or something. Steal from literally everything. Bro, that's literally Pikachu. I mean, yeah, they did just direct rip many things. Pretty interesting. It feels like a stupid idea. Because, like, Pow World, while it's clearly Pokemon inspired, it's totally different, night and day, to a Pokemon game. This is literally using Pokemon models and direct ripping Pal World game. Like, there's no argument. I still can't get over just how egregious it is. They didn't even bother trying to hide it at all. They literally have Roadhog. They have Roadhog. I wouldn't be surprised if they just took the assets from these games and just said, alright, now they're in Pikmin. Now it's not Roadhog, it's Pickhog. Or it'd be Hogmon or something. It's out of control. And the Pikachu, that one, that is a giggle-worthy moment because it is actually Pikachu, but then they just put on, like, a faux hawk or something and said, no, it can't be Pikachu. Pikachu doesn't have a faux hawk, don't be ridiculous. That's clearly something very different. It's a Pikmin, not a Pokemon. I am so interested to see how this unfolds because it is taking a lot from quite a few huge games without even really attempting to pretend that it's unique to Pikmin. I have to imagine that there will be like cease and desist letters hitting their doorstep pretty quickly. I would wager a guess based on the trailer here. Now maybe this is all placeholder stuff and they plan on overhauling the designs by launch. I don't know. I couldn't tell you what the strategy is. It is mind-boggling. I had to yap about it a little bit. Anyway, that's really about it. See ya. It's only been like a month or so since I took a bit of a dive into the cesspool of Kickstarter after learning that it's been inundated with fraudulent AI-generated products. It appears the site is just fully plagued, and the main thing that gets pitched on Kickstarter these days is just phony baloney nonsense AI slop, all designed to try and squeeze a couple of clams out of gullible people that don't recognize that it's not real, that it's all make-believe. However, Matt just sent me a Kickstarter project that does seem to be real, and it's looking to dust off an old novelty from way back in the day. Raise your hand if you remember Smell-O-Vision. This whole idea, the final frontier of entertainment, the fourth dimension, where you can smell your movies, your TV shows, and in the case of this Kickstarter project, specifically, your games.
Games get more realistic every year. Higher resolutions, faster refresh rates, even full virtual reality. But one sense has always been missing. Our sense of smell, the most emotional sense we have. At some point, we've all wondered what it would be like if we could actually smell what we see on screen, what it would feel like to step into a world, not just look at it.
Have we all wondered that? Is that really something every gamer thinks at some point? Because I would imagine the only like unifying thought across all gamers' minds at some point in their life is, could I possibly suck my own dick? Like, I don't know how common it is to like really have this intense desire to smell the game. I can only speak for me personally, I suppose, but I just feel like that'd be such a fucking nuisance. Like, I would hate to be like playing Call of Duty and smelling the body odor and sweat and gunpowder as I'm vaulting over something about to, drop shot some dumb asshole, right? Like, I think that would suck. I would really not like that. And there's a huge difference between smelling the game and stepping into that world. That's two very different things. It's not to say that I think it's like a bad idea. I'm sure there is like a community of people that would love to have access to the game smells, right? And the project has already been fully backed, so it definitely does have smell enthusiasts out there, and I have no doubt there's some real greaseballs hitting one of these right now. Can't wait to get their hands on this technology so they can go smell Ada Wong's panties in Resident Evil or something and go freaky mode on it. But I do understand that there is a market for it. I am just not in that group at all.
Introducing the Scent Bar. Breathe your game. Don't just play it. 10 fans that can be independently activated. And 10 scent slots allow real-time scent release, always, no matter the scene. The brain of the Scent Bar is the AI image detection. We are starting with 30 scents, allowing immersion in nature, racing, and action games.
Of course, no Kickstarter project is complete without an AI voiceover. That's mandatory at this point. But this product does seem to actually exist. I can find footage of them showcasing it at Gamescom. Now, how effective it was at delivering the scents directly to your fucking nostrils, I couldn't tell you, but I did see that it is a product that they actually did have like a setup for people to experience. Now, according to this video, they're launching with 30 scents, 3 different packages, and the astute observers out there may have noticed a very shocking absence. There's no Gooner package there. They don't have a selection of goon aromas. There's no sweaty gym socks. There's no panty fumes. There's no smegma adjacent scents or anything like that. And I gotta tell you, I think that was a big misstep. I think they're leaving a lot of money on the table because I bet you they could have found some real fucking degenerates to immediately buy the Gooner suite of smells out the wazoo. They'd be huffing that shit like it's Urgot's tubes in League of Legends.
And uses AI image detection to work with practically every game. After backing this campaign, you will be able to enter the 4th dimension of gaming and start creating memories inside your games, just like in real life.
Yeah, but I can do that now. I can make memories with games, and I do it all the time, actually. And I have tons of memories from games in my past without ever having to smell them or anything like that. I don't know how much that really strengthens the experience of a game. But again, I can only speak for me personally. I just don't really care to sniff it. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not a dog. Like, I don't need to sniff it, really. Like, I'm happy just experiencing it without the 4th dimension being there. Like, it's not like it unlocks the ability to, you know, have these cherished memories of games. I can still make those cherished memories even without having to smell some scent fumes and juices from the pods that are being fanned at me through the Zestum device placed under my computer while I'm playing Expedition 33.
You've got yourself a scent bar. Awesome choice. Let's get it set up together. First, take your scent bar out of the box. The scent bar works with AI image detection. You can download our software directly from the website. And don't worry, the software barely uses any of your PC's performance. Trust me, your frame rate is safe. Welcome to the Scent Bar control panel. The tabs at the bottom show your 10 scent slots and what's currently loaded in each one. Intense. Say zombie games and you rather not smell rotten meat all night? No problem. Just swap the scent pod manually and keep the label for the AI to recognize. That way, even zombies can smell like fresh roses. Or energy drink, if that's your thing.
So here's the rundown of how it works and how it gets set up here. So you place it under your monitor, you connect it with USB-C, and then you have the control panel where all the scents are stored, your 10 scents, and you switch in the pods that you want for the scents, and then it'll use AI image detection to know what's going on screen and what fans to activate to shoot the fumes at you. And they even mentioned that you can, of course, swap out the pods, but keep it labeled the same, so that way it'll still recognize it and shoot out roses instead of rotten meat smell. Can you imagine, though, if you couldn't swap those out at all? Like, it just has like a million scents that it instantly swaps in between, and it's like super realistic. So if you get tear gassed in the game, you get tear gassed in real life with the fucking Zestum blasting right into your eyeballs, basically pepper spraying you. Or like, you know, mustard gas shoots out and just asphyxiates you while you're sitting in your chair trying to play your game. Nah, that'd be crazy. That's some Sword Art Online type shit. If you like expand upon this idea as like a torture device almost. But I mean, again, it seems like this is something that does actually work. I just don't know how many people are like really salivating over the ability to smell the game that they're playing. I feel like it'd be cool for a couple of minutes, but the novelty would really wear off when playing for a long period of time in like an extended gaming session, which most people are playing for a couple of hours usually. And I feel like if you're smelling shit the entire time, it's just going to be a bit of a headache. And you're probably going to like really go through the smell juices, like the potions they've got in there, because they're tiny pods. They show you in the video here in a moment. They're like this big, maybe. They're not huge at all. So I feel like you'd probably run through a ton of them very, very fast, which would then mean that you're constantly reloading and repurchasing pods, because I imagine they're not free. I don't think you can just replace them for free. Maybe I'm wrong. But you would be spending quite a bit of money to keep the scent bar fully stocked on smells. And if you're using it daily, I just truly don't know how long these pods are going to last you.
Once your game's running, simply share your game window with the software. Don't worry, nothing's recorded or stored. The AI just analyzes your screen in real time and nobody else can see it, not even me. And that's it for the setup part. You're ready to dive in.
I highly doubt that's true. Whenever it comes to anything AI, I have to imagine that it's a full-blown fucking red alert lie anytime they say, don't worry, it's like super secure. No one else can see it. Not even us. Because time and time again, that's been proven incorrect. It is just a lie, like 99% of the time. So perhaps the scent bar is also collecting data on you. It's entirely possible, I suppose, since you have to share quite a bit with it.
One scent pod lasts up to 3 months, depending on your gameplay, of course.
I just truly don't see how that's possible to claim that the pod lasts up to 3 months. You can see the pod is not that big. It's pretty slim, too. So how the fuck is there enough aroma fluid in there to last up to 3 months with daily playing, like hours of game time? I don't know. I just, unless it's like really frugal with how often it fans out some of the smells. But from what I saw in their like booth at Gamescom, it seems like it blasts out smells pretty frequently. Like I just truly don't know how it could possibly last you 3 months, a single pod.
So whether you're walking through a forest, speeding down a racetrack, or fighting dragons, your world actually smells like it.
Furthermore, because we're committed to bringing scent into the entire digital entertainment world, streaming works too. Everything you can share via screen share becomes scent enabled. We're working hard to make it compatible with all the places you love to watch. With your support, we can take this final step, bringing immersive scent into every movie night, every stream, and every game.
Pretty ambitious goals. It's not just for games. They want to look to take this technology into other aspects of the entertainment space, namely streaming, which I feel like is a recipe for disaster, though could lead to some great moments like, all right, everyone load up your ass cartridges. I'm about to be blasting some nasty smells at you. Hope you're ready, PU, stinky inbound. That's gonna be quite a bright future. I don't know. Again, it's just not something for me, but I saw this Kickstarter because Matt sent it to me, and I just wanted to yap about it a bit because it's very interesting to see smell-o-vision make a return in the modern age. And I wonder if it'll be more successful this time around, because smell-o-vision kind of collapsed from everything, all available data. It wasn't overly positive. Most people didn't love it, which is why it didn't stick around. But who knows? Maybe the scent bar here kicks off a new wave of big-time smellers. I guess we'll see. That's really about it. See ya.
JoJo Siwa. Even just saying her name elicits a involuntary response from your body, having your face kind of like crumple up like you just ate a warhead or something really sour. Because you always know when JoJo Siwa's name comes up in conversation, it's something embarrassing. Now, I will say, on my short list of idols, she does make it into the top 5 because I think she is truly the best dog shit dancer this species has ever produced. And I am a big enthusiast of bad dancing, so her classic Karma's a Bitch seizure, as well as her guilty pleasure stinky treasure dance routine here. This whole one is a masterpiece because there's not a single move here that looks good. Especially this finale, this is by far my favorite part, where it's kind of like some kind of monster walk. That's like a walk cycle a rubber hose cartoon would use when a villain shows up to the scene. But the point is, I love bad dancing, and no one does it worse than she does. Many of you know, I'm actually somewhat of a pioneer myself, the creator of the classic Where's My Hug At? And I've actually been in the lab cooking some new stuff. I don't have a name for this yet, but it kind of combines the Habbo Hotel dance animation with a little bit of like robotic Roomba maneuvers, so you can do like little circles with it. But I'm already getting lost in the sauce. I'm not here to talk about JoJo Siwa's dancing, I'm here to talk about her scamming. You can now pay $900 for the VIP package to be an unpaid roadie for JoJo Siwa. If that sounds familiar, it's because Gene Simmons just announced this exact same deal for $12,500. I made a video on that like 2 weeks ago. So JoJo Siwa really just took a page out of Gene fucking Simmons' playbook here. It's almost one-to-one. She copied Gene Simmons' homework. So here's what you get for the VIP package. The Dream Guest experience. You get 1 general admin ticket. You can watch the show from any designated audience area of your choice. You get an exclusive invitation to JoJo's live show setup before Q&A and sound check with JoJo. You get to help her put together the show with song selection input, which I'm just going to call fucking barnacles on because there's no way she's going to let any goober who pays $900 for this get to have any say in what she performs. Like, this is definitely already pre-selected shit. An exclusive autograph of JoJo memorabilia worn during the show, so you'll get to wear her sweaty clothes that she performed in. Yeehaw. Access to her pre-show sound check and a Q&A. A pre-show meet and greet and a photo opportunity in front of the VIP backdrop, so that way everyone will know you wasted $900 so they can shoot spitballs at you and make fun of you. VIP exclusive merch, a commemorative VIP laminate and lanyard, early entry into the building with priority access, pre-show merch and shopping opportunity, a VIP host. So you're not just working for free, unpaid labor, you are paying to have the privilege of working for free for JoJo as a roadie. It's a beautiful scam, it really is, and I actually think there will be people that make this purchase. I just have a strong hunch that there actually will be some pitiful souls out there spending $900 to get fucking shit-stained breeches that JoJo wore during the show and setting up the show for her for free. But maybe I'm just being a Scrooge. Let's hear it from JoJo herself as she tries to sell us on this dream VIP package experience, because maybe there's more to it than meets the eye.
I mean, there's so much to tease. I am really excited because I wanted to create a show that wasn't just a concert, right? I have all these songs that I love to sing, but I was like, I want to do something more. I want to create, a party environment. I want to create something that feels very, immersive, interactive, intimate. And so I really did that with this show. And so, you're going to get the concert that you want to see, right? But then...
How innovative. Making a concert into a big party. AKA... what concerts kind of already are in the first place. This is a bunch of mumbo-jumbo here. This is gobbledygook. Like, you're just describing a concert. I just went to a Deftones concert. That shit was a great big party. It was a lot of fun. I don't exactly know what she's going to do to make it more of a party. I guess maybe she'll toss a beach ball around that everyone can start hitting, and maybe she'll, plant kegs and beer pong tables and flip cup around there. I have no idea what she's doing to make it more of a party. I couldn't tell you, but I can tell you she so desperately wants to be unique, and it is so cringe how hard she tries to stand out with weird fashion choices, really off the wall stuff. She does it on purpose, leaning into it full well knowing people make fun of her for it, but it's just, to me, kind of sad how hard she wants to be viewed as really quirky and zany for the things that she wears when she performs and stuff. So in here, she's got the football pads on. I don't even really know what that is. It looks like the armor the Saiyans wore, like when Nappa and Vegeta came down and met Goku for the first time. But like if it was set in the My Little Pony universe instead of Dragon Ball.
There's going to be a DJ set run by me. There's going to be an interactive game with the audience where they have a chance to win a sick prize.
It's going to be beyond sick. It's going to be dope. I have no doubt that prize is going to go ballistic. It'll be like a fucking half-eaten Subway sandwich that she had for lunch that she'll toss into the crowd if you complete her, like, trivia game or whatever she's going to play with the audience.
And I read that there is a chance for fans to get close and personal with you.
There is.
What can you tell us?
There's one, and this is the like most exclusive VIP, where you actually are going to get to come during while we're like loading in the show, and you're going to get to kind of like help us set it up and make sure things are right and test out, the drum with me or the DJ booth with me. You're going to kind of...
You're describing a job, JoJo. This is labor. You're supposed to be paid for these things, not pay for the privilege of doing them for you for free. It's an interesting proposition. Gene Simmons really did just blow open a whole new door for insufferable assholes to exploit their fans here for these VIP packages. I don't know if this was common before Gene Simmons, but I'm pretty confident JoJo saw that from Gene and said, I want to do that. Like, I feel like that's where this spawned from. That's just a hunch, though.
Get that. Then we're doing another one where you just get an exclusive backstage tour. We're doing this fun thing where you get a little bit of show memorabilia. So there's different things that are used within the show that we will replace every night. And so we will give that to those top tier. We're calling them dream guests on my show. Like dream guests on my podcast, but dream guests at my show.
The title makes sense. These are dream guests. These are the most brainwashed drones you could find that will actually pay you tons of money to work for you for nothing in return. I guess, other than, of course, maybe like some grease-stained clothes that were worn during the performance. That's enough, I guess. But, yeah, hearing her describe it, I'm still not sold on the value. Still don't think that's worth 900 clams to go work for free for the JoJo Siwa tour. Now, I got a little curious. She is coming to Tampa, and I was tempted to buy the $900 package just to see what that's like. I wouldn't pay $12,500 to move around Gene Simmons' oxygen tank and get fucking coffee for him while he berates me and demands that I change his diaper, but I would consider paying $900 to help set up JoJo Siwa's song selection and fucking, I don't know, the sound check and bring in all the equipment or whatever else was described there. Like, that would almost be worth it as a joke, but I don't think I'll actually do it. It just seems like the joke immediately loses its luster when I show up there and just get put to work. Like, I paid for this package. Now I'm working fucking 6 hours or 8 hours, however long it is to set this up. And then all I get to do is listen to music I don't like. She doesn't have a single song that I could even like wiggle my finger to. And I get cursed with some kind of special grade cursed item that she wore during the performance. Like, it just, the idea of it is silly, like paying to do that as a joke, but actually doing it, I would be so ashamed. But I just wanted to mention, I looked it up, she is coming to Tampa, and I thought about it for a second. So yeah, I think this is a terrible VIP package. I don't think it's a good idea, I'll be honest with you. That's really about it. So yeah. A trend I've been making fun of a lot recently is how anytime something comes out that's good, it then gets paraded around as though it's the best thing ever made. And also, on the flip side of that coin, anything that comes out that's not very good or kind of mid is then just labeled as the worst thing ever made. It's an affront to God. Human beings have never produced something so dog shit like this. It's just these extremes. And it's always so annoying. Like, especially like with horror movies. I talk about this one a lot because every 6 or so months there's a horror film that comes out and it's like, it's the scariest thing ever, you're going to fucking poop, it's gonna be so toot, it's that's the noise you'll be making watching this one because it's that scary, it's gonna grip your fucking heart and do this with it.
It's so extreme, and you watch it, and it's like, okay, I mean, that was a fine movie, I guess. And they do that for anything. So now it's extremely commonplace that anything that comes out that's good has like a 99 on Metacritic or a 98 on Rotten Tomatoes. And then you play it or watch it, and it's just like, oh, I mean, it was good. I don't know if it's like a near perfect masterpiece, but I mean, it was good. Like, everything just has to be taken to like the most extreme level of glaze or the most extreme level of spit. I don't know, I'm very tired of that. So when Project Hail Mary came out, the reason for this tangent, Project Hail Mary has been getting this same treatment where it's being labeled the best sci-fi film in the last decade or like 2 decades, whatever they're saying. One of the best movies ever made. 2026 has been blessed with a gift from the heavens above with Project Hail Mary. And I see that, and I'm just immediately turned off. I just go in with this preconception that it'll probably be good, but it's never going to live up to this hype. I just always think it sets things up for failure. But in the case of Project Hail Mary, I do think the glaze is warranted. I don't know if I'd go as far as to call it the best sci-fi film of the last decade or the best sci-fi film ever made, but holy shit is it an extremely good movie. Now, I haven't read the book this is based on. I know it's a beloved book, and from my understanding, based on everything that I'm seeing from everyone that's watched this movie, this is a very faithful adaptation of the source material, which... trust me, if you're standing up, you need to sit down, because this is a big revelation that'll knock you off your fucking feet. It seems like the winning formula when it comes to adaptations is staying true to the source material, because we're seeing time and time again that when these studios decide to faithfully adapt something, they usually make something much better than if they try and do it their own way, pinky up thinking they know better. We're more sophisticated than this shit that we're adapting, like Halo, for example. We know better. And so I'm happy to see that fans of the book are enjoying this movie, because even as someone who hasn't read the book, I really enjoyed this movie. I imagine it's probably even better if you have read the book, but for me, having no knowledge at all of what this movie was even about, I was pretty blown away from start to finish. The movie comes out of the gate swinging. We are introduced to our main character, Grace, who wakes up on a ship. His other crew members did not survive this journey. He is having a hard time remembering why he's there. This is because he's been in a coma for quite some time, so his memories are slowly coming back to him, and we're being drip-fed information as to what his mission is and why he's there. And we learn the stakes. We learn what's going on, about how the Earth is in a dreadful situation, an extinction event, where the sun's energy is being sapped by alien parasites. And the only way that they can think to try and combat this and stop the sun from getting just fucking slurped up here, having all the juices just gobbled up by the parasites, is to go to a distant planet that is 11 light years away, because it's the only star they can find that isn't being dimmed by this parasite, the astrophage. And our main character, Grace, embarks on that mission to try and find the means to fight back against this, to save the planet, because within a few generations, humanity would be extinct. Starvation setting in within 30 years, just huge pandemonium, and Grace is now humanity's last hope. Most of this film is just Grace in the spaceship doing some science, some fucking full-blown Bill Nye experimentation here. And my God, is it captivating. Ryan Gosling's performance here, I think, is spectacular. I think he does an extremely good job. This isn't like his normal, stoic mystery man type shit. This is a high energy, joking goofball of a man who isn't just one-dimensional. He has plenty of vulnerable moments. He is very well written, and they do a great job of making you want to root for him. And then there's another character who is not a human. It is Rocky, who is an alien life form whom Grace and him have a chance encounter. And turns out Rocky is there on a similar mission, trying to figure out how to stop the astrophage to save his people, his homeworld. And this is really the emotional beat, the emotional meat of the entire film, is this friendship between Rocky and Grace. And one thing I really appreciate is Rocky is an alien that doesn't look like your standard, like, normal alien that's supposed to make you go like, oh, it's so, like, human-esque, so that way you can connect to it. It's a fucking pile of rocks. It's like a little, like, crab guy of rocks. He looks like a Magic the Gathering card. And he's got no face. He's got, like, a giant gaping asshole on the bottom of him. But this character is so well written, and this friendship is so thoroughly explored, that it is just something that immediately draws you in. I found it fucking impossible to not smile with these two here. Like, there's real chemistry there. And, like, the writing, like, when they use jokes, actually made me giggle. Like, it's not just lazy Marvel quips and quirkiness like that. And it's not only about comedy or anything. It's just such a really well-written friendship that is just touching. And the movie really respects your intelligence as a viewer. It is actually using real, like, science, and, like, they're actually working hard to find the solution through, like, tons of experimentation, trial and error, like, actual methodology here, as opposed to just, like, random happenstance and getting lucky. You know, Ryan Gosling takes the bite of a sandwich and he goes, wait, this bread, it's wet. The solution, soggy bread, it's jogged my memory, like that kind of thing. It's like they're actually working through this issue in a logical manner. But of course, like I was just talking about, the most touching part of the film is this friendship. It's a very human thing, even though one of the characters here is not human. And I think something that really helps sell this to make it feel so impactful is the fact that Rocky is not a fully CGI character. Rocky is an animatronic puppet. There, of course, is CGI blended into that craft as well, but the fact that Rocky has a physical presence, being like an actual puppet that's interacting with Ryan Gosling in a physical space, it really helps make it feel much more real. So, like, I feel like it helps elevate that connection while watching this film and the friendship that's unfolding here. I really don't have a single complaint about this movie. Every character is well written. The visuals are stunning. The action moments, even though there's not many, are good. The music was extraordinary. I want to make a special mention of the music here. My God, it was going ballistic. So yeah, I gotta say, Project Hail Mary, it definitely lived up to the very high praise it's getting. I think it is warranted. I really, really, really liked it. Yeah, that's really about it. Yep. You already know what time it is. We're tuning in to a new batch of Pokemon scalpers getting into their little clown scuffles over some precious product that they can turn around and try and resell online. I'm only half joking when I say that Pokemon scalpers should be officially labeled as terrorists. Like, genuinely, if you are a scalper, you should be forced onto a registry, like, as a national security threat. Because these are just violent degenerates. We already saw a young woman who was murdered in Chile for her Pokemon cards because they wanted to get their grubby little paws on her product so they could turn around and resell it. We saw someone recently shot here in America over a disagreement in the Pokemon vending machine line. We've seen oodles of fights that are showing no signs of slowing down.
Yeah, get the fuck out of here, homie. I'm gonna crack you, homie. I don't give a fuck. What you gonna do? What you gonna do? We gonna fight. I don't fight. You don't fight. What you gonna do? What? You don't fight, huh? Why you touch me? Why you touch me? Don't touch me, bitch.
Hits him with the pepper spray and then boot scooting boogies out of there as quickly as possible with his one box there. It was all worth it, baby. So here's two scalpers throwing down the old clown fiesta, which has become commonplace at Pokemon vending machines or really anywhere that sells Pokemon product at this point. As I've said numerous times, it becomes a PvP-enabled zone, and people throw out all logic and reason, and they just start throwing knuckle sandwiches at each other. In this case, he brought out the pepper spray, so he just pepper sprayed this man and then ran away from him. These fucking losers will fight and fuck their way to one box of Pokemon product just to make like $5 off it online. There is no more pathetic existence than being someone like this.
Guys, stop! Hey!
So here's an interesting one. So apparently the construction workers ganked this guy over a disagreement about Pokemon product in the store because the construction workers had apparently been very disrespectful to a child who had showed up for this product, allegedly. I don't think any children actually ever even get a chance to go to the Pokemon card aisle because it's like walking into Salty Spittoon. You gotta go through like the greasiest fucking gauntlet of goobers imaginable. Plus these loveless, lifeless, worthless piles of shit clear out the entire aisle within the first 10 minutes of the store even being open, so there's not even morsels left for children. But I guess in a very rare instance here, there was. Probably Perfect Order, because scalpers are now just leaving Perfect Order because they can't resell it as effectively as previous sets. So maybe that's what it was, but the construction workers didn't get the memo that it's not the hot product to scalp anymore. Apparently there was a kid that was looking to get product. These assholes were being rude about it or something. So then this guy stepped in the middle of it, and then the construction workers tried to lay a beat down. You can see that one, like, elderly gentleman, the fucking octogenarian's, like, climbing on the guy's back, throwing sucker punches. He looks like a squirrel that's trying to get his licks in. And then we have another angle of this scuffle, and I swear to God, that old guy is throwing his punches in slow motion. It's like he's lagging. I'm watching a punch thrown at 4 FPS.
Break it up. Come on, bro. Come on, y'all. Come on, bro. You look up to my dad. Hey, he's talking about hitting a little kid, bro.
I love that the douchebag that had to go 2v1 against this guy is calling the other guy a pussy. You just had to have your little sidekick, your little pocket-sized buddy there, wrapped around his back in order to try and get some of your punches in. And you're calling the other guy a pussy, even though he ate all of your wet noodle punches with no problem at all, and you have the gall to call him a pussy, even though you had to 2v1 him? Oh my god, these scalpers are sickening. Now, of course, there's a very real chance that the other guy is also a scalper, but at the very least, what he's saying seems like something a rational person would have an issue with. Like, hey man, you are cutting in front of this kid and disrespecting a child. This is a hobby for child. This is Pokemon cards. Like, he is calling sense into this. At the very least, I can respect that. And he held his own in a 2v1 here against these relentless, violent lunatics here. All over Pokemon cards, mind you. And I'm going to tell you something. Those 3 dudes, there's 3, but only 2 of them got involved in the fight. The other one was in the cuck chair. Those 3 dudes, I'm gonna tell you, probably aren't collectors. And they probably don't play the card game either. I don't think they're avid Pokemon TCG enthusiasts. I have a hunch that they might just be scalpers and they're here on their lunch break, so they decided to scoot on in and try and get some product to maybe make a couple of fucking doubloons after work, selling it to a local card shop for an extra $1. Like, it's just so pathetic. I went back and double-checked seeing if there was any more lore and context I could give of what led up to this. Apparently, it wasn't just, like, being rude to the kid or, like, cutting in front of him. They apparently threatened to slap a child at the Pokemon aisle for this product.
Bro, that's a kid. It's Pokemon. No, bro. Come on, meet me outside, bro. Meet me outside. Come on. Wait for me outside. Wait for y'all grab me. Wait for me outside. Ain't nobody grab me, bro. You acting for nothing, bro. Bro, I will go beat the shit out of you, bro. I will beat the fuck out of you, bro. Come on, bro. Come on. I'm telling you, bro. I will beat the fuck out of you, bro.
Yeah, I don't think you would, though. You and Grandpa just 2v1 this guy and couldn't do it. So I feel like one-on-one would be even worse for you. You tried to tag team this guy and still couldn't beat his ass or anything like that. I don't know why you're talking so tough when you look like such a bitch here. Again, sucker punches from the back and still eating your punches from the front and handling you just fine. I think that guy probably would have won if he did actually step outside with them. It's just pure lunacy. There is no low that these scalpers won't sink to. If that is true about them threatening to slap a child over Pokemon cards, like, it's completely indefensible, man. These are such worms.
Hands on, hands off, get live. Pokey Streets in Meyer, baby. Let's go. Let's get them. Who's got them hands? Here we go, Pokey Streets. Let's get it. Oh shit, whose man is that?
At first I thought this was at an airport or something. I thought they started introducing Pokemon cards there, which wouldn't even surprise me. Everywhere is, because they just fly off the shelves, mainly because of these fucking scumbags that constantly swoop in and camp out for hours waiting to get their hands on a box of Pokemon. But I believe this is at Walmart, and tensions are bubbling over because there was a chair that was left in line, and then when the person came back to get the chair that was holding their place in line, they came back with 8 people. So someone left a chair and then came in with an entire clown car of people here to scalp the Pokemon product. So then that led to an argument in there, and then things started to get heated. The guy filming's delivering some commentary on it like he's watching a sport.
Get in line. Fucking let him know. He's got a crutch. That ain't fair. Man, Pokemon cards, you all are wildin'. He's pulling up, bro. Don't count him off the fight. He's pulling up.
He's gonna go at it with a crutch, really?
He said, tag team, you want some? We getting some. Lion Meyer, baby, we lied. He don't want jack shit. He want none of that. Sheesh. This was worth the wake up. Sheesh. Get an Eli.
I'm gonna tell you something that seemed like a mismatch. The guy with the crutch actually had maybe 200 pounds and a whole foot on the other guy in the hoodie who kept throwing up one of these sets here like he was about to use some kind of Tekken move. I don't know what he thought would happen had he not been held back. This was probably just one of those peacocking things where he was trying to appear really big and was just very grateful that his friend was squeezing his tits and holding him back. Because had he been unleashed there, I think the guy with the crutches would have actually just fucking dismantled him. And when that guy lifted the crutch over his head, I thought we were about to see some Looney Tunes type shit where he bonks him on the head and he starts seeing stars and all of that. I thought it was about to get like real WWE-esque, but it didn't. I guess things simmered down after the screaming match there.
I pulled are only like 20 to 30 bucks. And it makes me mad every time it does that. Hold on one second. Oh, I'm getting a notification. Hold on one second. One second, guys. Getting a notification.
Here's a little bonus I wanted to slip in here because this clip blew up. This is a whatnot scammer. This guy is Clayton's Cards, and Clayton hatched a nefarious scheme. So this is a rip and ship. For those that don't know what that is, you pay the streamer to open packs for you and you get the pulls from it. So someone is paid for this pack, and Clayton is going through the pack, and then he happens to catch a glimpse of the hit at the back. You can see that there is a foil in the back, potentially a really big chase card, and Clayton notices this, and the world stands still. Time ceases to exist. And he starts to cook a little bit. He starts to activate some neurons, and he decides, you know what? I want it. I can't do this. So he does something where he says he's getting notifications and he pulls the entire thing off screen and he swaps out the card. This is a bait and switch. It's a pretty standard scam, but usually they're not as blatantly obvious as this. And also, you can see enough of the card here so people figured out what the card was. It is literally a $3 card. So what he did is he bait and switched on a $3 card to one of the sellers here to scam them. He did inevitably get banned, but look at how he tries to finish the show here and get away with it.
Hey, yo, Nash, we go crazy. Can everybody hear me good? Can you guys hear me good? Sorry, I'm getting notifications for Amber Alerts.
Kickstarter. I guarantee at least one person watching this just had a PTSD flashback. I just induced trauma with a single word. Kickstarter is a platform that's no stranger to scams, that goes together like peanut butter and jelly. That's not to say that all of them on Kickstarter are scams. In fact, some incredibly great projects have been the result of successful Kickstarter backing. But ask anyone out there that's ever put a few clams behind some projects, and I guarantee you they'll tell you some horror stories of how they've been burned. It is a platform that can send shivers down your spine for all the lost money because you bought into an idea and then it never came to fruition. There's no guarantee what you back on Kickstarter will ever even really exist, and there's never any real repercussions to the scammer should that unfold. God rest the soul of Michael Superbacker and the Air Umbrella. At least that story has a somewhat wholesome conclusion, but on the whole, Kickstarter is a platform where you get some good and you get some real bad. And now in the age of AI, Kickstarter has never been worse. It is in a brutal position for people to identify what's real and what's fake. I'm reading every day about more and more disgusting uses of AI. It is basically technology that is exclusively used to exploit people and mislead people. Quick side quest here before diving into the Kickstarter state and how awful it is thanks to AI. I read a wild story today about a DoorDash driver who was using AI-generated images to pretend as if he delivered the food to the customer. So I believe that he was using like Google Street View. So he brought up the address and brought up the Street View and would take the image of the person's door and then AI generate that door with their food there and then marking it as a completed delivery. So the scam is they AI generate the front door with their food there as if they had delivered it. They cash it in basically and they're able to do that instantly. Fucking nuts. I also was reading something about a construction company that was using AI-generated images to pretend like they had finished projects in order to secure more contracts. It's completely out of control. And in Kickstarter specifically, last night on stream, we did like a quick dive to see the most popular projects on the platform to see if they used AI. Spoiler alert, they all did. So it is extremely difficult to even know what's real and what's fake with what you're backing on Kickstarter now, it seems. It is so fucking absurd. I'm now curious if everyone is pitching Kickstarter products with AI videos to make it seem more professional. I actually haven't checked Kickstarter scams in a while. I bet that's a very common thing now, though. Let me see. I'm just going to see what like the top funded projects are at the moment and see if there's any AI video for it. All categories... Popularity. So the most popular thing right now is called Pick Pack. Let's see.
What can I think? We all have too many and choosing them is a nightmare.
This doesn't look like AI.
They're basically trapped on our phones.
But the song sounds like it's Suno generated.
Is there any better way?
Oh, wait. Is that an AI voiceover?
Is there any better way? Meet PickPack, an e-ink album that custom feeds your
That's definitely AI voice. So I'm pretty sure that was AI Suno music and an AI voiceover. At first I thought it was just a very unenthusiastic guy, but it's just an AI voiceover. This is literally the most popular project on Kickstarter right now. Just went to the #1 and it's instantly usage of AI in the pitch. So yeah, safe to say it looks like Kickstarter projects have pivoted to now using AI to make it seem more professional. If only the coolest cooler came out now. Oh my god, these fucking names, brother. These are blasts from the past. The coolest cooler. Oh my god. No more charming videos of the guy turning around saying, "Oh hi, didn't see you there." Yeah. Well, it's just the death of like everything authentic. I want to hear. Let's go to the second most popular and see if it's AI. Maybe this was just like a truly unlucky time to hop in. The second most popular project is called the world's first desktop aeroponic plant ecosystem.
This is iZesty, a desktop aeroponic plant.
Immediately AI voice. It's crazy.
Oh my god. Is everything on Kickstarter all AI now? This is number 3 most popular.
Hello, everyone. This is your old friend, Titanier.
It's good to see you again, Titanier. It's excellent. It's been too long. It's always good to see an old friend, Titanier. Oh my god, it's despicable. What the fuck? Yeah, so Kickstarter looks like it's all AI now. Just checked Indiegogo, it's the same thing. Oh, I'm not surprised. Indiegogo was always even more scam-oriented than Kickstarter. But now, just for the sake of a little bit of fun, let me see. Let me sort by most popular there. I bet that one's ballistic. So it looks like the most popular right now on Indiegogo is the Foldio 4, the bigger, brighter, better foldable photo studio. Let's see.
Hey, Kickstarter, we're back. Since 2011,
Oh no, man. Everything is so cooked. And it's not even Kickstarter. Well, they probably have it on Kickstarter as well. They're probably double fisting on the crowdfunding. 400k raised, by the way. Yeah. I mean, it's never been easier to scam. AI has made scams easy, instant. Yeah. Not surprised. This just reminded me, have you seen the most recent Kickstarter scam game? It's called Puff Pals Island Skies and raised $2.5 million. The guy behind it basically took the money and went into hiding. You're telling me something called Puff Pals Island Skies raised $2.5 million? Even without knowing it's a scam, I'd hear that and would never even consider putting money into it. Let's see, Puff Pals Island Skies, huh? Wow. This looks even worse than I could have imagined. $2.56 million here. A wholesome life simulator game where you can collect, farm, customize, and explore new lands with cute and fluffy Puff Pals. And pre-order the game. Let's see the pitch. Excellent aspect ratio here. What the fuck is this? Hello? Pardon? Okay, we'll just go full screen. This take place in heaven, or what's up? Grow and customize your very own farm. No AI voiceover here, this must have predated the wave. Very cool. Not my kind of game. So what happened? You said the creator went into hiding. So he took the money and ran? See the comments. 9,000 comments. Requesting refund, requesting refund, requesting refund, requesting refund. Hey, got some bad news for you. Doesn't work on Kickstarter. There's no obligation. And no one's coming to help you. Learn from the air umbrella. Most recent update is May 20th from Fluffnest. Let's take a peek. The development of Island Skies has been incredibly challenging to say the least. For the past few years, we were under NDA with a third-party studio and couldn't discuss many of the things happening behind closed doors. However, now that other parties have made some of that information public, we can speak more openly about what's happened. After Kickstarter, Fluffnest entered into a milestone agreement with Roommate Studio to develop the features necessary to deliver early access based on the GDD we created for the campaign. Agreement was for $1.1 million over the course of 1 year. This will leave around $500,000 of wiggle room, approximately $1 million from Kickstarter. I don't give a fuck what happened. Problem with management, wasn't ready for early access or alpha. Alright, where things are now. As we approach finalizing the new agreement, it became clear Roommate's senior management does not have a clear understanding of the project's current state, how much work remains. Because of this, we can't trust that the issues we've already faced won't reoccur. We've informed Roommate we won't proceed unless their leadership presents a plan to directly address these issues and commits the necessary resources to Island Skies.
This Kickstarter might be the biggest scam ever, and their CEO is allegedly running from the law. See, a while back, this viral plushie company called Fluffnest announced that they were making a brand new life sim game called Puff Pals Island Skies, and they raised over $2.5 million out of their $75K goal, mostly by selling limited time plushies that you could only get through the Kickstarter. And Puff Pals looked pretty legit, with trailers showing a lot of the core features already working, so naturally the community trusted the team. But what they didn't know is that by the time the first alpha playtest came out, Fluffnest had already burned through all the Kickstarter money, with huge chunks of it reportedly going to plushie production instead of the actual game. And when their plushie business collapsed in early 2025, well, everything spiraled from there, with hundreds of orders going missing without refunds, the Puff Pals trademark expiring, and even the game's website ended up getting shut down. Now, the CEO, named David's been hit with over $2 million in lawsuits from his former employees, the banks, and even the outside studio that they secretly hired to make the game. But while he's been allegedly dodging service and refusing to show up to court, the backers are left getting ghosted on social media.
Very cool, David. Very interesting. So he tried to outsource the game to another studio to make it. That still didn't work. Man, I tell ya. If you can't trust Fluffnest, who can you trust? Selling plushies of your game before the game even releases is wacky. Well, this is the first I'm learning of this whole company and scam. But based on that short, it looks like the plushies existed first, and in order to drive interest and money to the Kickstarter campaign, they were offering the limited plushies. So it was for their already established plushie business, which ate shit earlier this year and shut down. Seemed like they were a legit business before it went tits up making this game. Maybe. Or maybe this was always the plan, David's nefarious scheme.